It is not. And, you know, a few things. Small businesses are having trouble getting credit right now. Okay? Now, here's the thing. Credit is, in businesses, is dispersed so many different ways. People think of it as just a loan. Hey, I need a loan. I need to go buy a truck. It's a lot of things. It's from your suppliers. It's being able to pick something up and get a net 30 and pay for it later so you don't have to worry about it. That's credit. And the problem with it is it runs throughout your entire company. You have to have this, and they have to have it, and so on and so on and so on down the line. But no, that's off. People are not spending the same amount of money that they did a year ago, and it is off. And you can blame whatever you want. You can blame the stimulus money being gone. And I love these stories that I get sent about how there's still all this.
Hey guys,
people have all this money.
we turn this off.
Everybody's king miser, and everybody has,
Let me turn that off. Let me put this up. Fingers at 7. I don't know. Did I screw up the title? I don't know. I may have screwed up the title. Yeah. I don't know what you mean, when screenshot. I don't know what you mean. Point is, yeah, that's my title. Thank you. I'm calling it. I'm coming on at 1:35, and I'm calling the turn in the stock. taking the risk to make a complete fool out of myself. But hey, I've done it before. Where are these guys going to go in Finger? Where are they going to go? They're going to sell it down to 5? They can't borrow shares, and they haven't been borrowing shares. Hey, KYP. Yeah, I just have come on because I think, if you're like me, you're worried about tomorrow and options expiration. So I'm coming on. I don't know if Ham's going to join. He had a bit of a domestic emergency. Nothing to get all alarmed about. No drama. Just required his attention. So I'm coming on to just go walk through it with you. Buying, yeah, there's no call with Finger. That's right, Linares. But he might come on. Who knows? You don't know. But he doesn't intend to. You're absolutely right. I don't want to mislead you. But I decided to come on. I was going to go outside and do some errands. And, the stock's down to 698, I think. 699. $947,007 now. And let's just see. $7 to 703, 948. I'm going to write that down. And we can see what happens while we're live. 7 by 703. 948,000. That pen's a goner. So anyway, I'm just coming on to answer questions. Just be here, hold hands. Maybe if I'm lucky, some of the big draws, the charismatic types like Hoffman, Arca, Avid, Ace, Everything begins with an A. The triple A's will come on. So anyway, we'll see what happens. I have the patience of Job. My father thought I had the problems of Job. I really don't know what happened to Job, except that he never lost his faith in God, I think. But a lot of... all right, let's go through, see what some of the questions are. I can read a couple of things, that Frank Nez put out a story. Daniel Borders had an interesting tweet this morning. Very interesting. It was more of a response. Anna and et al. Really have made great progress. We could play the little clip of Gary Gensler. And what else? But let's see. Is Finger? Yes, Finger is a client of West Christian. Although it might be better for me to say what I know. They were a client. I assume they still are. That would be a more, from my knowledge, that would be more accurate. Hello, good afternoon. Where are you going, Billy boy, Billy boy? My darling Billy, you have done, 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 done. Well, Bill Cooper, you can't pronounce Mikehunt very quickly without making a mistake. He's great. Lucky is great. I tell you what, we go on the walks, but it's either he doesn't have eyesight or hearing, or his brain doesn't completely compute. He goes to the wrong side of the door. He thinks the entrance to stores he's been in 100 times, he thinks the entrance is 100 feet away from where it is. So he's joyfully getting through the latter part of his life without complaints. And he's good with all the other dogs. And could the big guys dump money end of day to run up calls? Yes, I think so. That's from Steve Petchke. Criminals just trying to shake out people. That's exactly right, Wall Street. They're trying to scare everyone out. And the dilemma is, the dilemma that we all have to face, is it going to be successful pinning the stock at 7 or 6 by the close of business tomorrow? I'll read you Daniel Borders' tweet because I think it's worth hearing. It was a response to somebody else's tweet. This is the volatility you and the voice are always talking about. I'm mostly listening while he's talking, but you're right. Is this a trap for the bulls? I think it's a trap for the criminals. But yes, it could be a trap for the bulls, but I think it's a trap for the criminals. It's another... Well, I don't really want to look at AMC, and we can talk about some other stocks, but I've never been a fan of AMC or GME. I think you can trade those. When you buy them, they trade up, get out. Just do it over and over again, and stop thinking that it's going to be the mother of all squeezes. Maybe someday, but they have AMC well and truly under control. Well, Ham may or may not join. I'm telling you, he's got some SHIT to deal with. If you want to accumulate Finger, would it ever make sense to buy calls that are... Yes, Yes, PS 71. I didn't look at the options, but if I were buying October right now, I think I'd buy the ones in the money because they won't have as much premium. But that's just my gut instinct. I would also wait to buy October calls until the close of business tomorrow or Monday morning. The risk of waiting till Monday morning is that something happens over the weekend. But buying calls in the money, typically you do not have to pay the massive premium. You put more money at risk, though. You put more money at risk. It's it's an art, not a science. I thought shorts would be crushed with millions of buys. Well, hang on to your thought. Daniel Borders is having a bad day. NVOS. Well, I don't know anything about NVOS. I'm glad to learn about it. But my experience when I have come on live, I think the shorts pick on people. Hunter got indicted for illegal possession of a firearm. It's ironic since Democrats only go after legal firearm owners. Well, Tom, I didn't know that Hunter got indicted. I don't think the Second Amendment says what the NRA says it says. It was a compromise, and I don't want to get into it. But my problem with legal firearms and guns and all that is not with people like you owning firearms. Most of Americans. I live in a city where there's young, particularly men, but also now more and more young women who are quite unruly and don't seem to have a sense of consequence for their actions. And it's those people I wish didn't have guns. I think to own a gun, you should probably have to achieve a certain amount of training, just like driving a car. In the UK, you have to have a license, and I know we don't want that here because we think the government tracks us. But let me tell you something. The government tracks us. They know how many guns you have purchased after a certain point. If you have some from the 70s, they probably don't know. But I'm not anti-gun ownership at all. I just don't think we should make the Second Amendment say something it doesn't. I think there's some people who should not own arms unless they have past training and a sense of the value of human life. And I'm particularly thinking of younger people who haven't had the experience. Anyway, I don't want to get lost on that subject because it gets pretty. Those people already have guns, yeah. Well, I don't know. It's Canadians don't own as many guns as we have. And anyway, let's not talk about guns because I don't want to come across that I'm anti-gun. I'm not. But I just really think I don't really have a problem making sure the buyer of a semi-automatic machine gun doesn't have a psychological issue with his mother. Don Delac. We know that the SEC is worthless. If you are either Lind or Jeffries, and you know that eventually you will go to... That was, hey, the cat zone. That question I didn't get. I don't think Lind or Jeffries is going to let me say it differently. Based on all of the past history of the last 10, 15 years, it's highly unlikely that any of those people are going to go to jail. They have high-priced lawyers. They'll get a slap on the wrist. They may be banned from the business, and they'll go on with life. There'll be no discovery. I don't think they're going to jail. They will go bankrupt in the sense that the LLCs that they've set up to process these trades, they'll walk away from. Now, what may get a lot of momentum because of all of your hard work with MMTLP, there may be a lot of momentum to put somebody in jail. And in my experience, the Goldman Sachs, the JP Morgans, the Citadels will turn on small fry like the Lynn Partners, who are just posers, and turn on, Kramers. They're just fronts for a well-oiled criminal enterprise that is fleecing the United States of trillions of dollars. They have, I don't know if it's a semi-automatic machine gun. I'm sorry. I was talking out loud and I mixed two things together. Anyway, do we have to talk about guns? What I'm talking about is you can buy machine guns. You can buy semi-automatic weapons. You can buy firearms that have clips of 50, 20, many bullets, and you can be driving in your car with your buddies, and then it comes through windows and goes through, and it just, that's what I'm talking about. I don't like that. And for someone out, anyway, I just don't want to talk about guns. I'm not anti-gun, and it's a useless conversation, because neither side is going to convince the other of anything. I try to understand some of the middle ground. If you read the Second Amendment, it was written as a compromise, and the NRA takes it one way, the left takes it another way, and I just think that's a fact as well. If only we could get criminals to follow the law. Well, that's a lot like saying, let's get 2 days of trading in MMTLP. They won't cheat us this time. There seems to be a movement toward the 2 days trading. I hope everybody's happy with it. I hope. Hype you up. Alex Jones. I like Alex Jones. When I first started listening to him, it was hard to hear his voice, but then I grew comfortable with it. I think he's hyperbolic, but I think he does that on purpose to get his points across. He seeks the truth, I think, and he is willing to take the risk of reporting on things and doing it real time. I liked his sidekick, Millennial Millie. She now has her own show, and I really admired her. I liked his British sidekick. Oh gosh, Warren? It's not Warren. Anyway, Paul. Anyway, but I don't listen to him very often. I mean, he went too far on one of his conspiracy theories for me. But I don't blame, I don't hold that against him, because he's willing to push. Look, we have freedom of the press. And that freedom is not to protect, Mary had a little lamb. It's there to protect, go the F-U-C-K to sleep, as that other guy read it. So, I mean, it's uncomfortable. Freedom of the speech is uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Uh, KYP, he's nuts. Well, so's Al Sharpton. And I think Al Sharpton's smart as hell, too. Smart as a whip, actually. You hit it on the head. It's organized, calculated crime. And given the lack of prosecutions, incident penalties. That's exactly right, Malcolm Gilchrist. Hey, Ryan. Paul Joseph Wilson. Zachariah. Yeah, the Second Amendment was about the militia and protecting against government. And obviously, no one predicted you could, throw out 60 bullets in 45 seconds or less. But whatever. What options, Korean Yoon? 697.7. Let's Korean Yoon. Let's just look at an option. I got to put these stupid people's drug glasses on. Let's look at the 8s. The September 8s are 15 to 25 right now. Let's look at the Octobers. They're $1.25 to $1.50. So that's a hell of a lot of premium. Yes, it's not pleasant. It's not easy being cheesy. It's not pleasant seeing what's happening here in the calls that expire tomorrow. There's still a lot of premium, believe it or not, considering it's just 24 hours until they expire. However, Korean Yoon, I think, and I can't give anyone advice, I think the time to sort of say, screw it, I'm just going to throw away some money. If it's gone, it's gone. But the time to buy the 7s at 50 cents, the 8s at 20 cents. 8s at 20 cents. The stock was $7.90 yesterday. The 9s at 15 cents. The 10s at 10 cents. The 11s at 5 cents. If you buy them right now, you're throwing your money away. You may end up with not. You almost certainly will end up with nothing. On the other hand, I think the stock's going to turn today, to the rest of the afternoon, and tomorrow. Let me read Dan Border's tweet. I think I reposted it, so I should be able to find it quickly. But that's no guarantee. No guarantee that I'll find it quickly. Here. How do I open it? There I go. This was posted 9/14 at 8:48 a.m. Daniel Borders LLC. You are worried about November calls? These guys, he's talking about whoever, the clients and Univest, are planning on having the September calls in the money by the end of the day tomorrow. All of them. So I can't vouch for his information, but if he's right, I mean, I could vouch for it, but I'm not allowed to talk about some of the things I know or don't know. If he's right, the stock's going over $15 tomorrow. Now, the odds of that happening are nearly I mean, it just seems preposterous that the stock could be 7 right now and could run tomorrow. But look what happened. Look at what happened to Hootie. Who do you think you're fooling? Look at what at 1 day, 2 days. Look what happened to GDC. I mean, I can't tell if it was on a Friday of expiration, but all I can tell you is the chart looks like it happened in 1 or 2 days. Look at top. Look at top. My eyesight's not good enough to say if that's 1 day or 2, but either way, the first half of the move was massive. And what if it happens tomorrow? It could. So these are really cheap calls. Well, let me explain my wording. They're inexpensive calls in the sense that you don't have to put a lot of money into them. They're very expensive in terms of what you're paying for the time premium, because you only got 2 hours of trading today and a few hours of trading tomorrow for them to work out. So they're bloody expensive in that sense. But Korean Yoon, hang in there. I'm going to be wrong, I'm sure, but I'm calling the turn in the stock. I think it's going to turn. You may ask why I'm saying that. Hang on a second. Hey, Korean Yoon, that was the voice. The voice will join us at 3. And only the shadow knows. The other thing, Korean Yoon, I'll show you. This is my old chart. Let me find my new chart. It's the same as the old chart. Anyway, Korean Yoon, it's very hard to see here. Very hard to see here, and you should listen to Avid or Arca or US One West. I forget the exact address. Other people. But this is from yesterday, and the stock went up. It tried to get through that sort of line there, just under that line, and then they pulled it back. But in my opinion, and you can see it's extremely difficult on this chart to see what the price is. But in my opinion, this line I drew, which I highlighted by yellow, is the support. I think this stock penetrated this high on the double bottom, if we can call it that. It pushed through and it's come back. Now that's one measure. I also drew it over to, it's hard to see, but my line is not exact. That's why I look at the yellow line, but it's these tops, this 1, 2, and this is the 3rd time through. Boom. It's normal to pull back and test. So I think one is seeing a pullback here. The volume has stopped, and I think now we're going to go through here, which I wrote as 850. It might be 825. I'm not an exactitude guy on this, but I don't care. I'm not timing my purchases and sells by these exact numbers. But somewhere between 825 and 850 is where we're going to head. And it could happen this afternoon or first thing in the morning. But what gets exciting, Korean Yoon, and unfortunately, we only have 24 hours. That's unfortunate. We might have to start thinking about next week. But what's exciting is this top here, 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 and maybe if it goes through here, just under $10, that's the third time. I don't see any reason why once we get through 10, and I don't know what that 10's doing up there, but this says 10 right here. I think $75 is your next stop. So if you want to you got to get on board. But you might already own enough. Don't go overboard. Don't go overboard to get on board. Yep, 3 p.m. What about GTII? How much do you want to know about GTI? Do you know nothing about it? GTII as a basic story, we don't know, and there's skeptics out there. But after following the stock for 4 or 5 years, I don't think it's 5. I think it's 4, coming up on 4. It looks like there's 450 million shares which have been counterfeited. Remember, Gary Gensler roots out. He's the cop on the beat, he said. He's the cop on the take. And he roots out corruption wherever it exists, except when it helps Goldman Sachs prime brokerage. 450 million shares naked short. You watch the price every day. You go, oh my God, it's going down. It's down. I shouldn't have invested in it. Then you're falling in the trap that Wall Street has trained you to believe, that the price of the stock reflects all information, and what you're being told and the opportunity you're seeing must be wrong because the stock is down. Therefore, it must be going a lot lower. This is what the criminals want you to think. Now, you may make your own judgment. I'm not saying that. I'm not a diamond hands guy. You may make your own judgment and say, they have 2 or 3 employees. Their filings are pristine. They've got a good board. They've got whales invested in it. Their business model makes a lot of sense. They have the potential for the Trento mine deal to explode the per share value at any time, or it may not happen, but it's still alive. They've got the water deal, which Busy Brands introduced them to, which I think could be a dramatic win. They've got the FBI going after Westpac Securities broker and the client, which could just go into the front pages of information about criminal short selling. They've got West Christian going after market makers. There's a whistleblower out there. You've got management that won't pull a COSM, won't pull a popcorn. Management will not sell stock to the shorts. You've got a relatively small float, although it's much bigger than it was when I originally got involved. So you gotta balance that out. But it's not big enough to kill the potential for a ginormous short squeeze in GTII. They don't ring the bell. They don't slowly walk the stock up, 1% a day and then 5%, then 10%. So you can look at it and say, all right, we're going to get the squeeze tomorrow. They don't do it that way. GTII can squeeze from 60 cents, from 90 cents, from $6, from $9. You don't know when. The other thing going on with GTII is Alpine Securities. John Hurry and his lovely bride, Justine Hurry of Scottsdale Capital or whatever the hell, two companies that are crooked and two principals that are crooked in my judgment, are fighting FINRA's expel order directed at Alpine. And even though Goober Gensler says, well, FINRA's not part of us, and he's wrong. I mean, I'm sure he's technically correct but what he's wrong about is, as I understand it, FINRA NASD was created under the auspices of the SEC. The National Association of Securities Dealers became FINRA, whatever FINRA stands for, I believe. I'm making an assumption I might be embarrassed by later, but it's FINRA is in charge of the broker dealers. The SEC is in charge of enforcing security laws. So I think it's a little too clever to say that the SEC doesn't supersede or oversee FINRA. But anyway, that's what he said the other night. Alpine has filed in court in Florida, and then their clever lawyers moved it to D.C. to buy more time. The basic you can talk to Richard Hoffman. But as I understand it, the three basic points they're making. It's unconstitutional to have FINRA as a federal agency making a ruling on a state company trading under state laws. In the United States, we have blue sky laws. When you join a national brokerage firm, when you work there, for example, you have to be licensed in every state that you're doing business because each state has its own set of laws. So Alpine is arguing it's unconstitutional. And basically partly that FINRA shouldn't exist because they're arguing that their powers to regulate shouldn't exist. Secondly, they're saying that FINRA was not created by Congress. It cannot enforce security laws. That's the role of the SEC. This is what I think it's saying, the court case is saying. And finally, they're arguing that Alpine should not be mandated, in a very Milton Friedman-like argument, that Alpine cannot be required by law to join FINRA. These are the issues. Some judge in D.C., I forget her name, I guess, has pushed it upstairs for a ruling. It could either be because she doesn't want to have mistakes in her court, so whatever she rules on can be challenged later on, appealed, or she doesn't know what she's talking about and just wants help from above. Well, that's going on, and that gives the sense that the day of doom is being avoided by Alpine. Why would Alpine do it? John Hurry and his large wife might be trying to hide assets. John Hurry and his clients may be trying to fleece gullible clients so they can set up business elsewhere under other names with the help of their lawyers who are sworn to uphold the law, but in fact, I think, come this close to being criminals themselves. And it could just be that they're just stealing everything they can, until they declare bankruptcy. And they're going to live the rest of their lives in Kilimanjaro, on Kilimanjaro. During this period of time, Alpine has violated FINRA's cease and desist order 36,000 times. Remember, these are white men. It's not 3 strikes, you're out. It's 36,000 times. And you still can bring in a lawyer and plead that, hey, I'm a good citizen, and why don't I just pay a parking ticket fine, and it was inadvertent. 36,000 violations of FINRA's cease and desist order in a year. So it's really unlikely that Alpine is going to survive this. Things go very slowly in law. Everyone has rights back and forth, but there's an inevitability about law as well. It proceeds to its conclusion. You may stall it, but you're not going to avoid the end. So GTII has several catalysts out there. Alpine goes down. The FBI arrests whoever the criminal that's shorting. West gets a whistleblower. West gets some of the market makers coughing up information. Treno Mine comes in. Other deals they're working on, that's their business, might come to fruition and come in. And then ultimately, the biggest catalyst of all in GTII is when finger goes up. Right now, everyone on this call, maybe not everyone, but many people are worried that finger isn't going to go up by 4 p.m. tomorrow. And that realistically is a fact check. I'm here to call the turn. I don't, I said it a couple days. I said you wouldn't see 7 again. Well, here's 7 again. But I don't think after today you're going to see 7 again. But who knows? I mean, I'm starting to be like a broken watch, I guess. It's 1 million shares traded. I think volume is going to increase exponentially, and the price is going to go with it in finger. The biggest catalyst to GTII, are the people that own between 15 and 20 million shares of finger, are the major shareholders in GTII. If finger were to go up by $100, well, let's say $107, $110, and 15 million shares were sold for a profit of $100, that's $1.5 billion proceeds and profit. Proceeds are a little bit higher. The biggest single catalyst to GTII, and I know how hard it is for you to watch. Oh my gosh, he's talking about finger. I'm in GTII. The biggest single catalyst in this example is one set of investors. That's not all investors. That's one set of whales. Get $1.5 billion in profits, and they're the whales in GTII, and they just experienced a short squeeze in finger, and they understand there's a potential of a massive short squeeze in GTII, and they trust management to not do a COSM. Where do you think their money's going to go? That's what I think about GTII. if you think coldly, are you saying I'm a hothead? What would be the cheapest way to squeeze the finger? Wait until all the premium is out of the September auctions and then buy a big amount of stock? Peter, I think if one were to think in a calculated way, a Machiavellian way, the thing, and I have no idea. I'm just one guy, and I seem to be quite ineffective at times. But you've got a stock with 1 million shares traded today. You could see it go down a little bit while we're talking. But if I were trying to engineer a short squeeze, I would buy the heck out of all these calls. You can buy the 15s for 5 cents, the 14s for 5 cents, 13s for 5 cents, 12s for 10. I bet you could get them for 5. 11s for 10 cents, 10s for 10 cents, 9s for 15 cents, 8s for 20s, 7s for 50, 6s, I guess for kicks and giggles, you might buy them for $1.10. And you just buy it in massive size now. And then today and tomorrow, you start buying the stock. Then you start I'm thinking out loud here. Then you start involving a whole different group who are out there to steal from you. But you start dealing with the option exchange market makers. They have to find the stock. Right now, I don't know I can't see open interest, but they're concerned about the stock in the 354, 455, 556 strike prices. But if this stock were to suddenly go, let's say to $15, let's say Dan Borders is right. Let's say it went to $16. All of a sudden, the market makers on the options side have to locate all this stock. They have to buy stock. That adds fuel. Imagine if Finger goes to $15 or $16 and the 4 clients who Lynn Partners, quote unquote, syndicated these deals to, they're just a front for criminals. I don't care how big those 4 clients are. If it's SAC, if it's Melvin Capital, if it's Bill Huang, if it's Citadel, they're going to have margin calls and buy-ins. And no one's going to come bring money to save this trade. They'll walk away and prime brokers will have a massive hit. Right now, you could argue that, they're not down that much. Let's call it 175 million shares. So in the last, this will be too high because they've been shorting over the last 90 days. But just to give a ballpark number, over the last 90 days, they're down $1 billion. $1 billion. Imagine if it goes to 14. So yeah, Peter, I think that's exactly, if I were to think coldly, that's exactly what I would do. If I were a whale, if I were a carpenter, would you be my lady? If no one forces them to cover and the SEC refuses to enforce the law, then nothing happens. They have an infinite. Well, it scrolled and I missed the rest of your question. What I'm trying to do, what Ham's trying to do, is get them where it hurts. And they're human beings. I would argue that most of them are not any smarter than any of you. The dumbest of you is smarter than many of these meatheads that do this trading pattern. So you're wrong. You're wrong. Half of what your point is makes sense. If it's like COSM, where the SEC does nothing. You're beginning to see a squeeze. The CEO sells stock to the shorts, and he destroys it, and then the shorts keep selling. They do a reverse split, and it keeps going down. The SEC is not enforcing there, and there is really no reason for a short squeeze. If, on the other hand, you're in a stock like Finger or GTII, one trap short or one nexus of 2 or 3 trap shorts, but you can follow it, you can see it every day, and you can track the shares that are illegally being sold, and there's no evidence that they're being bought back, as much as the naysayers out there say, oh, that information from Tromrock only gives the fail to locate shares when they enter the order. It doesn't update it for when they deliver the stock or when they borrow the stock, or you don't know. That could be a good client, and in the hurry, the bustle, the urgency, they had to sell, 2 million shares a day at 0.00079 on the end of whatever handle it had. This was all urgent, speed, but they're good clients, and they'll bring the shares later. There's no deals outstanding. There's no convertible notes. There's not enough stock in the case of Finger. There's not enough stock in private placements or in any of the deals that are still out there. The restricted shares, there's not enough stock. You've got 50 million, 52 million total shares, and you've got 170 million short. And when I say short, that's not some code word, SEC, if you're watching, for some strategy that your overlords employ that helps cleanse the markets of bad CEOs and speculation by Reddit brothers. When I say short in this context, I'm talking about shares that the SEC should be causing to settle. They're sold without a location, which is which is illegal. They're sold without borrowing, which is illegal. They're sold without delivery, which is illegal. And if they're sold with the intent to manipulate the price downward, that's illegal. If they're sold in such size that it will never be issued, there should be an S3, S1, a filing with the SEC. There should be a prospectus. There should be use of proceeds. If you sell without that, that's illegal. But I'm telling you your job. It happens in so many stocks. I can only believe whoever from the SEC might be watching, that you're paid off. Gary Gensler isn't, and the SEC isn't the cop on the beat, as he called it. You guys are the cop on the take. And you should be ashamed of yourselves. And unfortunately, shame isn't going to be enough, because it's going to take down the United States financial system. It's not a joke. Getting a job at the SEC, working there 2 years, spinning out, and getting a job at the criminals at Citadel or SAC. It's not a joke. This isn't because you went to the right high school, private high school, the best college, you had graduate school, you check one of the boxes in the woke agenda, and you're now at the SEC, and therefore you're going to be able to rotate out and go get a job at Goldman Sachs. While you're at the SEC, your mandate is to protect the integrity of the United States security system and to protect investors. And what you're doing, you're protecting and hiding. You're protecting the criminals and hiding the criminal actions of your overlords. Anyway, your question was only half right. the SEC does not. You're 100% correct. The SEC does not enforce the Securities Act of 1933, the Securities Act of 1934, and those two Securities Act as amended from time to time. They do not enforce Reg Show. And when Goldman Sachs, for example, has an enormous, they have 60 million trades, not number of shares, trades, over a 2 or 3 year period in violation of securities laws. The SEC finds that it's inadvertent, that Goldman Sachs had inadvertently left a line of code out, and they penalized Goldman Sachs half a penny a trade, not a share. They don't disclose which shares were harmed. They don't disclose which retirement accounts were punished. They don't disclose which people out there were driven to bankruptcy or divorce or losses in their account. They don't do any of that. It's inadvertent. Because when Goldman does it, number one, that you got to know this is the rule at the SEC. If Goldman Sachs does it, it's not illegal. If Goldman Sachs does it and maybe it looks illegal, it's inadvertent. The SEC is there to protect Goldman Sachs, not to protect you. And so you're right on that half of your observation. Where you're wrong is Goldman Sachs is in the business of stealing money as best it can throughout Wall Street. Well, everybody else on Wall Street's trying to steal money from each other. So Goldman Sachs prime brokerage, and in this case, I'm not saying they're involved. We think it's Jefferies. We think it's Jefferies. But maybe it's Morgan Stanley. Maybe it's JP Morgan. Let's pick on another company. Let's say JP Morgan is involved. If they have 100 million shares short of FINGR and the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, is $5.28, they're down $2 on that right now, 200 million. But there's still money in the account, they're safe. But if this goes to 15, they're not going to turn to the SEC and say, could you help us? They're not going to turn to, they might, but it's not, he won't help, turn to Ken Griffin. They're going to buy in their client. They're going to cut their losses. This is a small fry trade. It's going to end up taking a prime broker down. But the thing that is going to trigger the buy-in of FINGR is losses. Losses. And it'll become unemotional. There's no emotion. It'll be, oh shit, the trade's gone against us. Buy it in. Now, the criminals may walk away and leave the prime broker hanging, holding the bag, but you don't care about that from being on the long side. So when you say the SEC doesn't enforce the laws, you're 100% correct. When you argue that some prime brokers, at least, are not going to buy in their best clients, you're 100% correct. When you say that your broker-dealers and my broker-dealers look the other way, you're 100% correct. But what you're not correct on is when Wall Street starts to lose money, they cover the error. They cover the error. Your first loss is your cheapest loss. First loss is your smallest loss. So I don't agree with you. As this stock price goes up, there will be a massive buy-in, and it'll get out of control. FINGR could go to 8 or 8.50 tonight, open tomorrow at 12, and close the day at $21. And Monday morning, open up at $60. I'm making those numbers up. They're not a promise. That does not require Gladhand, Goober, Gensler to do anything. He doesn't do anything, and you're gonna benefit from it when the prime broker buys in their own client. Why do you think trading commissions are so low? Well, science rules. Wall Street no longer makes money on commissions, so they have to cheat. Wall Street makes its money from the retail brokerage side and some institutional by convincing you and me to put our money in managed accounts, whether it's a mutual fund, an ETF, an index fund, or a pool of money like Citadel, one of their funds, BlackRock. There's so many different ways of getting paid in that, but in essence, the fallback ratio is they charge 2% per annum and 20% of the profits. They have waterfalls. They have ways to, I forget the term right now. It's my brain. It's not that I don't know it. But they have ways of coming back in. If you had a down year, you have to catch up. A lot of the fund managers just to walk away from that fund and start a new one, and that obviates the need to do any catching up in performance. On the broker's side, your brokers will make anywhere from, if they're a good broker, maybe it's very small, but typically they can charge anywhere from 1% to 3% per year to manage your account. And then they still participate in IPOs and other offerings that pay, and insurance deals that pay them commission. So if you have $1 million with a broker, that you're paying them $30,000 a year to quote unquote manage your account. Then you could be in mutual funds or in ETFs, and Wall Street makes fees on that. But that's one side of Wall Street's earnings. If you listen to Patrick Byrne, and I've put it on Twitter and I can play it at some point, Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage makes something like 80 or 86% of its revenue from the borrow desk, the stock loan desk. This is part and parcel of selling counterfeit shares, because they call it all these words: rehypothecation, hypothecation, lending out. In my judgment, they're turning the securities markets into a fractional reserve security system. For every note that you own that you deposit in your account, they create 100. So remember the first part I was telling you about, assets under management, they get a fee. Well, all of a sudden they increase their assets under management by 100-fold. They increase their revenues. They don't have to make cold calls. They don't have to go on meetings. It's just all there on the top line. But they, more than commissions, they got away from having type 1, type 2 accounts. So when you open an account with a brokerage firm, it's an electronic certificate. You can't tell if it's good or not. It doesn't matter. It shows on your account. And when you sell it, you get your money. Or you leave it in the brokerage firm. If there's ever a tightness, they cover the loss behind the scene. It's not a big deal. In the case of MMTLP, they couldn't hide it anymore. So anyway, they make enormous amounts of money off this stock loan, hard to borrow, lending out, to the prime brokers off of this criminality. Goldman Sachs' revenues in the prime broker is 86% to my memory. 75% of that is profit. 75% of that is profit. This scheme that we are paying the price for benefits Goldman Sachs. It is the profit margin. That is how they are able to let us trade for next to nothing. I'd rather pay commission than to have the situation where it is now. But anyway, yes, I should have answered. The reason your commissions are so low, they want your money and your stock so they can fleece you. And they'll fleece you as long as they can, and then, if necessary, they'll slaughter you. X Matador, give us a big winner on finger. I agree with you, Science Rules. We should pay more for our trades. I think there's several things that need to be done. I think the first thing, it should be illegal to sign a toxic convertible note. It should be illegal to borrow money from charlatans that say we're going to give you $6 million, here's 60 grand. We'll give you the rest in tranches. And we're going to use a backward-looking formula. I think that should be made illegal. And it's simple as a vote of Congress. I think it should be made illegal that these fronts can raise so much money, but they don't report who their clients are. I think it has to be reported. I think it should be mandatory that failed to delivers and failed to locate should be disclosed close of business every single day. The entire kit caboodle, all of it. Whether you're in Germany, Canada, whether you got 20 LLCs, I think it should be reported with the name of who's doing it by 6 p.m. every single trading day. No exceptions. And if you don't report, you can't trade. I think they need to bring back the uptick rule. I think they should cancel decimalization and go back to fractions. I agree with you. We should pay commission or some other way. I think they should go back to allowing individuals to say, we want our shares in type 1. We don't want them electronic. I think the interface between physical shares and electronic should go back the way it was, which is very simple. Now we have T+2 and going to T+1, and they're going to argue, well, then you can't handle it. Well, I think you can. I think you can handle it. You know, when you go to a concert or a sporting event, you just scan your ticket, boom, it's in the computer. I think they can handle it. I think the reg show should either be completely done away with, or if you're going to have it, it should be enforced, assiduously enforced. T+1 is what T+1 or 2 is our trade date. And then you can get an extra day. That's what it says. Well, at the end of that extra day, if you don't bring the shares in, you're bought in. And if you don't have the shares, don't sell them. If you don't have the money, you can't buy the stock. I think it's pretty easy to clean this all up. They don't want to. They don't want to. And now the argument is, oh, it's so big, it's going to take down our system. So what? It's going to happen anyway. It's going to happen anyway. Why not take down a couple of these too big to fail banks full of greedy men and women that provide no benefit to society? Anyway, there's one other thing I left out in my. I just can't remember it, but I have a list of things they should do to fix it, and I think to work at the SEC, I think it has to be a career. You come in your 20s and you leave in your 60s, and you make a really good living. Maybe not, you don't become a billionaire, but you can raise your family, and you can be proud. But if you leave the SEC, I think for a lifetime, you should not be able to work on Wall Street and sell your contacts. After you retire, okay. After you retire, 20 years, 25, 30 years, whatever, then you can go. But not every year, not every 2 years. I also think no banksters should work at FINRA or the SEC. This woman works at FINRA. She's an attorney. She's a partner at Goldman Sachs. I think I'm shocked someone so young is a partner at Goldman Sachs. I'll leave my own thoughts to myself. Partner at Goldman Sachs 2020 to present. She's a litigation partner at Latham and Watkins LLP. She's the global chair of white collar defense and investigations practice at Latham and Watkins. She was counsel to President Barack H. Obama. She was associate counsel to William Jefferson Clinton. And she was law clerk to Judge Timothy K. Lewis. No financial awareness at all. All pretty posh jobs. Her education, University of Washington, BA, and a Juris Doctor from Georgetown University. Her job at FINRA, industry governor, floor member representative Catherine Rumler. And she is executive vice president, chief legal officer, and general counsel, Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs, executive vice president, chief legal officer, and general counsel. And she oversees FINRA. FINRA. That's got to be illegal. That's got to be illegal. It's got to stop. Finger 711. Let me see. These are the nines. These are the nines. So let me see. 83 10. Okay, divided by... Let me see if I can do that. I'm going to just give up on this. Okay, so what I just did, you just saw me do, is I just bought... Let me make sure. I might be wrong. Hang on, let me make sure. No, I only bought 11. Swell. Now it's 20. Okay, so 20 cents. All right, let me say edit. Oh, I did it. All right, I did it. All right, so I just bought 55 finger September 9. Are you out of your mind? September 9 calls for 15 cents. Are you out of your mind, you're saying? And you, well, might be right that I'm out of my mind. But I bought 55 of the September $9 calls just now in front of you at 15 cents. I was trying the whole time we were talking. I had a bid in at 10 cents for 83 of them, and it never went off. And now, because the hamster's coming on, I decided to just go ahead and bite the bullet. The stock's 713, and let's see if I'm right. Let's see if it closes at 8. Of course, my 9s will be worthless, but I did it. I did it. All right, Millionaire Mansions open interest in September calls 38,000. Whew. 38,000. Well, you take 38,000 and you multiply it by 100. Yep, you're right. 3.8 million shares that don't exist. No, I meant $9. However I pronounced it, $9 strike price is what I meant. I trust my guys, specifically the Duke, and I know what we can do. You're worrying about nothing, Daniel Borders. Well, I love these guys that come in. I've heard Daniel Borders is a good guy, but these guys come in at the last minute, and all of a sudden, it's his guy. Anyway. I won't get in a pissing match, but I think Daniel Bor. You bought one call. Good. That's how we do it. Look, let me be clear. Let me be perfectly clear. What I just bought, RC LaBelle, 50, let me see. I wrote down 55. I guess that's what it is. 55 of the calls that expire tomorrow with a strike price of $9. I paid 15 cents. The odds are that's going to just talking to his guys. It might get interesting tomorrow. I'm just basing it off of the fact that the stock pulled back yesterday at the close. They pulled it back today. It doesn't seem like it broke this support level. Again, it's my amateur hour charts, but that's my thinking. And I mean, it might have broken it slightly, but I don't think so. I really don't think so. In fact, it might have hit it. And then the volume is so low. So to me, the next move is up. Because look at this move. Look at this move. Look, there's a double bottom here. This is a huge move up. We have a little bit of a pullback. But so what? Look at, this is a double bottom. Whether you do it here, or from here, or here, whichever one rocks my boat, your boat. Oh, please, don't you rock my boat. I don't need my boat to be rocking. Anyway, it goes from here all the way up. It's a huge move. Here, there's not a double bottom, but look at that move. We've hardly begun. We've only just begun to live. So many dreams away, and we only just begun to live. The criminals don't give up. They don't think they're criminal. They think they're entitled. And if you notice, I get a little worked up about it. If you own 200 shares now, I think owning shares is brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. I think you're on the verge of making $100 a share or more. Their day will come, ocean sailing. And I think Gary Gensler really, depending on your perspective, outdid himself in his dissembling and lack of candor, or he's embarrassed. He's made it very clear to the attentive eye that he's covering for the criminals. Whatever flow in your vote. Are you saying I get it all wrong? Yes, I do. Please put in a buy 100. Yeah. I can't buy 100,000 finger. I don't have the quid. Do you think Jeffries and friends started selling because they could see it's becoming? No. I think they're selling because they wanted to see if they could cause panic. I think the options desks, the guys, there's people that play around there, are joining in because they'd like to pin this tomorrow at 7 or 6 or 650. But the battle's going to be, they may end up pinning it at 15 or 16. And, it's like the quarter pounder in Paris. This is going to be a battle royale. I don't know. I'm not thinking I'm going to make a lot of money on this trade. I did think I was going to make some money, but now you bought the September 10s. I think that's good. I was debating September 10s, buy 100 of them, or I was trying to buy the 8s. I bought the 9s. Look, if Dan Borders is correct, it's how to make money. The dip before the rip. I used to be a dip. Or was I a rip? The hamster is coming on in 3 minutes. So for all of you who have been bored, maybe take a break, go up, go to the loo, make sure you wash your hands, grab a cuppa cup of tea, and get ready for the explosive, dulcet sounds of the voice. Do you think, who do I think is the next Bear Stearns? Well, there's only 4 or 5 companies left of size. If Jeffries went down, people wouldn't even, I mean, that's the logical one. But I would say Wells Fargo. It'd be the one I'd be worried about. I think all of them are in trouble. JP Morgan has the best connections, but they are really upside down on a lot of their shorting. I don't think Goldman's full of geniuses, full of cheaters. But if I had to pick one, I would say, I would say Wells Fargo would be the one I'd worry about. But I don't know. I mean, it's unfair. You asked a question, and I gave my answer. Yes, I think Wells Fargo is in trouble. Okay, 2 minutes to the voice. 2 minutes to the voice. Dun, 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 dun. He's going to say it's the same pattern, and he's going to say again, and he's going to say, get the fork out of here. All right, I'm calling in. The voice? The voice?
Hold on a second.
Your audience awaits
Hold on.
with bated breath.
All right, everybody. This is not the buy and sell. This is educational about security fraud. And we're going to bring you up to speed. I'll go through this stuff quickly. Number one, I cannot stop security fraud. You can see these guys flooding the markets with counterfeits every day. And today they had another fake story, and they just began their attack on the opening. The attacks are always down. They try to create volatility so people panic out, and no one's really selling. I know people buying. That's number one. You make your own decisions. This option craziness that everyone talks about, I've spoke about it 1,000 times. If you bought the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s, they all went from nothing to something. And I've said it 1,000 times. Flip them, buy the other ones for free with your profit. That's what professionals do. And I know most people have done that. And they gamble. My friends have bought a lot of calls with profits from the other ones. So I understand people are losing, and the pressure every week or every month on this nonsense. You guys have to learn it. I cannot trade for everybody. I gave you how it works, and many people have said thank you, and we can't control it, but I cannot stop this fraud when it goes on, and they're just people think they're trying to steal the option money. Guys, you don't know what option money is. These are cheap options. This is like pennies. I know it's your pennies. I got it. Okay, they stole it from me for many years also. I learned my lesson, and I trade up. I move from the expensive ones that have become valuable. If I bought options to 50 cents to 5s, they went to $3. That's a big move. If you sold them at $2.50, you made yourself $2 profit. Take 50 cents, you buy the 10s, and put $2 in your pocket. It's the same pattern all the time. All right? They're just trying to manipulate the stock and jerk it around. All right? That's number one. Number two, I am going to meet the gentleman that knows the chairman of Jeffries. I leave Monday. I'm flying while everybody's sitting around. I'm going to go take care of this myself and get that information about Jeffries and get that information to the chairman of Jeffries that Lynn Partners is there. If that's their prime, it will get exposed. All right? I'm going to do it myself. All right? So, again, if anyone thinks that we don't work hard at doing this stuff, we work all the time at getting it done. Another point is tomorrow, the truck. We got it done. We will have it at the SEC and a few other places so that the Senate banking can get a good view of what we're talking about. All right? I'm not going to tell you where it's going to be, but we will have it at places where the Senate banking will get a good view of our new slide presentation, and we will get this blown up as best we can, and we won't stop until we do, until it's over with. All right? We're not going away. We're pressing the bets everywhere. Everybody's on the same page. We know we got them. All right? They can keep playing games. They can't even borrow shares anymore. That's how much they sold. And stop listening to the bashes. If you can't handle it, sell your stock and go away. All right? This is a complete fraud, all-around fraud. They try to cast doubt all the time. We post the information. We recap the information for you. So give it a break already. Stop bringing these morons to my attention. If I was short this stock, I'd be saying the same shit. Think about it. You're short, that's what they talk about. Oh, the company's raising all kinds of money. Where are they raising money? They haven't raised a penny. If the stock goes crazy, they can raise money. That's how it's playing out. Right? They're not raising money down here. The company doesn't need any money. But if the stock goes crazy, why shouldn't the company take advantage of a big price movement? That's what they did. So get over it. That's it. Don't ask me about it again. Do your own homework on it. It's right there. We repeated it 70 times already. One of our biggest shareholders is actually meeting with the group out of New York City today, later on today somewhere. All right? We're not going away. All right? People who own stock reached out to the Chinese brokerage firm, and they set up a meeting, and they're meeting today. All right? So we'll get a better feel of what's going on, what their motive is, because our friends own 15 million shares of stock, and they want answers also, so they will get it. Everyone's comfortable, but it's nice to have a discussion, right? I'm not there, again, but other people, everyone is working to get the answers, to row the boat the same way. I told you, we burned our boats, we're not going away. This will flow to GTII. You can see the manipulation there. They drop it real quick from 96 cents down to 85 real quick. No bids. That's how these guys play. All the bids disappear, and they just keep marking it down themselves. I'll say out of the million shares that trade in finger motions today, at least 300,000 was washed and fake trades today. Easy. All right? I even caught the spoofing on 50,000 shares at 685 this morning. All right? The only way out of this mess for them is going to be higher. We're going to apply the pressure to Jeffrey's CEO. If they are their prime, they're going to get exposed. If the CEOs don't want to hear it, we're going to drag his ass into D.C. for being the front for these criminals. All right? So he's either going to get rid of them, or he's going to close them up, but he's going to get the riot act. All right? So we're hitting them every direction possible. They can sit there and say what they want. We're going to undermine everything they're doing as a criminal and expose them. Now, the Senate banking, listen, that number on MMTLP, I'm told, is 600 million shares. And people at the Senate banking know about it already. And they were setting up the SEC to tap dance around these answers yesterday, the questions. And now they have a huge problem. Okay? The Senate bank knows how big that number is from the Blue Sheet investigation. I'm told they know about it already. This is going to be on the cover of the Wall Street Journal when this shit hits the fan and that number comes out, and there's 600 million counterfeit shares in MMTLP. Let's see the street dance around that. It's going to be like a shockwave through the street on the cover of the Journal when they see that the system is full of 600 million counterfeit shares in a stock. Okay, this is going to come out. The senators cannot back down now. All right, they said it on yesterday at the hearing. They said counterfeit shares. All right, so we did a good job of taking the name of naked short selling, which is a bullshit name that these guys tried to fabricate like it's a good thing to happen. It's a counterfeit. and now we're going to get it exposed. These guys want to keep playing close to the fire, they're going to get burnt. All right? The walls are closing in. I can't tell you today. For those that are moaning and crying, I've been doing this 23 years. Give it a break. All right? I don't quit. I stand here 23 years of doing this stuff. And I'm fighting for you. I'm fighting for my family and fighting for you. All right? While you're sitting around, we're busting our ass. All right? William, any questions?
Yeah.
Go.
I told everyone you were having to take care of some SHIT at home, so you'd be on late.
Yes, my plumbing backed up, so and I'm not exactly the guy you want to help to do this stuff. So I've been trying to use all the tricks I learned in Brooklyn. I'm using a plunger and an iron hanger. So guys, until someone shows up, that's what I had to do. Anyway,
One guy points out there's 39,000 September calls and only 6,300 puts.
right.
Comment, or is there anything to say on
There's
that?
nothing to say. The options that are open above the strike, okay, they all were cheap options. Don't get me wrong. They're not $8. They're not $7. These all options were 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents, maybe 50 cents. All right. These guys are doing an attack, trying to squash those things. But again, as it moves up, they have to cover. All right. The day's not over yet. I got it. You know, the other gentleman said that he believes that these options are all going to be turned into the money. Let's see if he's right. I kind of agree with him. I think the stock is going to turn higher, but that's not, that's my opinion of it.
It's a huge
Right,
risk, but that does seem what is happening. Are the whales letting the shares drop yesterday and today in order to really hit the shorts hard later?
Remember, everyone, big players are here for themselves. They're not looking at our cheap options. They don't care about that.
Right.
And that's from my past experience.
Right.
Okay, from my past experience, I did orders for whales, and I could see that, on a day when the shorts, like on a day like today, the shorts are trying to use selling pressure, and the longs are just sucking it up. This stock is still over $7. People, we moved up. This stock is not sold off.
Exactly.
It's sold off. It's sold off if you own options. You're pissed off. I got it. But this stock is strong. It's not going away. People are accumulating it. And if the whales step in again, the next move is going to be higher. They know. I'm sure they know that the options will create a squeeze once they step in. So again, I don't speak for them. I don't put their orders in. If I was in their ear, I'd be all over them, because this is the ultimate time to run these guys over and make a fortune. They could destroy these guys now. So that's how I feel. I'm with you, but I don't control the whales. All right, you can see them buying it. Every day we traded north of 1 million shares. The volume is slowing down to a crawl. These guys can't borrow shares anymore. I think they're selling stock as longs. They're trying to do anything they can to try to hold the stock down. And these things run out of gas. They're going to keep, I told you, it's like a bullfight. We keep stabbing him in the neck until he gets tired. All right? And they're tired. And if around them, there's serious people that are working together and working on a plan to slaughter these guys. So, that's the way it goes.
This is a similar question. Has Univest started buying yet?
Well, the other day we traded 3 million shares. Unless you bought them all, I would have to assume they did, because I didn't buy it. So,
someone's asking, and he's a good guy, I think. Is asking, when is the S3 deemed effective? It says 5 or 7 days. I personally, guys, that S3 is out there. It's a way of letting you know Univest is involved. But there's no indication they're going to raise $300 million here. It's very clearly stated that it's from time to time, over time, and at market prices.
Company, I would once that's registered, I would sell 1,000 shares a day. That's the way I would do it. Keep doing it at an average price all the way up. never let any stock go into the marketplace. They're not stupid. What do you think they want? They want to make this job harder. They know what they do. Just go look at what they've done before. Their track record is one thing: kill shorts. Just look at their track record. They don't kill them; they murder them. All right, so that's what they do. That's their track record. That's what they do. If you don't want to be here, that's your business. All right? People buy stocks that Warren Buffett's in because they believe Warren Buffett is going to be a winner, right? And people follow him they'll walk into anything he does. Well, you know what? I'm not in the Warren Buffett stock game. I'm not here to buy Coca-Cola and hope it hits in 100 years. I'm looking for, grease lightning, and I think I know where it is. It's right here. And I know where to go next because I know the same thing, the same patterns there. We got the Senate banking discussing naked shorts, counterfeit shares to the chairman of the SEC. Tomorrow, the truck is going to be out at the SEC. William, you going to be there tomorrow morning?
I'm going to be there before you are.
So that's important. Take your videos, show everybody the glass buildings again. And guess what? The Senate banking is going to be waiting for your video. So it's important that you take a clear video this time. Don't take those blurry shots. And we need to send that to someone at the Senate banking who is waiting, who knows that we're coming. Okay? They know we're coming. We weren't quiet about this. We let the people know at the Senate banking that there'll be a truck in front of the SEC tomorrow morning calling out the SEC again, and they've seen videos of before, but maybe they send over a couple of representatives to take a look at that tomorrow. So happy surprise for you, William.
Yeah, I can't wait. You get to go to beautiful climates, and I get to go to the armpit of DC, the SEC.
Hey, listen, I got my arm in the drain pulling out shit.
One guy this isn't really a question, but he put up thought I'd put that out there.
Wait, what was that? The shorts are saying that?
No, he's saying that to the shorts. If you're watching today, get ready for tomorrow because you're going to be, I added financially dead.
I think there's powerful people discussing powerful things. That's all I can say. I'm not there, so I can't tell you the discussion. But again, I'm going on my own. I've been invited to dinner, and I'm going to see the gentleman who's a $6 billion man who's got connections to the chairman of Jefferies. We will get our question to the chairman of Jefferies and get that exposed. If I have the document that shows that they use them as their prime, we will get that answer, and we will get them thrown under the bus.
One gentleman, Jay's his name, he just buys the stock of Finger, not options. He's asking, is he wrong to do it that way? And maybe you can describe, there's several questions, the difference between buying stock and buying options in this play right now.
Buying a $7 stock is not, it's no longer a dollar stock. It's a $7 stock. The company has the fundamentals to support a $7 stock. The company got a new investment banker to support a $7 stock. All right, so the company stock it doesn't expire. Options give people more leverage. Small money can make big money. That's the beauty of options. I was a huge option player. Okay, that's why we played it. You can spend you could buy 100 calls for 10 cents or $1,000. It goes for $1, you make yourself $9,000. I mean, so you can't do that with the stock. How many shares? To buy 10,000 shares of stock, you need $70,000 right now. I can go out and buy options for $1,000 and have a shot on the upside and do it every month until it hits. All right, but these guys are manipulating the stock clearly around option expiration. All right, I don't know if it's the option market makers. I don't know if it's the lit partners or whoever it is. Someone's clearly manipulating the stock, trying to hold it down. But everyone knows. Everyone on our side knows. I've been on conversations with people that understand it, and let them decide on their plan of attack. My plan of attack is educate, expose, get the SEC, the DOJ. Hey, Lynn, tomorrow the truck is going to be at the DOJ. Maybe you want to go out there and stand next to your face, which would be nice and big on that truck. You took off your partners and put your stupid face up there, all right? The Kramers also will be stars on this thing also. We're not going away. We're going to keep exposing them until they follow the sell tickets to the money, to their bank accounts, and arrest these people. This is complete criminal activity.
Not Legal Advice has been working on questions and follow-up.
17th,
I know, and you're going to be traveling, but you have to be available September 17th, 7:30 p.m.
I'm leaving the 18th. I'm sorry. I'm leaving Monday the 18th.
All right, so you're going to be there.
Sunday night.
Everybody,
Sunday night I will be there.
Ham is going to be on Not Legal Advice's channel live, 7:30 p.m. September 17th. And you won't have to listen to me because I'm not invited.
You're not going to listen to me either because the legal stuff is over my head, but I'll listen to him.
Can the market makers hide trades tomorrow to avoid dealing with options and finding shares to cover calls?
No, they can't. Listen, guys, listen, hiding stuff. This is offshore stuff these guys are doing. People know what's going on here. There's been enough noise on these situations between GTI. Listen, GTI started out as a nothing. We had no proof. Now we got the DTC. Now we have Alpine under fire. It takes time. They move slow. But like Savvy, they all get busted at the end. Remember, the cockroaches don't like sunlight, right? We're shining the light on them. And tomorrow the light's going to shine brighter than before.
Do you think the triple or is it quad witching hour tomorrow will affect anything?
It could.
Fair enough.
I can't say yes or no. I don't know. Yeah.
Fair enough. Would you buy $8 October calls?
Listen, I'm an option guy. I haven't looked at the next month's option activity yet. I look at it. I'm a believer in looking at them. But you know what? The stock's down today, so if you're gonna look for it, if you're gonna get your discount, today is the day, right? If you're gonna look at it.
It's a massive.
I haven't looked at them at all.
Massive.
Yeah, you can see them all down. They marked them down 40 cents, 30 cents. There's still the premium. The tens are $1.10.
It's ridiculous.
What did I tell someone yesterday to do? Sell your options, the long-term options, and move forward. That's the way to do it. Always try to do something like that because you get premium on the premium expanded on the Octobers and contracted on the Septembers. So if you took advantage of the premium yesterday and the Octobers, you could have sold the October 10s at $1.50, it looks like, or $1.40 maybe. And you take the profit. Let's say you paid $1 for them, you made 40 cents. You can roll up and buy. You could buy, the sixes for tomorrow, the sevens, 50 cents. Take a shot.
Somebody just had a good idea. Why don't we tell Congress that the short seller is Trump? It'll get a lot of attention.
That's what I told them about the Kramers. The Kramers were there on January 6th. That's what I tell them all the time. They were starting to riot. They had the hoods on their heads. Listen, they're financial terrorists. Who knows where their money's going? We know it's going offshore. Someone needs to go to the Cayman Islands, get a bulldozer, and close all those banks up, and enough of that place. These guys hiding money all over the place. It's a disgrace.
This is a problem of will. It's not a problem of being able to correct it. It's as soon as Wall Street wants to fix this, they can fix it.
Right.
How would the whales press the price up if brokers aren't taking orders and forcing the price down? I don't know how to make sense out of that question, but there it is.
The brokers are not going to let the stocks go up? Is that what you're saying?
Basically.
Well, whales, I think that the Chinese brokerage firm is a brokerage firm. No one's going to stop them from putting their orders in, right? they have their own brokerage firm. Do you think that when they buy a stock, they're going to ask for delivery? So when those guys start buying the stock, they can force the short squeeze just by asking for delivery.
Right.
And I think that's a part of their game. That's my opinion. I think that's part of the game, that they step in, start buying the stock, and demand delivery, in which case, as a brokerage firm, they're entitled to.
Right.
E-Trade won't go to bat for you, but if you own your own brokerage firm, you can demand whatever you want, right?
Right.
And I think that's part of their game.
Do you think with so many September call options that there'll be an incentive for some player on Wall Street to get the stock up, forcing a gamma squeeze? I'm paraphrasing the question. I can read you the exact question.
Investors, big players buy stock on these days because the shorts are trying to hold it down. So instead of paying $8, these guys are trying to sell it here. Eventually, they'll stop selling and the stock will lift.
Can market makers route big buyers into dark pools and basically hide buying pressure?
I doubt it.
Um,
Listen, the dark pools is the other side of a trade. Someone's got to settle something, right? They just don't take your money and disappear, right?
Right. There's a lot of 119 share blocks trading. Does that communication?
There's 119
share blocks, 119 shares per block.
Yeah, everyone's buying shares at 119 at a time.
Someone is pointing out that bashers are using the S3 to say there's going to be huge dilution. It's not true at all.
It's completely false. Completely false. Listen, why are people bashing the company if they want to raise money? What do they care about it? They're trying to tell me, sell your stock. I'm pumping the stock, and because there's a S3. So if a public company wants to raise money on Wall Street, it's a financial crime all of a sudden? I don't get it. I don't understand it. If the company, let's say the company does raise money, isn't it a positive event that the company can use money to build, hire, expand, and all that stuff? I guess not. The shorts and the bashers determine that it's bad that a company can raise money. I think that's the new way of Wall Street. That's because they're short. What would you say? I would use it too. The CEO is, whatever. You want to say whatever you want. You can make up anything. I could sit there and say Jeffries is going to go down, and I'm going to post it every day because I believe they're tied to Lynn Partners, and I think Lynn Partners is going to go bust, and I think Jeffries is going to take a hit. All right? I don't know why the stock keeps going up, Jeffries, but you know what? The higher it goes, that's what I told you. Wait for Finger to go through 20, and that's when you can buy puts on Jeffries. Hey, let's take it to 40. You hear me, people? I want Jeffries to go higher because when it falls, it's going to be more points on the downside. How's that? So for the bashers, I am trying to short Jeffries. How's that? Oh, my God, a pumper is shorting Jeffries. Wow. Now I'm a short seller, people. How's that one? How quickly my stripes change. I'm no longer like stocks to go up. I want Jeffries to go out of business.
This
God.
This is a statement, but I think it might be interesting to talk about it. This gentleman saying, looks like the $8 strike prices through the 14 calls will all be out of the money tomorrow. Maybe you can discuss how quickly things can change on the last day.
Said that is amazing that he could say that the $8 calls. The stock is $7.10. They're out of the money. That's congratulations. Thanks for observing that.
But it can change quickly.
And the short's trying to pin the stock at 7, so the 7s are worthless too, just in case you didn't know.
Steve Petchke is saying if the Duke buys 847,392 shares, will the volume show immediately? Yes. Yes, I think it would.
You seen the big players in here buying the stock. They were buying it up to yesterday to 790. They were doing everything in their power to hold it below 8 yesterday, right?
Right.
If you cannot see the blatant attacks and the manipulation and the naked short selling in this stock, please exit stage left and never come back again. Please. This is a big boy game. You need to be on top of it. They just hit a sell button. Remember, I told you this. The crooks hit a sell button while companies and everyone else is to file papers and do things. It's very difficult when you get attacked this quick.
Did the buy order of 400,000 yesterday get hit? I think so.
Absolutely.
I
yes.
think so.
They were hitting it. And this is their new game. Whenever they see the big buyers up there, they hit them immediately. So that is your key. All right, mark this down. That is your key, that this isn't computer trading, that there's somebody, Lynn Partners is sitting there with a sell button, and he sees the big bid. He's sitting there saying, knock that bid out fast. We have to destroy it. I don't care if we sell another 500,000 shares. Knock it out. We don't need any positive momentum. That's what they're doing. That's their new game. But on the long side, those people are saying, thank you very much. We don't have to sit here and try to go buy all day long and mark it up. You're giving it to us at one price. Thank you very much.
Jeffrey's symbol is JEF.
JEF.
One person is thinking that when out of the money calls expire worthless, the money goes to the market makers. That's not true. It goes to the other side of the trade, whoever had the other side.
Whoever sold them, listen, there's no market makers in the stock. It's all black boxes. There's no one here. Your order goes to EdgeX or whatever it is. They're just moving. Your order goes from your platform to whoever your firm uses as a market maker. Listen, in GTII, we have Fancy Pants, Rob Schaefer, okay? He's the market maker at VERT, all right? That gentleman spoke directly with the Kramers for years. He has a direct line to them. Their cell phones, they probably hung out together. That's a market maker. Everything you have in these NASDAQ stocks is just basically, it's all virtual. It's a computerized trading. That's all it is.
One person's pointing out that market makers worked with Citadel on AMC and dark pools to manipulate the price of AMC downward. This isn't AMC.
Listen, AMC went from $1 to 70 something. If you chased it up, you're insane. I can't help you with that. The company's doing what they said they were going to do: raise money, build movie theaters, sell popcorn, whatever the hell he's doing. That's their business. All right? The street shorts, all kinds of names. It was overvalued then. The company is fine. I don't want to explain the whole goddamn thing about AMC. But you had your opportunity. Finger Motion has not given us the opportunity yet. If Finger Motion goes to 70, there's your opportunity. You have an opportunity. All right? Whether it's 70, 700, or 7,000, you have your opportunity. All right? You need to take advantage of that opportunity when it comes. Some people who bought it at 4, sold it at 7, that's them taking advantage of the opportunity. Some people are still staying. This stock went to 10, went back down, went back to 7, back down, and we're still here. So obviously, some of us are looking for a bigger play. You get off the bus wherever you like. You want to get off. It's your stop. You do what you like.
Somebody's asking if you're going to present to Busy Brands 150,000 listeners. I'm not sure. You did. You have before. I'm sure you will again. And when Ham joins in, it'll be 250,000.
We'll have one more person.
Yeah, it'll be one. Your wife will, your daughter will listen.
I say the same stuff every day because it's the same. It is the same stuff every day. They sell it on the opening. They try to mark it down before anybody can actually figure out what the hell's going on. It's the same pattern every day. I wish I could. I told you if I would be concerned if they let the stock go up a couple of points and then attacked it. All right, they barely let it go up. We crawled up to 8, and they're smacking it back down to 7 again. All right, who wants less? Lynn Partners, the Kramers, those are the people that want less. Every other short seller that's the real short seller wants the stock higher. I want Jeffries to go to 40 before it goes down. Let it go higher. The 30 puts, the 32s, the 35 puts become cheaper. Keep taking it higher. I'm cheering for it to go up. How's that? I cheer for stock to go up because when I short it, I want to make more money on the downside. These guys, all they do is scream, sell it because they're knocking it down because they can't afford it. It's pretty easy. It's like everybody on this phone call. We can't go out there and buy 1 million shares of stock. We can't afford it. So imagine buying stock and you can't afford to pay for it. And you know that unless this stock goes up, you're going to get a phone call looking for the money. That's what happened to Alpine. The stock went up. They couldn't afford it. They got the phone call and got busted as a prime broker for doing illegal things. That's how it works.
You can answer this or not, your choice. This reminds me of writing MMTLP up and down.
No, you're completely wrong. MMTP went straight up. You decided to stay with it. I had many people, and it's probably on this call, that I got out between 10, 11, and got them out. When it pulled back, they bought it on the close at 3. All right, so they paid $1 something for it, sold it 11. And I know I got a couple of million shares done, and they bought back in at 3 just to be there. So they made 10 points, and now they're down. They lost 3, so they're up 7. But they still have money tied up in it, but they traded it. Very different. So don't say it's the same thing. If you bought MMTLP at 10, you were chasing a ghost. And you got your dividend. It's an oil and gas. Hopefully it worked out. Everyone said it's worth a lot of money, so you should be happy. Get your dividend. But the whole activity at MMTLP was fraudulent. The FINRA shut it down. The SEC knows about it. They're on record for talking together. And the people that are talking to the Senate banking know their shit, and they're asking the right questions. Finally, they're asking for a blue sheet investigation. Go back and look. Put up Ham Short Killer and look at blue sheet investigation. See how long ago I put that up.
Dark pool again. Just tell people how a dark pool works. Does it really hide orders?
No. They all have to show up somewhere, okay? There's a tape, a consolidated tape, and it always shows up, all right? Finger Motion did not trade 5 million shares today. It traded 100,000 shares. That's it.
Right.
What Tom Romp gets is the data from those exchanges that have to report that they naked shorted it. When your buy order goes in, it goes to one of the dark pools, someone's on the other side of that trade, and they're naked shorting it. That's what you're talking about.
Right.
But they have to settle those trades. That's it. Who's on the other side? Every dark pool just doesn't short every stock.
Right.
Someone's taking responsibility for these trades. Who is it?
Somebody's asking about T plus 35. I don't know why that's important. There aren't any other questions, so where's the stock? 706.
Right.
How many volume? 1.09. Wow, it's basically 100,000 shares since I turned on before you came on. It's just not very much volume.
In April 27th, I talked about the blue sheets. I'm looking May. FINRA needs 2 more weeks on blue sheets. Blue sheets. May 3rd, May 2nd, June 4th. This is going back. I can't even. I put GTII. The West show will start soon. You remember this? Like the blue sheets. Blue sheets. I've been saying it for a long time. MMTLP John Bird. The blue sheets was showed you a huge naked short. I put it up there. Blue sheets. Blue sheets. I mean, I put it up there 100 times. Definitions. Show us the blue sheets. Show the blue sheets. I put it up. I've been doing it. October 6, 2022. GTI blue sheets. I put it up there. I'll retweet it so you can see it. I've been talking about this for a long time ago.
I know.
And you know what? We've educated everybody. Now the blue sheets is coming up, and people are going to see that this is how you get this information. And they're not going to get away. I'm telling you, they're getting away these other names because the CEOs don't speak up. Very different. We're out there. We've done everything possible. The truck is going to be out there tomorrow. We will expose these characters. I can't stop the nickel, 10 cents up and down, whatever the numbers are, but we're not going away. And that's it.
Here's your best question of the day. Can all shorting be banned?
I wanted to start an exchange. Buy, sell only. No short selling at all. Stock loan is an unregulated business completely. No one can see anything that's going on. It's a negotiated market by thieves and scoundrels. Go ask John Tobacco. He'll tell you how they steal. He was back there. If you want to know about naked shorting, call up Share Intel. Speak to the guy who worked at Morgan Stanley. He naked shorted every day for commission. Ask him who his clients were. All right, he worked at Morgan Stanley. He did it every day for commission. That's why he did it. Go ask those people the questions. There you go. The front line, go ask them their questions. Stock loan, security lending is all fraud. All fraud. They're lending out your shares to go short your stock to knock them down. And people say, well, this is good because they add liquidity to the marketplace. I don't need them to add liquidity to the marketplace. Who needed them? Who needs anybody to add liquidity? When I buy a stock at finger motion and I buy it and the company does great things, I expect the stock to go up. I don't expect it to go down because these guys are adding liquidity to it. The company just hired an investment banker that wants to help out, and these guys are selling the stock like it's going out of business. How many days can they keep selling? Well, they keep selling because they know the weight eventually pushes the stock down. And not everyone buys the stock every 30 seconds. All right, that's what these guys, when there's no bids, they go in and charge in and knock it down. That's all they do when there's no bids. And when the stock starts to move up, they lay into it. But that's coming to an end. If you think it's not going to come to an end, look yourself in the mirror and say, holy shit, I better get away from the U.S. equity markets like this knucklehead has been telling me every day, because I don't believe they can win. If you think we're going to win, and I believe what I believe we're going to win, that you're going to get a Volkswagen type return. That's why I'm here.
That went to 2,800 in a squeeze? Okay.
I'm here for a Volkswagen return. The manipulation you're seeing in the stock is telling you that the Volkswagen story lives in this name. It's right in front of you. You can see it every day. Those are reports to short every day. We listed it every day. I stopped counting. It's ridiculous. Just remember, MMTLP, it's 600 million shares. The Senate banking knows. The Senate banking what they've seen cannot be unseen. They know the damage. They know the blue sheet investigation numbers. And that's going to come out.
one person is asking, can we just establish an exchange for retail investors only?
I wish we could, and that's what I was trying to do. Buy and sell. If I buy a stock and it goes up because it's doing great things, when you want to buy it and you figure it out a year later, I bought it at 1 and you pay 10, that's because you found the story late. That's the stock market. What you're watching is nothing but manipulation. It's worse than a casino. And the only reason that Finger Motion and GTI are doing well is because we're exposing these characters. That's why you get the opportunities. That guy Dan Borders had his stock NVOS. It opened at 50 today. It's traded 71 million shares. They knocked it straight down from 50 cents down. That's what I talk about. When the stocks gap open, the shorts attack it down. Then the longs can sit there and accumulate it. Look at GTII. There's all the bids disappear. They hit the 85 bid. The next bid is 81.50. It's all manipulation. That's all it is. Manipulation. Are we all right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of questions spun through. Borders just posted, "Are you ready?" Shorts. Let's see if that means anything. All right, we'll see.
Listen, people are talking to people that are buyers. I can't stop that. Whatever the conversation is, I look at it. Everyone knows the story. People have been understand that this is the next Volkswagen. That's it. So your upside is you get off when you want. You want to stay longer, stay later. You know what? The potential here is life-changing. If you're in GameStop, my friends were in GameStop at 3 3/4. It was life-changing. Only we didn't know it was that big. Now you know how big it is. AMC went from $1 to $70. If you got in at 10, 20, it went to 70. Finger Motion hasn't done it yet. It's coiling up. It's like ready to lift off. It hasn't started yet. You're getting the information that you didn't have in AMC and GameStop. You didn't know when it was going to go. You didn't even know why you were buying it. You know now because now you're educated because you're upside down. But before you had no idea. And you can see the short in Finger Motion just keep trying to move it down to 7. Get it to 7. Hurry up. Let me offer another 300 shares. Mark it down. It's the same pattern. And every once in a while they come in, buyers show up, and they scoop it up. It goes back up to 730 and push it back down again. It's the same pattern. All right? I'm done for the day. I got to go clean the shit outside. And so I got shit in front of me, shit behind me, and shitheads in New York and Long Island. That's all everything's revolved around shit. Right? These guys are all criminals. If you're a basher, stop listening to them. They're here to steal your money. Okay? I'm not pumping the stock. I'm giving you the facts. If you think we're fooling around, who goes in front of the SEC? Where tomorrow the truck will be there. Tell the bashers to come out with their sign and tell the SEC we're pumping. Come out there tomorrow. Let's see. William, they'll tell me if they're there tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Introduce yourself to the bashers.
I can almost certainly.
Thank you very much for saving us.
I'll be the only person there, I'm sure.
They'll
other
never
than the
show
driver.
up. They're all full of shit. They're all saying the same shit. They're paid to get you to think and get you. And the stock it works with them attacking the stock. All they're trying to do is put doubt in your head. That's all they keep doing. It's the same pattern every day. It's been going on since the Raging Bull. You guys don't even know what that is, the Raging Bull. But it was a message board before Twitter came around. And that's the only voice we ever had was on the Raging Bull. Most people didn't understand it. So the bashers have been here a long time. They post the same shit. And that's why I don't listen to it or take any shit from them, because they're all full of shit. And if I was short, I would say the same thing. Just like I'm telling people about Jeffries. Jeffries is a short. When Finger goes through 20, that's when I'm going to buy puts. because I know they're protecting a fraudulent character, and I'm going to raise the stakes, go into somebody that knows the chairman, and try to expose Lynn for what they're doing. And if they do have their account there, we're going to let the chairman of Jeffries know that we're going to report them to the FBI and the DOJ.
Heidi tells you that the wheels of shame will be rolling tomorrow.
Heidi, your quote is all over the billboard. Thank you very much. I forgot to tell you that. The wheels of shame will have Gary Gensler's face on it. Thank you very much. We took care of that. Thank you. There you go. Someone that's thinking to fight back. That's all you did. I didn't ask her for money. She gave me a quote, and I appreciated it. And thank you very much. That's how you fight back. Come back with ideas. Thank you again. I can't thank you enough, William. I can't thank you enough, and everybody. I can't stop this fraud. Believe me. 23 years I'm doing it. I wanted to stop more than you can ever imagine. But we got 2 fish on the hook. Let's just pull them into the boat and clump them. You got some people that are fishermen. They know how to handle when you get a shark on the board. On the boat, you beat it. All right? These guys are criminals. And I can't stop it. The SEC is a disgrace for standing in front of the Senate banking yesterday and stumbling, shaky over there with the shaky hands, can't answer a question. And the Senate banking knows, and that's why they're having a meeting today on MMTLP to discuss the 600 million shares that they all know exist now. There's 600 million counterfeit shares in here. The SEC is going to have to answer these questions. When does it hit the newspapers? I think leaks will start coming out, because if I'm hearing it, everybody knows about it already down there. And I'm getting it from good sources.
VW went to 1,200. Can Finger go to 500, 1,000?
Yes. I post it every day. The more they sell, the higher it goes. If every day goes to post the reported short. Every day you post it. The reported short, it doesn't. How come the reported short that we post every day doesn't show up on the short interest? Why? Because they're naked shorting it. That's why. They're not borrowing the shares. There's no shares to borrow. We put that up there for you also. Anyway, listen, I gotta go take care of some shit. Have a great night. We'll speak tomorrow.
Thank you.
You got it.
Very funny. Well, not legal advice. I got that number a while ago, and I was told not to tell anybody. So he's right. It's out there. People know that number. I always worked with $1 billion as my number, and then I heard it. I forget who said it, but I heard it could be over $2 billion. But anyway, when I was talking about that, somebody let me know that the estimate was 600 million. But I've never said that out loud until just now, mainly because Ham brought it up. All right, they're going to close it under 7. They're pretty powerful. What's the number? I don't know what the question is. What's the number? What would finally cause the shorts to cover losses? They're down. If Finger went to 15, they'd have to put $1 billion up or something like that to cover margin in their account. They're not going to do it. And then they'll have to buy it. They'll have to buy it in. I think 811 to 850 is right. I mean, yes, makes sense to me. Except it's 699. It's 1.13 million shares, 699 to 700. We got 8 minutes to go. How can settlement on MMTLP be reached if the next bridge? Well, there you go. There you go. I listened to the space call yesterday. It was a good call. And then both my computer froze and my phone froze. I don't know what the heck was going on. But I pointed out that you got to be careful in asking for 2 days of trading. I stand by that. But it looks like people have some confidence that maybe that's what the settlement can be. And it's not impossible, I suppose, to set up a mechanism or a scenario that works, I guess. 699 to 7, 1.14 million. We're down 74 cents. 699.01. And if the SEC is watching, this is all legal selling. This is just gentlemen in 3 or 4 offices who have done tremendous due diligence on finger motion, and they truly believe that the stock shouldn't be trading for $7. It should be trading for pennies. They drove it down. They drove it down, SEC. They drove it down from here all the way down with counterfeit shares. The company had listed on NASDAQ and has a great business plan, paying U.S. taxes. Some of it goes to your salaries, and the criminals drove it down. And I know you find that to be, that's just peachy keen as far as you're concerned. There was a shock run up. They ran it back down again. And now that's what they're trying to do again. But it doesn't bother you with the SEC. It's all copacetic with you. Spoofing, crossing, communicating, not locating, market manipulation, selling on the close, not delivering, not borrowing, creating 150 million shares out of thin air. Whether that's the exact total or not, you don't let us see what the total is. You see it. You probably know, 170 million. They sell that without prospectus, without a use of proceeds. And the buyers of those shares have no clue that a company with 50 million shares extant has suddenly had its market cap expanded to 200 million shares, not cap, the amount of shares, illegally. But you don't care about that. You're on here to see if someone's pump and dumping. Well, I really think one of you needs to go to your boss and then go to her boss and then go to her boss and then go to her boss and tell Gary Gensler that the job of the SEC is to enforce settlement. At some point, the New York Post is going to put as a headline, "What is in our accounts?" Or the Wall Street Journal, "What is in the accounts of the American investor?" And you won't be exempt just because you're hiding your head under the sand. You won't be exempt from opprobrium. I didn't pronounce that right. 697 to 698, 697 last trade. Good on them. They're getting it under $7. You got to root for them, don't you? These are America's heroes, these guys. There was a guy on Twitter yesterday, and he was bragging he was going to buy puts. 697, 698. So, SEC, that's collusion, but it doesn't bother you. 697, 698, 600 by 1500, 600 by 1200, 697, 698, 3 minutes to go. Unfortunately, the last trade is 697.01. Hey, SEC, that 01, that's not communicating. Now the last trade is 698.01. Not communicating, SEC. Don't worry about it, SEC. You're doing a good job. Just, when you close up your office today at 5 p.m., make sure the top drawer is locked. And just say goodnight to the help. And when you get out to the bar, be pleasant with everyone you meet. And just get in at 9:30 tomorrow. Not a lot of hard work to do. There's no fraud going on in the United States markets. $6.97 to $7. Last trade $6.97. 2 minutes to go. $6.97. $6.96.01. $6.96.01. Hey, SEC, that's not communicating. Nah, don't worry about it. $6.95, $6.99, $1,100, $300, $6.95, $6.99, $1,100, $300. Bid is $6.95 for 1,100 shares. Ask is $6.99 for 300. Last trade $6.96. Less than 2 minutes to go. 1.17 million shares traded. $6.95 to $6.99. 300 by 500. $6.95 the last trade. Bravo for the criminals. They're going to keep it down by 79 cents. And the SEC is proud of the shorts because we're saving the United States investor from the sham that $7, $8, or $9 would represent. Thank gosh there's sellers that do their due diligence and prevent longs and innocent investors from overpaying. Thank gosh. 697.5, 697.5, 1 minute to go. 697 by 699. Last trade 699. 1.17 million shares. 699. 699 by 7. 699 last trade. 1 minute to go. 699. 701. Last trade 701. 7 bids, 702, 701 by 702, 100 by 1300, 701, 702, last trade 701, less than 30 minutes. It is 4 o'clock and the stock closes at 701. And the poor criminals couldn't get it under 7. It closes at 702, 1.18 million shares, down 72 cents. And it didn't break anything on my charts. Didn't break any support on my charts. And ironically, I think Avid said that today the stock would either go to 7 or 8. And so we got the 7 out of the way. Now we'll see 8, I think, tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see 10. Hopefully we'll see 12. Hopefully we'll see 15. Could we see 21 tomorrow? Could we see 21 tomorrow? Don't take my words as promises. I think this thing can snap upward at any time. I hope it's tomorrow because there's a lot of people that own calls, including me, that could benefit from that. But, you know, with our luck, it'll be next week. Sometimes things move slowly. But I would argue that this game plan has been in motion for probably 60 days. And I don't see why they couldn't get started tomorrow when there's going to be the potential of a gamma squeeze, the potential of other buying, and the potential of buy-ins at prime brokers. So it's 696 to 712 in the aftermarket. It looks like we maybe traded another 10,000 shares. Last trade 701. So you with the SEC, you got to be proud of them. They're keeping it in the red after the close by manipulation, selling shares that don't exist. But this must just warm your hearts. They're out there saving the American investor from having stocks that go up. Why would you want stocks to go up after all? You know, I mean, when stocks go up, companies can use their certificates as currency and they can go buy other companies. They can buy talent. It's a lot like Goldman Sachs does with Gary Gensler's pension. It's a lot like the companies you're going to rotate out of your job to. But in the meantime, you're going to allow absolute criminals to destroy companies, investors, retirement plans, first responders, retirement plans. But hey, you went to the good schools, didn't you? And you got a job at the SEC, and you're going to be able to revolving door over to Goldman Sachs. Don't worry about anyone else. All right, it's 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven. Where are the big bulls? Da Habler? I don't know. I mean, it's 1.18. Somebody was buying today. But we're now at 7-Eleven. I don't know, Da Habler. I can't tell you where the big bulls are. It feels like they're going to wait until next week, which, ironically, would be to the benefit of the shorts. So I don't know what's on their mind. They announced their presence on Monday. FINRA fired Lynn Partners sometime before August 1. And clearly they've been talking with Univest over that period of time. Otherwise they wouldn't have put out the filing on Monday that says Univest all over it. But where is the buying? I don't know, Da Habler. They're coming. Question is, will they come by tomorrow? I don't know, but they're coming. Thanks for the question. Is support 670? Well, that was the low today. You might be right. At the risk of being wrong again, I don't think you're going to see 7 again in this stock. Maybe you'll see them try to do it in the wee hours of the morning. But if I were trying to make a statement to my investors, and I'm a big firm like Univest, tomorrow morning would be the perfect time. Pre-market, during the market, get this thing running, and then having the option market help drive it, having the exercise of calls help drive it, having the need to cover the calls they sold help drive it, having maybe essentially a gamma squeeze help drive it, and then having a lot of money in the pockets of investors and call traders ready to buy the stock next week. So if I were managing Univest's trading desk or its investment bank or its wealth management arm, whichever place is doing this, tomorrow would be my day. But I'm not Univest. Maybe they have a strategy to just let, how many did the gentleman say? Maybe Univest's strategy is to let 39,000 call options expire in various degrees of worthless tomorrow, and then next week or the following week try to put the band back together. Maybe that's their strategy. My strategy, the band's already put together. There's 39,000 call options. There's not Busy Brand's 150,000, but I would bet there's tens of thousands of people aware of this story, ready to go. I would make it happen tomorrow, but I don't know, Da Habler. I don't know where the big whales, however you phrased your question. The stock has been up so many days in a row, the pullback. Yeah, I noticed, unfortunately, when you look at the stock, I didn't print it out. When you look at the charts, that yesterday's close, it's unfortunate, but you needed another red day. Unfortunately, it could be 3 red days before it turns back up. But you at least needed one more red day. And, what was it? It's a 9%. Yesterday, maybe 1. So you have a 10% pullback. It's just the pause for the cause. And there's no reason the stock can't get back to 790 and push through 850 tomorrow. And then maybe that triggers a much bigger move tomorrow. I don't think the shorts have the firepower to go against a gamma squeeze. I don't even think they have the credit line with the prime broker to counterfeit that many shares. But we'll find out. maybe Univest figures the best idea is to let the options expire for September, wipe out a bunch of investors, help the shorts out, and then try to create demand for the stock again in a couple of weeks' time. Maybe they're thinking that. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. Ooh. You bought the 9s for 14 cents? Darn it. I bought them for a much higher price, 15 cents. My opinion, right now the 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, and 15s, the odds are those will all expire worthless tomorrow. If you just look at the price of the stock and the price in the aftermarket. However, if you look at the setup, and I don't know if Univest is looking at it, but they want to do a little investment banking with Finger. Maybe they sell 1 million shares at $25, or they sell 500,000 shares at $50 a share. To me, if Univest wants to get this price up, tomorrow would be the time to do it. But that's, I don't have a position at Univest. I'm not a banker there. But the setup is here. All the ingredients are in place that you could have a nice move tomorrow. But so you're asking on the 9s. I would say anything under I don't know how high it could go tomorrow. But I think it would definitely, if the stock started to move, if it were to go through 850, it's definitely going to go through 9. And I think it'll go touch 10, if not break through 10. And in my opinion, when the stock goes through 10 decisively, which could be tomorrow, it could be any day, but it could be next week or the following week, I think there's very little holding the stock back once it gets through 10. I think there's very little holding the stock back after it gets through some number like 825, 850 range. So yeah, I think the $9 at 14 cents, if that's what you can pay for them, maybe you can get them for 10 cents tomorrow. It's a worthy punt. Just recognize that the odds are 85% that every call option above 7 and including 7 will expire worthless at the end of the day tomorrow. What I would be counting on is that there will be buying, and that the buying will be in such size that the stock moves, and then it triggers additional buying and fear of missing out, and then it triggers the option markets having to acquire stock for the calls they sold. Anyway, I think the 9s for 14 cents are great. I think it's a great choice. I wish Finger had no options. I agree with you, Skinny. I wish I had just bought stock, all these. For 5 separate months at a minimum, I've bought Finger calls. And White House asks Supreme Court to halt order on social media censorship. Hey, censorship is good as long as you're in office. And you know, like the Washington Post says, democracy dies in darkness. So, and the Washington Post is the paradigm of openness and light. There's no darkness at the Washington Post. Well, Univest should want retail. Univest should want retail to make money, but unfortunately, that's not their goal. I just think if I were Univest trying to make money, I would like the wind in my sails from retail, from the options, from the potential of a gamma squeeze. But they've got their own agenda. I don't think they need us. I think they can drive the stock next week or in a month. We have to be honest with ourselves. The stock is more likely to close at 7 tomorrow than it is at 15. And we just hope it doesn't close at 6. That's nice, Skinny. You bought at 222, sold at 978. That's actually genius. And you went back in. I think that's great. You could not going to 6. I don't think it's going to 6. Read a book online. I don't like reading online. But they could do it. There's no question. Look, anytime you look at a stock price, it can go down. You can't assume it's not going to go down. But hopefully Univest has been playing rope-a-dope and they're about to start buying. I don't know. I can't repeat myself too many times without boring you. I think tomorrow would be the perfect day. I'm way down across the board. Well, CB, we can't help but look at these stock prices every day. But in Gary Gensler's markets, contrary to his assertions that the SEC will seek out and root out fraud anywhere it exists, it's the exact opposite. The SEC protects this fraud. And you can't expect these stocks not to lose money in Gary Gensler's markets. It's an impossibility. CEOs can't fight against it. Investors can't fight against it. But if you believe in the story and nothing changes, as the price comes down, you either buy or you can trade around it. You can say, well, it broke down. I'm willing to sell some and hopefully I can buy it back cheaper. But you shouldn't be surprised at losses. If you're an investor in the U.S. stock market, you are going to lose money. Unless you're adroit at trading or you're in a special situation and you like Skinny did with Finger last year. But the way the markets are set up, if you go into over-the-counter companies or NASDAQ, even higher, and those companies need to raise money in Gary Gensler's markets, you are going to be defrauded. The markets are going to be defrauded, and he is not going to enforce securities laws. It's just not going to happen. What will make this stock go up, though, is buying, and then it hits a price, and the back offices at Jeffries or elsewhere say, oh my gosh, we're down $500 million. And they start sending out the buy-in tickets. And then the marketplace does the job that Gary Gensler could have done with very little cost to investors. He could fine malefactors more so he would have a budget. And but instead, because of his indifference, FINGR has the real potential to be a $10 billion loss, a $20 billion loss at a time when the Fed doesn't have any money, when the United States doesn't have any leadership, and when we're in debt up to our ears. Yeah. All right. Let's... Yeah, I'm no longer surprised at losses. It's turtles all the way down. It's great to have a business that runs on autopilot. That's the best darn thing in the world, Skinny Whale. Congratulations. You know what Mike Milken used to say? He was the guy that invented basically green mail and the junk bond. He worked at Drexel Burnham. He used to have my friend used to have it on his Quotron. I would see it every day when I went to visit him. Mike Milken said, "If you're looking for losses, call a retail broker." All right, so 10 more minutes and I'm going to sign off because I think I'm wasting everybody's time and I don't want to waste your time. Tomorrow, our bet now is that tomorrow the stock goes up. I see very little evidence that the big buying has started. There's definitely been buying all along that is significant, but I don't see, any buying that's gonna do this yet. But look how quickly, boom, just happens in a day, happens in a morning. Look how the stock here was going down, 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 and then boom. Look how this one ran up, and then the shorts got it right back down, and then, and it did it again here. So prices aren't telling us anything. It could move tomorrow. MMs are trying to avoid paying out the options. Could be if GTII and FINGR were to run at the same time, what number would be too high in GTI to flip your money? I mean, you got to make your own judgment calls. I think both stocks in a squeeze, if the numbers that have been reported with varying degrees of data support, if those numbers are correct, both stocks can go very high. I think in the case of GTII, you're going to run into a lot of selling in the $3 to $7 range, which is where the stock was before everybody went to COSM a year ago. There's going to be a tendency for people when the stock gets back to the price they paid, go, phew, I'm out. So that'll be a little bit. I don't think that's going to be more than a road bump or whatever, speed bump, but you got to be aware of it. So it's always the same question: how high can they go? Nobody knows. But I think both stocks can go in over 1,000 and maybe more. But that's in a squeeze, and I wouldn't hold all my stock for those high numbers. I mean, there's part of me that would just, not having the responsibilities maybe others have. But by the time the stock spikes that high, hopefully you've taken your original investment off, you've layered out, and those spikes just give you an opportunity to put nice high orders in. But I wouldn't aim for the spike for significant portions of your stock, unless you really believe that this is the time. In Finger, so you want a price. I think Finger can go to $500 in 50 minutes if there's a buy-in. I think GTII can go to $500 in 50 minutes if there's a buy-in. How much higher they can go? I think they can go each to $1,000 or $1,500. But the risk is they only go to 200. Or this one went to 45. I mean, HKD wasn't a Univest stock. That went to 2,800. You just don't know. So don't try to get it perfect. I would say in the case of Finger and GTII, but it looks like Finger's going to go first, I would go for it. I would dream big and go ahead and put your orders out at really nice prices. But I wouldn't put it all out at the top because, the odds of that happening are not high. Yeah, I wish it looks like the stock was the way to go instead of the options. Just really upset I lost all my money with hype that is not backed up by facts. Well, I don't know, Cigar Bear, if you're talking about Finger or GTII. And I don't know how you define hype. Hype is when this is the best knife in the world, and before you buy that one, look, here's another knife, and here's another and before you go. And I don't, if what I do has come across to you as hype, I take exception to that. I've tried to show the downside and the upside. We're fighting fraud with your friend, Cigar Bear. But by definition, Cigar Bar, I don't know, you must come from the generation that everything came easily. But let's just I just pick up this one, GDC. Look at all these months, sideways, sideways, sideways. And then boom, 2 days. So Cigar Bar, you're in it, and it goes down, it goes up, it's down. Oh, the hype. Oh, there's no facts. And then all of a sudden one day, shoom, it's up. I guess this is when there was no hype and there was all sorts of facts. This market is entirely fraud. Entirely fraud. The market in finger is entirely fraud. This is how Gary Gensler wants it. It's how Gary Gensler gets it. But I'm sorry you lost money. I personally don't think I could have been any clearer over the last 2 or 3 years that this market is entirely fraud. You're playing in a field. It's like going into the casino, only it's worse. You're going to lose all the time in this market. And in terms of finger hype, I think the facts have been there. And I can't imagine a bigger fact than Univest. I can't imagine a bigger fact than the earnings announcements. I can't imagine a bigger fact than Munich Re and Pacific Re. I can't imagine a bigger fact than AppleCare and the revenues pushing through 12 million instead of 10 million. So, I don't know. I don't know. It is all fraud. The odds of making money tomorrow on these calls is very low. Very, very low. The options players control in a normal situation. They're going to pin this stock to a strike price that allows maximum pain to us. It's just how it is. But lining up with that, Finger got rid of the toxic lender, Lynn Partners. It got rid of its convertible note. It hired Wes Christian to go after him and settle that up. It's got, I'm not going to bore you, but it's got 6 fundamental divisions that are all kicking butt. And it's going to be positive earnings this quarter or next. The growth ahead is massive. And it's got Univest as its financial partner, not Jeff Easton. And it's got 170 million shares apparently fraudulently sold. Is it smaller than, call it 7 million shares, just the selling that happened over the last 2 weeks. If they have to buy that back, the stock will be $10 or $15 or more. But, I get tired of talking about it. I talk about it to try to counteract the FUD and the fraud. But the markets are not transparent. U.S. markets are not honest. There is very little integrity in U.S. markets. And Gary Gensler is full of the stuff that Ham is trying to fix in his plumbing right now. So I would recommend Cigar Bar. You don't buy calls. I bought calls last month. I bought them the month before. I bought them the month before that, and I lost money. And I'm going to probably lose money tomorrow. But if there's one day that it runs, the returns are outstanding. But in retrospect, it would have been better just to buy the stock, add positions. I strongly recommend Cigar Bar. You buy the stock of Finger, not options. If you had owned the stock, it hasn't expired. And the issue right now is Finger going to go to $10 tomorrow? Is it going to go to $21 tomorrow? Or is it going to be on Monday or whenever, someday later? And that's the odds are it's going to be later. The odds are it's going to be next week and the further weeks ahead. The market always causes the maximum pain it can. and it usually feels like it's directed at you personally. But the market always does that. Always does it. Monday is too late, but you've got to accept that the move in finger is probably going to happen next week or the following week. I'm telling you, in my feeling, it's going to be tomorrow that it turns. I think it's going to turn tomorrow. That doesn't mean that it's going to do its squeeze tomorrow, but wouldn't you be happy if it went to the previous high, $17 or something tomorrow? It could happen. I mean, it happens. But it's not probable. It's not probable. All I can see right now is Univest is taking its lumbering time because they have time. They don't have a deadline of Friday, tomorrow. They don't have that deadline. If they are successful with finger, I bet as long as it happens this year, they're going to be in good shape. And the shorts selling it, maybe they're moving some of their positions so their preferred accounts don't get blown up. But the shorts aren't getting away from this disaster in finger. They're not going to get away. They're not going to get away. All right, I won't get upset, David. Although I can't get upset that you're telling me not to get upset. Borders is saying what? He tweeted his friends that his friend zone calls at 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, I know exactly who he's talking about, and well, I don't know all of them, but I know. And I'd like to think I'm friends with that guy, although I'm sure he barely knows who I am, so it would be hard to say that I am. But I met with him. He's a great guy. And Ace was talking about $1,000 strikes. Not tomorrow. They sold $13 calls. Yeah. Look, the S1, I didn't print it all out. But you guys, I did a whole thing on it. And then I got a bunch of panicked calls like I was misreading it. I read it as it came out. I didn't have time. Normally I shouldn't have read it live. But the main thing about it, the S1, is Univest Securities. And we used to call them red herrings. It's a prospectus. It's the bulk of the prospectus without the final details. Underwriters and dealers, and other ways. But the offering, the S1 had a shelf registration for $300 million. It said they would raise money from time to time. It didn't say we're doing it all at once. It didn't say we're doing it now. It didn't say that. It is there, as the name implies. It's on the shelf. It's basically been vetted by the SEC. All it needs is the details. So in a time when the price stock is up, you can do a deal. But the S1 said that it is not enough to raise money. you also have to file a supplemental prospectus. They did do that. They filed a supplemental prospectus. And this is to sell stock that has an aggregate value of 25 million, not 300 million, 25 million, not 300 million, 25 million. They could sell up to 4.166 million shares, bringing the total stock outstanding to 56,621,000, hardly dilutive in return for 25 million in cash. But that's based, those formulae are based on the closing price of September 6, 2023, because they have to give a calculation to the SEC. Then they describe manner of offering, at the market offering, that may be made from time to time through the sales agent. And that is interesting. They're using Univest as a sales agent. So for illustrative purposes, if they sell an aggregate of 4,166,666 shares, which exist, it's not all the fraud of the Lynn Partners, New York City, and they did it at this lower price, they would get $25 million. But they also go on to calculate if they sold it at $1 per share more. They do a bunch of arithmetic. So the point is, they're giving an illustration to the SEC. They're not saying they're raising any money at the price of September 6, 2023. They're not saying that. Okay, and then it says plan of distribution. We have entered into a sales agreement with Univest Securities LLC, under which we may issue and sell from time to time shares of our common stock having an aggregate offering price of not more than 25 million. All those liars on Twitter don't. This is what is filed. From time to time, up to an aggregate price of $25 million. See it? 25 million through the sales agent. And then it says down here, the sales agent will offer our common stock at prevailing market prices. At prevailing market prices. Hardly dilutive in the sense the bashers want if the stock's $50 a share. We will designate the number of shares which we desire to sell, the time period in which the shares may be sold, settlement when they sell will be the second business day. The plan of distribution is through Univest Securities, and they will sell the stock at prevailing market prices. We will pay we will pay the sales agent in cash upon each sale of our shares, a commission equal to 2.25%. 2.25%. It's not a bad deal. That's my summary of the filing. You can go to Edgar. You can read it yourself. It's not rocket science. Wouldn't Univest want to buy this as low as possible? Maybe they are silently working with the shorts. What are my thoughts? No, they're not working with the shorts. They're not working with the shorts. Would they want to accumulate the stock at lower prices? Are they buying the stock like a professional? Are they buying the stock like a professional? Look how low it was. Look how low it was. Look how low it was. As it runs up, they let it pull back. As it runs up, they let it pull back. As it runs up, they let it pull back. As it runs up, they've let it pull back a bit. Yeah, obviously, Univest's wealthy clients, any kind of buying inside funds at Univest, they're going to want to get the best price they can. But this is just an example. This is just an example. It comes out of the blue when it happens. So did Univest work with the shorts here? This is a Univest deal. Did Univest work with the sellers? No. They're not working with the sellers. They're not working with the sellers. Are they taking advantage, as maybe you should too? Maybe. I'm not telling you what to do. When the criminals sell millions and millions of shares that don't exist with Gary Gensler's permission, just because Gary Gensler looks the other way doesn't mean it's not illegal. It drives the price down. And sure, they're taking advantage of that. But no, they're not working with the sellers. Maybe Univest started in DBMM 10 seconds before the bell. DBMM? Univest is selling stock to investors. Well, okay. Let's go with your thought there. Univest is selling stock. Let's just use the example of selling. Well, I guess it doesn't matter in the 25 million example. It's always going to be the same amount of money. Yeah, Univest is selling to investors, but I don't see anything that precludes them from telling their wealth managers and their wealthy clients to look at the stock. Yeah, I know, Skinny. Lou Bravo pointed out that when you're on NASDAQ, there can be times that they halt, but it's not a U3 halt. It's halts for imbalances, and then they start trading again. But also there's a way of using options to create what they call in the criminal dens of Wall Street synthetic shares. It hasn't been working. I'm not smart enough in my head to create a synthetic share for you, but if you bought puts and bought calls, that would seem to be a synthetic share. If the stock went down, you'd be protected on the puts. If it went up, you would benefit from the movement of the call. But beyond that, I don't have a full understanding of how they create synthetic shares. There's no doubt in my mind that they create documents and they go to, like in the movie The Big Short, and you get a big document. You have a bunch of young women and overweight men, and one executive comes in and they go, well, yeah, we'll be willing to sell you that. And there's no doubt to me that they can create documents that are essentially laying off the risk of their position or a bet in one direction or the other. I don't know. I've never written those documents, never invested in one. I'm sure that can happen. My suspicion is that call options and put options are what allows them to write those documents. That's just my suspicion. So you're right. Having puts and calls on Finger, I think, works in our advantage in a squeeze, but I also think it helps manipulate the price by the shorts. What I think is different in this case, just to repeat, and I know by repeating it doesn't make it any more accurate than the first time I said it, but if you listen to Ham's numbers that are largely the numbers of Tom Ronk, criminals have sold 170 million shares without locating shares. That's illegal. Without borrowing shares. That's illegal. And without delivery. Now, there's people out there say, oh, those numbers don't show when they did deliver. That doesn't show when they bought back. Well, there's no evidence that that's happened. But if you want to argue that did somehow, off the stage, maybe. But one of the differences in Finger is it is a massive short position. You may be right that the bad guys could create documents with other bankers using puts and calls that create synthetic shares and somehow hedge their position, and that is why they sell so fearlessly. I don't know. I think it's clear that when there's puts and calls in a stock, it seems to open up the opportunities for theft. But what Finger has, in addition to that large short position, in addition to its excellent fundamentals, which are growing, and management, they have Univest. And I just showed you 4 of the Univest stocks, or 3 or 4. When they got involved, what happened to the stocks? Apparently there's another 10 or 15 of those. I didn't get the ticker symbols. Maybe these are just the best 4. Or 3, because I don't think HKD was a Univest deal. But anyway, Finger has gone from about $1, maybe $1.44, to $7.40 in the pre-market about 6 weeks ago, with puts and calls. That's a nice move. It's not as good as your move from $2 to almost $10, but it's a pretty good move. And now we've pulled back and gone sideways. I don't think it's because there's puts and calls. I think it's because they being the criminals in Gary Gensler's fraudulent markets, they have sold non-existent shares over the last 6 or 7 weeks that off the top of my head is about 20 million shares. That keeps the price down, not the puts and calls. But I agree with you that there is some connection between the ability of these financial manipulators to create hedges or bets outside of the stock position, there is some connection with the puts and calls. I've asked people about it. I've never been able to get a clear answer. I never did it myself, so I can't explain what happened. But I mean, you are right about, in my opinion anyway, that puts and calls allow for further manipulation and protection to the shorts. I just don't see it as protecting them here. It may after the squeeze, but I don't. There's not enough volume for 170 million shares. Just the calls today, 39,000 for this month. That's only 3.9 million shares. It's not enough. But anyway, maybe there is a way they can set up some sort of document with Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley to hedge their bet. I just don't know. I don't think anyone would take the risk of it. I don't think Ken Griffin is in Finger, but you're right. Is there a deadline tomorrow? No. It's just that 39,000 call options, most of them will expire worthless tomorrow. I looked it up and see a zillion Borders accounts, but the August one is being followed by the big boys, and it's just 2.3 weeks old. That is a bit suspicious, maybe. And what about the options? D. I don't really follow Borders. If his account is only 2 or 3 weeks old, maybe he just set up the account. I've been aware of Mr. Borders for a while, and I think he has high net worth and institutional investors, and everybody's got to start their account on Twitter at some point. Borders very suddenly showed up out of nothing with world shocking news. Well, I've never spoken to Borders. I have spoken to several people who have spoken to him. Borders represents a few weeks ago, even a couple of months ago, at least 2 million shares bought in Finger in the open market. I would think the networking that would come from those high net worth and institutional buyers, and the fact that he was talking to many of the people who I know, and the news he gives, you call it world shocking, it's news I've heard. But I will admit, he talks directly to one of the whales who I've met, but I don't talk to. I'd love to, but I don't talk to directly. Yeah, and I have a great deal of respect for that investor. He's a good person, really smart, and really rich, and has a lot of wealthy contacts. So it may seem to you that Borders came out of nowhere with world-shocking news, and therefore it is suspicious to you. But I've heard of Dan Borders for about, I'd say 2 months, 2.5 months. I don't know him per se. He does represent a lot of buying, and I believe it happened, but I don't know. I didn't write the tickets. I think he is coming out, and a lot of his newfound investors are the same ones that have been with, quote unquote, us all along. And so there might be a little bit of pounding the drum there. But I don't think it changes his message that there's big whales buying, there's big whales gonna buy, and there's news coming. I don't know what news he's talking about. I do know news is coming. I don't know when exactly. All of the information on finger motion that we're talking about is in public documents. It's in earnings releases. If you take the time to watch interviews with Martin Shen, it's all there. It's all there. It's all been publicly disclosed. There are little bits of information that when I hear them, I just keep them to myself. I'm sure they're public. Like today, when I just heard 600 million shares on MMTLP. I've known that number for quite a while. Quite a while. But I kept it to myself because I was asked to. But now Ham put it out. I know it as a number that people are saying that's what they've heard. I haven't seen it in black and white. So don't take that as world-shaking news. But if you find Dan Borders' out of nowhere, sudden world-shaking news suspicious, I would take my profits in Finger and move on. Or don't buy it. Or see, put it in your head. Go listen to the interviews. Go to the website. Use your ability to study the market. And maybe you use it to your advantage. But I do think Dan Borders and others are salesmen and get their clients to invest. So you have to factor that in. There's a tendency of big guys with big clients, and I've been in that position all of my life. You start believing your own spit. So you gotta adjust for that, no question. But I don't find it suspicious in the case of Dan Borders talking about Finger, because much of what I've seen him put out as his information, I've either already known or recently known. So I can confirm. I don't want to give a blanket statement because I haven't seen everything Dan Borders has tweeted. But I'm comfortable with some of the things he's tweeted. I wouldn't have done it because for me, it was a little close to privileged information. But he may have permission to say it. But I don't find the news suspicious at all. I think it completely aligns with information I've gotten from multiple sources that I trust completely. So you're more than welcome to think what you think about it being suspicious. Now, having said everything I just said, the odds are we're going to lose 100% of our money in the calls tomorrow. 100% of our money will be gone by 4 o'clock tomorrow. That's just the facts, Jack. Unfortunately, I think Univest and Finger Motion both have a culture that they do things properly, they do things deliberately, and they take their time. And it looks like we went through the August expiry date. We're going to go through the September expiry date. I can't do anything about that. I can't control their decision making. But I do not find this news world shaking, and I do not find it suspicious. But thank you for your question. I get easily triggered nowadays. Used to be real chill. No need to go so deep, William. Keep your blood pressure down. Yeah, I'll take that criticism. It's better to be chill. So I have to think about how I came across. I didn't feel, as you put it, I didn't feel triggered. I just thought that, I didn't trust the person giving the question. I thought it was to try to raise fear, uncertainty, and doubt. I might be wrong. I'm not a whale, but I'm a skinny whale. Well, yeah, our talk, I think it's a dip before a huge run, too. I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken that it looks like it's going to be next week. But it's not over. It's not over. Tomorrow it could happen tomorrow. But it's really a fool's bet to expect that it would happen tomorrow. If you gave me a time frame of, I don't know, let's say 6 weeks to 60 days, I would say that absolutely Finger's going to have a really strong move upward. If you asked me, does that mean $20, $50? I'd say yes. If you said $50, $125, I'd say yes, but it's a little bit, it's reaching it. If you say 500 or 1,000, which I think it could do in a spike and in a buy-in at a prime broker, I would say yes, but I would, the odds, it has to be one of these exceptional moves, and you just gotta admit that how probable is it that we'll be in a stock that goes to 500 or 1,000? I don't know. I think, but anyway, that's my target in a squeeze. Univest is selling us the contracts? How do you know that, Cigar Bar? How do you know that? So they're selling us the puts or the calls? If they were selling puts, it would mean they would want to buy the stock cheaper, and that'd be fine. That'd be a very bullish signal. If they were selling us the calls, it would put them at risk in a short squeeze at massive losses. They're smarter than that. They're going to take 20 cents on a call in return for infinite loss on the way up? I don't think so, Cigar Bar. I think the Univest realized that they bought the shares, their sign, a contract, and making a fortune. No, I mean, the whole implication is that Univest and the company are taking advantage of us. And I don't see that at all. Are the shorts taking advantage of us? Totally. Totally. They're criminals. They're evil, or they're behaving in evil ways. And they've had carte blanche to do so. The SEC does not crack down on failure to locate, failure to deliver, failure to borrow, failure to own the shares that you're selling, failure to abide by the securities laws, the SEC doesn't crack down on it. But if that woman who was a Merrill Lynch broker and ran a show about making birdhouses out of frog bones, if she accepts a call from her broker and either did a trade or did a sell and didn't really save herself that much money, Martha Stewart, she goes to jail. But if you are one of these hedge funds, or you used to work in Wall Street and you've set up a relationship with a prime broker on Wall Street, you are a protected criminal. You are protected by Gary Gensler. And those people are taking advantage of us. I agree with you 100%. They are taking advantage of us. I don't think Univest is. And in fact, I'll go even further. Univest doesn't need us. It can do whatever it wants to do without us. In this case, we are attempting to ride on top of the whale and not get stuck in the air hole. We're trying to ride on the tiger and get off before it turns around and bites us. But we are the small fry in this situation. Our buying hasn't made Finger go up. Our call buying, I don't even think, compares to the 39,000 that the gentleman told me it was this month. I go through my head all the people I talk to that own calls. It doesn't even add up to 1% of that. So I can only imagine that we're not the mover here in Finger. We're just riding something. So I don't agree with you. I don't think they're... it's a nice way that you're asking, but I can clearly see you're trying to promote fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And frankly, if everyone on my call decided to sell their stock and get out of their calls because of your fear, uncertainty, and doubt, I don't think it would change the situation one iota. Maybe the stock would close 50 cents lower, but it wouldn't change what Univest is going to do. It certainly wouldn't change the trajectory of Finger Motion as an excellent fundamental story with a tremendous revenue and earnings trajectory. So, no, I hear what you're saying, but I just do not think that Univest... I doubt they're listening to me at all, as kind that you would think they would. But secondly, I don't think they're taking advantage of us. I would stand by what I said earlier. I think it would be in Univest's interest if they want to get the stock price higher, which those are a couple of assumptions, that they want to get the price higher and they want to do it now. I have no proof one way or the other, but I think that's their business model. It would behoove them to work now, I think, because we're our little part of the play has been rehearsed. We're ready to get on stage and do our part, and I think it would help make it a successful show. Is it a good idea to roll existing call options into October? Well, it would have been a month ago, but I noticed this week, just looking at this week, it didn't make any sense at all, because the premiums. I remember one from last night. The premium on the Septembers, I think it was the 10s last night, not today, or the 9s. Anyway, it doesn't, or the 8s even. It might have been the 8s. Anyway, it doesn't matter which strike price. The premium for this week was 25 cents. The premium for October was $120. So how would you sell your calls this week and roll them to October without an enormous outlay of new capital? I think a better thing to do is, if you want to own calls for tomorrow, is to buy the Septembers. But have cash set aside so that you can buy the Octobers as soon as the Septembers you bought are worthless. So that way it keeps you in the game. If you, for example, using that 25 cents and the $1.20, I'm guessing those 25 cents calls from last night, probably 10 cents today. And tomorrow, during the day, they'll go to zero. Well, if you let them expire and you wait till Monday to reestablish your position in October, you run the risk of being out of the upside potential, not hype, just potential, that over the weekend Univest makes some sort of announcement, or Jeffries actually decides to buy in on Monday morning. So I would, if you don't have any calls or you want to add to your calls, tomorrow morning, maybe, depending on the price, you buy some that expire that day. Maybe it costs you 10 cents to buy them. The Octobers might cost right now $1.20, $1.30. That's how it looked earlier when I was checking some calls out. I have no idea how they closed. They go off my screen after the market closes. But anyway, so you spend 10 cents tomorrow, or 20 cents, or 30 cents tomorrow. It's completely throwing away the money. But if it works, you can make 10, 15 times your money, and whoo. But trade, by the way. If it goes up, just get out. But anyway, then keep the other money to buy at the end of the day or during the day. If the premium comes down on the October calls during the day to what you consider a reasonable price, or buy a higher strike price with a little bit of your money. But I do strongly recommend leaving some cash for Monday morning, because believe it or Monday midday, if you can stand to wait till the middle of the day. Because believe it or not, going from Friday near the close to Monday, the premium really drops on the October calls, and you'll save money that way. Look, it's not a comfortable position we're in. We've got 1 day left on our calls, and I think it's not good. But you saw me buy a little. I paid more than the 14 cents. And I did that because I think the stock is going to turn. I thought it would close above 7 today. It did, but I really thought it would close 750, 780, 790 today. It didn't do that. But maybe the turn will come tomorrow morning. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Lauren. Tomorrow, if you bought calls in the morning, let's say you paid 10 cents, and let's just say it ran to $1, get out. Or if it goes to 25 cents, get out. You just take your profit. It's like catching lightning. I think there's a lot of shills, and I think Brazil show is correct. I let myself get, I hate that word, triggered. I hate it. But it's pretty descriptive. Do I think Hillary Clinton is behind this finger short? No, I don't. I think we get the announcement tomorrow. What announcement? thinking it through, there can only be a couple of announcements that's still to go. Three, maybe. Three. Right now. There's going to be an earnings report at the end of September / beginning of October, because that's the time frame. And I expect that to be extremely positive. There's always the possibility of additional news on their fundamental side. But as it relates to all this, the only bits of news I can think of is if they've acquired more than 4.9% of the company, they have to announce that, which would be extremely bullish. If they were to help finance some sort of corporate action or corporate agenda at Finger Motion at higher prices. I don't think they're going to raise any money down here. I think they're going to raise money, believe it or not, in the $35, $50, $75 a share range. I know that's a big range. I've heard all those numbers. And higher, by the way. So you don't know. I'm not privy to the direct discussions, but I think they're going to raise it at higher numbers. Well, depending on how much you raise, that could mean a really large ramp up in their top up business, or a large ramp up in their data, their big data business, Sapientus, and that might involve a big investment. It could be a large investment in their so-called Apple Care business. It could be a real revamping of that NVIDIA-like acquisition they made, or Netflix like acquisition, Juju, or something like that. Anyway, that would have to be announced. And perhaps they expand by other corporate means. That would have to be announced. The only other thing I can think of is if they actually do a deal. They've already put out that they can do a deal for up to $25 million. They haven't said they're doing it now. And like I just told you, my understanding is they're going to do it at much higher prices, if at all. But that's the only other announcement I would think they'd have to make. Maybe they have to announce that they made the filing on Monday. They might. But anyway, I don't know of an announcement they're going to make tomorrow. And when you say they're going to make the announcement tomorrow, I have no idea what you're talking about. Thank you, Saggy Salamander. That was a saggy question. Hey, Kit, MMTLP, with a very real possibility of collusion to assist fraud with informational lending to spoofers of the U3 plan from governor entity, you got to seek that. Yeah, I think, look, the good news is, Kit, there's really talented lawyers involved. I heard the name yesterday on the space call, Howard. He did a great job, but then Richard and Rosa and Mark Bazile, and then other lawyers. So I agree with you. They got to go for big damages. The offering announced how much they have bought so far. Well, they might have to announce this deal, and if they have, I don't see anything being announced tomorrow. They have as far as I know, they have zero intention of they don't need to raise money. That's the one thing that the bashers don't get right. Finger at the last quarter, to my memory, either had 15 or 17 million in cash, and it was either 17 or 20 million in current assets. And if I'm a little bit high. I bet by now they're over 20 million because they can just by buying minutes and rolling them over and over and over again. It's like a printing press. They can increase their revenues. I wouldn't let any calls ride tomorrow. Let me explain what I mean. Obviously, you have to let them ride if they don't go up. And if they only go up a little bit, you probably have to let them ride. But if you see a spike in the price during the day and you think, oh boy, this is it, we're about to go to 150, I think it would be better, well, you should sell something, but I think it would be better to sell the calls and try to roll them into October at that point into calls that are in the money, acknowledging that you might lose money on those October calls on paper. But as this goes up, everything here is smoothed out. Let's just pick one of these, Hootie. I mean, Hootie's a small one, but it's the first one I picked up. But, you know, everything's smoothed out here as it went up. But there's a lot of backing and filling in there. And so if you let's say it spikes by 1 p.m., if you say, I'm going to hold it to the close because I know it's going to go another $50, you could get a violent spike downward. So I would just take any profit you can get tomorrow. And if it keeps going, it keeps going. And either buy the stock or buy some of the October calls. Probably in the money, would have less premium, be a little more expensive. Or just wait till Monday after you get out. But tomorrow's a day to liquidate. If you want to buy some calls in the morning just for a punt, okay. But tomorrow is a day, put out sell orders, maybe at high prices, but tomorrow is a day to get out of the calls. Obviously, they're going to expire at 4 o'clock. Anyone, was this 8K impactful in a positive sense? Is there an 8K out? Okay, so there is an 8K on finger motion. Thank you for pointing it out. So this is further to Univest. On September 11th, here, let me show it to you. Here's the 8K. And this is what I'm reading. And thank you for pointing out the 8K. On September 11th, Finger Motion entered into an at-the-market issuance sales agreement with Univest Securities, under which the company may, when the shelf registration statement on the Form S-3, which includes a base prospectus and an at-the-market offering agreement prospectus filed by the company on September 11th, is declared effective by the Securities and Exchange Commission or the SEC. They can issue and sell from time to time shares of its common stock par value, having an aggregate offering price of not more than 25 million. So I guess it's possible they'll wait until this is made effective to really have the stock go to 50, 75, 100. I don't know. Let's read further. Prior to any sales under the agreement, the company will deliver a transaction notice to the agent, Univest, which will set the parameters for such sale of shares, including the number of shares issued, to be issued, the time period during which the sales occurred, and any limitation on how many shares may be sold in a given trading day. Subject to the registration statement being declared effective by the SEC, and subject to the terms and conditions of the sales agreement, the sales agent may sell shares, if any, only by methods deemed to be at the market, to be an at the market offering, as deemed by Rule 415 under the United States Securities Act of 1933. Okay, and then they have a copy, which was in the filing. They have a copy of the sales agreement. And it says they can sell up to 25 million of common stock at the market. Finger Motion proposes to issue and sell through Univest aggregate offering up to 25 million. And then it goes through all of a bunch of representations and warranties and a bunch of fine print. It's a long one. At the market sales. It's they haven't determined the price, and this is not saying they're doing it right now. My guess is this is in preparation for when the stock price goes up. And I really don't think they're going to raise money at $10. I think it's going to be, like I already said, I think they'll try. Of course, the market will dictate it, but I think they'll try to raise it. These are my numbers, but I think the range is going to be at a much, much higher numbers, $35, $50, $75, something like that. Those are my own numbers. It's really a lot of legalese and probably mostly boilerplate. Signed by Martin Shen of Finger Motion and Bradley Richmond of Univest. Busy Brands just told me that Finger Motion was shorted 84% today. If you add that in with Ham's estimate that he said he would guess 300,000 shares were just crossed and washed and moved amongst each other, that really means everything that was for sale, everything was fake shares, was counterfeit shares. So all the buying today, they just bought counterfeit shares. It's incredible. It's incredible that it's allowed to go on. Absolutely incredible. Right, there's... they also put out the financial statements. And they put a copy of the shelf prospectus, the red herring, out. But it's, that's just there. So they've crossed their T's and dotted their I's for when they do pull the trigger. But like I say, I don't see that happening until much higher prices in the stock. And I say that right away before everyone starts thinking I'm saying something different. All right, let me see. They might have updated this prospectus. And the only thing I'm going to look for in here, which I don't see, I was hoping to see a cap table or a cash. I really wanted to see what cash they had on hand because we talked about that. But I don't see their balance sheet in here. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Can you double interactive brokers? I don't know what that means. $30 and $50 was quoted on a space call with Avid and the Whale. That sounds like Dingo and the Baby. Avid and the Whale sounds like a radio show. It's great. So 30 to 50, so there's confirmation. And by the way, Busy, yesterday, your call was great. This thing that I'm looking at right here froze completely. And then my phone that I was using to dial in on the space call froze. And I couldn't get back in. And then I did get back in. But you had so many listeners and speakers, I didn't request a mic. But then my phone, I'm going back and forth. One of them froze twice, and I finally got so frustrated I just gave up on it. So I'm sorry I left early. I didn't mean to. I'm going to ask Not Legal Advice what his streaming service is, because I think that's maybe what I'll use in the future. I might try it. Either that or they've hacked into this. Oh, I didn't finish the first paragraph. Any minimum price? It doesn't say a minimum. It doesn't say a maximum. But I can read that to you. It says, on September 11th, 2023, Finger Motion, the company, entered into an at-the-market issuance sales agreement with Univest Securities, LLC, under which the company may, when the shelf registration statement on Form S-3, which includes a base prospectus and an at-the-market offering agreement prospectus, filed by the company on September 11th, is declared effective by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And then it's a comma, so they can issue and sell from time to time shares of its common stock having an aggregate offering price of not more than $25 million through Univest or any of their subagents or other designees acting as a sales agent. Prior to any sales under the sales agreement, the company will deliver a transaction. I thought I read this. A transaction notice to the sales agent, which will set the parameters for such a sale of shares, including the number of shares to be issued, the time period during which the shares are requested to be made, any limitation on the number of shares which may be sold in any one day, and minimum price, which maybe I didn't read that, and any minimum price below which sales may not be made. They don't give a minimum price, but that's a good catch. They'll include that in that arrangement that they can't sell stock below a certain price. This is so much different than the crap that Jeff Easton and Philip Vallier, push off on CEOs at their front for short sellers. Sorry, sir, can you double check Interactive Brokers? It's 400,000 available shares. I have absolutely no idea what you're asking me. If you're saying there is 400,000 shares available to borrow, that contradicts what was posted by several people this morning, that there are no shares to borrow. But if there's 400 to borrow, that could have happened during the day. I don't see where that changes any of the dynamics of the story. There's 170 million shares, probably more, that have been sold which do not exist. So 400,000, it'd help a little bit. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And you say, can I check? I don't know how to check. I'm admitting my complete incompetence. I don't know how to check how many shares Interactive Broker can lend out. Maybe there's a website, but I don't know where to go for it. It won't change anything. It might help the real short a little bit. And, part of what these criminals do as they fight is, and I've shown it before, but they can short. Hang on, I'm going to just take this. Sorry about that. I forget where we were. That's one of the people in the loop of these stocks. Turns out he was putting me on with the future CEO of GoLogic. So sorry it took so long to talk. I just want to say, reading this, that there's no minimum price stated, and I don't think they're going to sell below a very high price. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, audio is for paid subscribers only. I like that. That's my new idea. It's going to cost you $5 a day to get audio, and it's free otherwise. I'm just kidding. I haven't monetized this in any way, although I think there are reasons to get members. I don't know. Anyway, why would the 25 million help us so much if the company is selling shares? Well, Kevin, there's 52 million shares roughly existing. And just imagine if you sold 500,000 shares. Let me just make sure. I'm so bad at arithmetic in my head anymore. Imagine if you sold 500,000 shares at $25. Well, no, you'd have to sell 1 million at 25. What if you sold 500,000 shares at $50? Yeah. So what if they raised $25 million for selling 500,000 shares? All the boo birds out there are saying, oh, dilution. Imagine getting 25 million in for 500,000 shares, and then let's divide that, and then add 17 million in cash. That's 42. Divided by 53 million shares. Yeah, it's 80 cents a share. All of a sudden they have in cash. And I know that maybe doesn't sound like a lot compared to the $7 share price, but that's pretty darn good. You would suddenly have a company with 40, 50 million in cash, and their biggest revenue source is to go buy discounted minutes from the government of China. Basically, they buy it from China Unicom, China Telecom, and China Telewoman, I said yesterday. I can't remember the third one. Anyway, there's a third one. They buy the minutes at a discount. They sell them online right away. Boom, 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 boom. They're bought. Boom, boom, boom. And they make the spread. And so their cash balance grows every time they do it. It's just the safest business, profitable business, growing business, and it grows rapidly as I can't do the arithmetic, but if you start with buying 10 million in discounted minutes and you get back 10,800,000, the next time you buy a little over 11 million in discounted minutes, you get back 11,200,000. Next time you buy, it's a little over 11.5 million or almost 12 million in discounted minutes, and you get 12 million back. And it just goes like that. It keeps growing. And it can do it each day, one day to the next day, depending on how quickly the minutes sell. So, and they sell very rapidly. So, the answer to your question is $25 million from a company like Univest in a plain vanilla deal. And that's just one source of revenue. Imagine if they further finance their scientific lab for their Munich Re and Pacific Re insurance of various insurances in China, or if it allows them to launch the Apple Care for the phones in China being upgraded to 5G, I think it's self-explanatory why it helps us if a company gets 25 million in cash for 500,000 shares. I mean, the criminals at the Lin Partners gave them 5 million, and I can't remember the number of shares. And I don't know if they gave the 5 million right away. They had to buy back that entire note. They had to pay the penalties, pay a lawyer. I think that ended up costing them 7 or 8 million. I'll try to study it to unwind that whole thing. So net, maybe they got 1 or 2 million from the Lin Partners in return for millions of shares issued. And they, as a sort of by way of thank you, will drive your stock price down to 60 cents. I think it's quite evident how powerful raising $25 million at much higher prices through Univest, just how powerful that will be for you, the shareholder, for the short squeeze, and then for the company. I think it's just incredible. So maybe I missed the context. Maybe I missed the context of your question. Oh, Kevin. See, I did miss your context. My question was to Lauren because she's saying with their sale of 25 million worth tomorrow. Oh, they're not going to sell tomorrow. They're not going to sell tomorrow. You know, actually, if you want to be negative or skeptical, and I'm not, but if one were to be sort of devil's advocate, when I read this, it implies to me that they have to wait until the SEC approves the S3. I don't think that takes very long. I think it was in there that it's 5 to 7 days. Well, they filed it on Monday, so that would imply it could be approved Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. But maybe it starts again when they filed this today. I don't think so because they did it as of the 11th. But anyway, if you wanted to be a little bit devil's advocate, it would seem like in that case, it would make more sense for Univest to wait before they got the stock price up. Because obviously, what would be best for you, for Univest, for the company, would be able to raise that money at $50, $60, $70 a share. That would be the only kind of slight negative. Why? Because it means tomorrow goes by poof. But let me put on my rose-colored glasses. I think that to get the stock price up to 50, 60, 70, and you know, it sounds fantastical right now, but to get it up by sort of middle next week, end of the week, when this is approved, if I've got the timing right, you got to start. You can't leave it all to the last day. So you got to start tomorrow. So I would guess that this is a good sign for it's a good signal that tomorrow the stock will start going higher. I could be just speaking out of my own hope, but I believe that it's a good sign for tomorrow. I also think if the stock were to do a squeeze today or tomorrow before the SEC approved, I bet they could make arrangements in-house or with a fund or with wealthy investors to raise money at that higher price and do it with lawyers' help, do it within the framework of the SEC's approval process. I don't think it's a huge problem. because it's probably going to be approved on Monday anyway. I saw a post. The finger has no money. Well, I can't read that, your code. They have money. They have money. And they don't need to raise money. It's just, it would behoove them to, because they'll grow more quickly. They want to have a soft landing once everyone sells. What's wrong with that we get our money and they get theirs? Yeah. Eric, I think I've heard different numbers. I talked to a gentleman yesterday that, frankly, after talking with him, and I trust his judgment, it was a pretty negative assessment of the ending price for Finger. But he knows a lot about Finger, but I don't agree with his assessment. I think if Finger were to raise, $25 million at $50, $75, even $35 a share, I think the ending price for the stock after the squeeze, I think it would be right around where the offering was made. And why do I say that? My guess is, I didn't read the document, but my guess is the document has a green shoe provision. So they may, I emphasize may because I didn't see it in the document. And if I did, I don't remember it. But if they have a green shoe provision, this is how it used to work. You raise $25 million for 500,000 shares at $50. But when the offering is made, the demand is so high, you go ahead and sell another 100,000 shares at $50 or another 200,000, so you raise a little bit more money. And that goes to the company. But what it does is it allows the underwriter, which used to be the responsibility of underwriters, the Lynn Partners never heard of it. But what underwriters are supposed to do is maintain the market for the shares of the stock for a period of time. And it's not so much that they have to make sure that no one loses money, although that usually what happens. So going back to the example I gave, if the stock is issued 500,000 at $50 a share, if they issue a green shoe, and for some reason the stock, maybe obviously it runs up in a squeeze, but let's say it comes down and it closes or starts trading one day at $45. Well, Univest would have sold 200,000 shares that were not provided for in the 25 million. But what that allows is Univest legally, this is all legal, Univest could buy those shares in the open market to close off the position, and that maintains support in the price. It allows Univest to buy, in this example, it sounds puny, I know, but in this example, to buy up to 200,000 shares, bringing the price from $45 maybe to $52. And that's their ability to stabilize the aftermarket of the offering. Because what used to happen, hedge funds, a lot of my clients, they would buy the stock on the offering and immediately sell it. Or if I were told don't sell, they might sell away without my knowledge. They might sell it at another firm, and then they'd come in and sell, ask for a DVP, or they might do trades away, but they take advantage of the movement because they're paying next to no commission. So the point is, in order to maintain that price, they would put in a green shoe to allow the underwriter to have shares to buy back without too much of a cost to themselves to stabilize the price. Anyway, that's probably too complicated, but it's by way of saying I believe that if they raise money at 35, if they raise it at $50 a share, if they raise it at 75, that's your new price going forward in finger motion. That's just my opinion. Kevin, the gentleman I spoke with, his ending price that I disagree, meaning high price. Oh, no, I meant, well, both actually. He didn't, Kevin, actually, it's a good point. He doesn't see the squeeze going very high. And his range is, he thinks maybe it's $10 to $35. That's his range in a squeeze. He said, hey, it could go higher, but that's his range in a squeeze. His after squeeze price is sort of in the $10 range, maybe a little bit lower, maybe a little bit higher. I don't agree with either of those because how do I express this? What you have to have faith in the management of Finger, which I do. I think they've done. Martin Shen has done a magnificent job. He's had to fight these criminals all along, but he never gets upset. He just moves forward with his plan. He's got this powerful engine with 6 or 7 cylinders that has grown despite COVID, despite all the adversity out there, and despite the Lin Partners. So I think when Martin Shen gets $25 million, I think it'll be at much higher prices. The question becomes, how does he use it? I mean, he's not going out and buying a new jacuzzi for his backyard. He is going to, in my opinion, hire talent, acquire technologies, acquire talent, I guess I should have said, and expand his existing. They built a laboratory, and they're in the second stage of developing they use the word scientist, but I'm not a mathematician, but it's whatever geeks do with big sources of data that would apply with, and he's doing it in conjunction with Pacific Re and Munich Re. That is in preparation to monetizing that relationship. So if some of the money goes there, you get such an enormous payback. If the money goes toward the rollout of the Apple Care, that seems like just an annuity, royalty type annuity. If it goes to building out Sapientus or the rich communication messaging, or simply to growing revenues in the top-up business, $25 million could make this company, let's just say it's $40 million. $40 million in cash at the end of each quarter, cash or current assets. I don't see why they couldn't be at $100 million or $150 million in cash and current assets. I'm not an accountant. I'm not even part of the company, but that's the kind of growth I see in Finger. And to me, with that kind of projection, with it turning positive in earnings and a financial partner like Univest, I think they'll discount the future success to the price of the stock. I think easily the stock comes back to wherever the offering was priced. And the gentleman I talked to, he didn't think the offering would be priced at a high level. I just think he misinterprets what's going on. when I was reading that prospectus out, which it took a while to do, I got a lot of feedback going. My bells were ringing, doors ringing, the doorbell rang, Superman flew in from the side window, and a fire truck showed up with the chief commissioner, and everyone said, Bill, they're not selling stock at $6, which I didn't think I ever said, but whatever. I just have to emphasize, if they sell stock, it's going to be at much higher prices, much higher prices. That becomes what Finger's worth. This gentleman I spoke with, he was assuming they'd sell it at really low single-digit prices. And he doesn't know. He's just giving his analysis. Everyone has an analysis, as you know. Geeks doing stuff with data is very bullish. Just look up SNOW. SNOW, when it first came out, whew, that's big data. Finger is several things. It's big data. It's artificial intelligence. I think AppleCare is its own category, and it's basically an agent or a partner bringing in Western insurance into one of the largest young marketplaces, economies in the world. And then you throw on top of that they can generate their own revenue every hour, every minute, every day with top-up minutes. And then you add in they bought the Netflix of Southeast Asia, and they're still working on growing their business. This rich RCM, rich communication messaging, which is designed for 5G, becomes a marketing tool with high definition videos, high definition messaging targeted right to the customer, and you use your big data, Sapientus, to develop those algorithms and data places so that 45-year-old men are sent advertisements for the newest automobile or the newest in clothing, and it's all high def. Anyway, Finger has such a huge upside. It's. I know we're in it for the squeeze, but the long-term value of Finger, I think, just on its own is just so big and exciting. They can buy 25 million daily or milligrams. Million? No. The bigger S3 is a shelf registration that you have to file. That's in preparation to raising money. It said in it we can't raise any money with this registration. If we also put up a sort of sub prospectus, a sub registration, then we can raise that money. And they did that for $25 million. They're not going to do $25 million a day. At this point, they're only asking to raise $25 million. That's it. Or less. It hasn't been approved yet. They're not doing it tomorrow. They're probably not going to do it, in my guess, next week, which I can see good and bad about that, because if they don't have an incentive to run the stock, what are they going to do for our stock tomorrow? But my guess is they're going to try to get the stock price up tomorrow so it ends the week over 10, ends the week over 15. Maybe it goes higher, so that you start building the groundswell of buying next week and the following week for a huge spike, and then they can raise the money at these high valuations. And then they've got a great customer for a long time. And anyway, that's how I see it happening. But no, they're not doing 25 million a day. They're not just raising money for the glory of it. They're only right now, based on what they filed, they've only put out there that they want to raise up to 25 million at market prices, and they get to control what the price is, what the minimum is, how much can be sold every day in the share, because they don't want to see the share price come down. So this is so night and day from anything you've experienced. This is not crappy popcorn. This isn't COSM and whatever crappy pass-through firm they used. I forgot the name. This is not the Kramer brothers and their arrogance. And this isn't roly-poly Jeff Easton either. This is real. This is real. Mikey, I didn't say nothing about MMTLP in those meetings today. Well, that's good. You didn't say anything? Or you didn't see anything? I don't know what you're asking me. Let me see that. Does that say S8 or the S3? CB. Let me read it again. Does it say it's effective? I didn't see that it said it's effective. Where do you see that, CB? I don't see it. When the shelf registration statement on Form S3, which includes a base prospectus, which is the 25 million, is declared effective. It doesn't say it is, it says when it is. But maybe I'm missing, the middle paragraph. Subject to the registration statement being declared effective by the SEC. Is that the paragraph? I don't see that that's gotten approval yet, but I'm willing to be corrected. I just don't see it. Let me go back to I don't see it, CB. I don't see that it says it's been declared effective. So I may be just misreading it, but I don't see that yet. But I do think it says up here that on September 11th they entered into this, and they filed it on September 11th. So if you add 5 days to that, that's the 16th. If you add 7, that's the 19th. We're right there, So I think it'll get... Okay, paragraph 1, line 9. You guys must think I'm thick-headed. Okay, paragraph 1, line 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Paragraph 1, line 9. Is this what I'm supposed to read? This is the paragraph? I am thick-headed. Swell. I'm never talking to you again, CB. Oh, the 8K. Thank God for Jenny. What would I do without Jenny? Jenny Rebecca. Yeah, this is what I'm reading, Jenny. This is what I'm reading. So let me go. Oh no, I was reading the prospectus. On September 11th. So let me see what you say, CB. You say paragraph 1. Oh, Kit Kitteridge, paragraph 1, line 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah, CB, you're great. And Kit Kitteridge, you're great. And whoever else. Listen to this, if you can. Thank you, Jenny. Jenny, you saved me from looking like a blockhead. On September 11th, entered into an at-the-market with Univest Securities, which the company may, when the self-registration Form 1-3, which includes base prospectus, is declared... Oh, no. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's so hard to read. That's part of my problem. Let's just read the paragraph. On September 11th, 2023, Finger Motion entered into an at-the-market issuance sales agreement with Univest Securities, under which the company may, when the shelf registration statement on Form S-3, which includes a base prospectus and an at-the-money offering agreement prospectus filed by the company on September 11, 2023, is declared effective by the Securities Exchange Commission. So let's cross out a bunch of those words. On Finger Motion entered into an at-the-market sales agreement with Univest, under which the company may, when the shelf registration statement Form S-3 is declared effective. It hasn't been declared effective yet. It hasn't been declared yet. There's no when? Guys, there's a when right there. I don't know. I tell you what, let me print it out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to print it out. All right, I'm going to print it out. And we'll see. Are you enjoying my reading of the same document over and over again? Whatever caused you to save an obscure document? I wanted to be a nurse. Okay, here is the document. And I am going to highlight what I see, and you are going to correct me, I'm sure. If you're right, it's great news, by the way. If you're right, it's the best news ever. If you're right. And I'm not saying you are. Because I'm always right. I am always right. Okay, let's see. On September 11th. I don't know. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show it to you. Finger motion entered into an at-the-market issuance sales agreement under which the company may, when the shelf registration statement is declared effective. There is no when. There's no way. There's no way that I can ever love you. There's no way. There's no way. Not legal advice. What do you think that says? Finger motion entered into an at-the-market issuance sales agreement with Univest, under which the company may, when the shelf registration statement on Form S3 when the shelf registration statement is declared effective. There seems to be a when in there. But circle the when, okay. There ain't no way for you to love me. There ain't no way. I underlined the when. I underlined the when. I underlined it. Right after a comma. What I read is not effective. Is there one that is effective, not legal advice? Let me look. This is what Jenny sent me. I'm not blaming her, not blaming her. But let me look. This looks like what I was reading before, too. I only printed out the paragraph. Here's here's the top, which Jenny kindly sent to me, Form 8K. And then you come down, and this is what I printed out right there. My reading is effective. Not legal. Yeah, it's not effective yet. I agree. All right. So, gosh, now that we have that concluded, I think if it had been affected, it would have been the best news ever. But I don't think it's bad because this means they're getting ready to have it approved. And my guess is it'll be approved early next week. You asked Chat GP. You can't even read it yourself now. Chat GP makes. Yeah, it's not effective yet. I thought it wasn't. But can we talk about Finger instead of Alex Jones? Sure. Am I talking about Alex Jones? Me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. We've got a thing going on. So anyway, not legal advice, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think and maybe you don't know, but I think they approved this within 5 to 7 days from the 11th. And I think that's normal days, not business days. So this approval, this is getting ready for when the stock price is up, that Univest can have a really nice raise for the company and for you. That's how I see it. Me and Mrs. Jones. We were at that Slick Rick gig. Me and Mrs. Jones. Akira Nova. I think I'm going to sell. Cosmo. I don't know what to say. I just think you're going to see Finger let's see how Finger's trading. 715. 708, 715. What kind of fuckery is this? You made me miss my Slick Rick gig. I think it will be a huge catalyst. I think it'll be a massive catalyst. Well, I guess I've been called worse things than knucklehead. Wouldn't that be something, not legal advice, if approval came out early in the morning tomorrow and all of a sudden the buying starts? Nobody stands in between me and my man. It's me and Mr. Jones. Me and Mr. Jones. What kind of Blank is this, you made me miss the Slick Rick gig. Oh, Slick Rick. And I thought that I didn't love you when I did. Can't believe you played me out like that. No, you ain't worth guest list +1 of all them girls you kiss. All those girls. You can't keep lying to yourself like this, to yourself. Can't believe you played yourself like this. Ruler's one thing, but come Brixton. I've been to Brixton. Nobody stands in between me and my man, 'cause it's me and Mr. Jones. Anyway, it's not the most PG rated set of lyrics. Aaron Salentine, tomorrow morning by 10 a.m. Eastern time, the stock will be $50. That would be nice. Yeah, my stamina, I don't know if it's doing me any favors right now. Will there be another filing to make the S3 effective? I don't think they have to file again. There might be an approval that gets a file, but no, I don't think there's a necessity for another filing. This is an 8K, which is to let everybody know it's out there. This, the company does everything by the book. And this is Regulation FD at its best. So I lean toward Richard's assessment, which I don't mean to put words in your mouth if you didn't express this, but I think this is really good, and it could allow Univest to start buying if they're buying or do whatever they do to get the stock price up, because this is in place, ready to raise money. And I don't know if Mr. Salentine was trying to take the Mickey out of me, but I think the stock can go to $50. I don't know about tomorrow, but what I will say is I think they would like to see it at high prices before they raise money. So, yeah, it doesn't seem to be very much of a new document, frankly. But it is new in the sense that it says on September 11th they entered into it. So I guess it's slightly new. Not the whales for $25 million tomorrow. I didn't say that. I don't know, Mickey. I don't know what your poipus is. I didn't say that the whales are. I don't know what. I think you're just trying to confuse the issues. This is an 8K filing that follows on from the filing of the S3 on Monday, and it's clear that the company is willing to raise $25 million, not a higher number, at much higher. I don't know. It doesn't say here much higher prices. So I'm mixing other sources of information I have, but I think they're putting in place the proper paperwork so that they can raise money at much higher prices should those higher prices occur in the near future. That's how I read this. In terms of the whales, Mickey, I don't speak directly to the whales, and I can't speak to when they're going to buy. But my and I was wrong today, but my sense is the stock is going to turn, and it's going to turn and go up. That's what I think. Not Legal Vice says, if I knew exactly, I would tell you the date. But Univest will support the stock rise and get lots more business. I agree. How long does it usually take for the SEC to approve? Well, it takes a long time on the S4s, but on this, I think it's 5 to 7 days. I think I'll get I don't know what that is, if finger blasts off like a viral video. No, I'm not expecting anything. I think if finger blasts off, I think all the credit will go to Dan Borders and Avid and Arca, and it should go to him. But no, I don't expect any. I don't expect anything for me. They had to file the 8K within 4 days of the S3. Yeah, Jenny, I didn't know that it was 4 days, but this is required by regulation FD. They have to disclose this, the 8K. So they had to disclose the... Anyway, you got it. You're right. Now, to raise $300 million, they have to file another base prospectus or another document. So no, right now, all that's in front of the SEC, all that's in front of you is the potential raise of up to $25 million. And like this, it's not in writing, but I understand both from what is said here by a space call and other people I've talked to, that the goal is to raise money. Well, what I've heard is over $50 a share. But I've also heard $35 and I've also heard $80. I don't know which one's right, but they're all three much higher than where it is right now. Why would they be waiting to engage? I think they have engaged, but... And Richard might answer this better than I can. I don't know how much engagement they can do before, and I don't know the time frame actually, before they run over the 4.9%. I mean, if they're out there buying shares, it wouldn't be more than, say, 3 million shares bought, and they'd have to disclose that they owned essentially 5% of the company. I don't know if that slows it down a little bit, but it's clear their role is as a sales agent. So in order to go to their clientele and their brokerage, they have a pretty substantial network of brokers. Maybe they need this approved first, right? So I don't think they're unengaged. I think they're engaged. It's just, as with everything, you have to go through the proper channels. Only stock offering Only stock offering I have seen announced after hours. Well, yeah, I've done all that, and you're right. The offerings are announced after they come out. What I'm unclear with here, Richard, is um, well, let's see. Let's Google it. Let's Google it. I just don't know the time frame when the SEC declares effective an S3. Let's see. We'll see if I can get an answer. Form S3. How long does it take for the SEC to declare S3 effective? Oh, I don't like that answer. I don't like that answer. 27 days? I don't like that. It says 27 days, within 27 days. All right, here's from Law Insider. Probably better than Not Legal Advice law firm. No, I'm just kidding. Not Legal Advice isn't on Google right here. During the period beginning on the execution date and ending on the filed S3 effective date, I don't know. As best I can tell, it can take a while for approval, but it can be quicker. I'm trying to find out if they say what a typical. Here's Up Counsel says everything you need to know. What is it? S3 is a simplified securities exchange form which registers securities for companies. Certain criteria must be met. Okay, it lists the criteria, lists the transaction, lists the negotiations. Form 8K this is what Jenny said, needs to be filled out by the company when a major event, well, yeah, we know that. Conducting a securities offering after S3 eligibility. I don't know, guys. I don't have an answer. And this is very legal. I don't know. Anyway, I think this is all good. I just don't know when. It's automatically effective after 20 days. In here it says up to 27. But maybe what I was trying to find is if they're able to make it effective sooner. Because what I heard they expect is 5 to 7 days on this. But I couldn't confirm that in any writing. Well, CB, I don't think there's any indication that that's what's happening at all. All that we can say is their first raise is 25 million. We don't know what they're going to do in the future. This is not an at the market. In my opinion, if shorts hold this below 7 tomorrow, do you think it continues to get beaten down? Well, yeah, Chad, I think every option holder on this call and in this stock has lost confidence. I mean, right now the stock is 715. Absolutely, I think people have lost confidence. Tomorrow it's a miracle day. I mean, if the stock were to go up 5 points or 10 points, that's a miracle. Right now, the most likely closing price for Finger at the end of the day tomorrow is $7. Could they drive it? Let me see. They could drive it down. I don't think they have 650 stock options. They could try to pin it at $6. I personally don't think the whales or the amount of people in here interested in the stock to buy, I don't think they will have any success holding it down at 6. Your question was if they hold it under 7, would it go lower or would they pin it there? I would expect they're going to try to open it in the pre-market and early on below 7. But no, I don't see that happening. I really think the stock is going to go up tomorrow. There's more than just the manipulators involved in this stock, and I don't see it closing at 7 tomorrow. As ridiculous as it sounds, and I know it sounds ridiculous, and a man in my position can't afford to look ridiculous. I think it's going to close over 10 tomorrow. But please don't bet your life on that. But I think it's going to close over 10. I think they're going to get it through 850, and then I think 10 becomes the resistance. So let me say it. They'll close it around 10, maybe just under 10, just over 10. 10 might be the pin price. I think it's going to be a battle tomorrow between longs and the shorts. And at some point, the market will catch a strong wind under its sails, and I think it could go higher tomorrow. But that is, I'm telling you, that's a 15% chance of happening. That's my opinion. The majority chance of happening, the 80% chance of happening, they close it at 7. What drugs am I taking? Well, all in, I used to tell my clients the worst thing to do is make money on your first option trade. Why? Because you think you can do it again and again and again. It's not easy, but congratulations on that. If you do it the way Ham says, I think there's a future in option trading. It's 7:15 at this point. How long does it take the SEC to actually do their job? You asked Chat GPT and it came back and said, I don't have a clue. Well, that was lucky drinking water. I'm not answering questions tonight. I might, yeah, maybe I'm not. I'm trying to. Um, uh, So Miguel is suggesting to Kit to open a space on Twitter and discuss this. Well, that Kit is a pretty sharp guy. I'm all for that. There you go, Lauren Wood. The time it takes to receive SEC clearance following the filing of an S3 is relatively short, 10 days or less. There you go. There you go. Thank you for that, Lauren. There's not legal advice. Generally, the SEC responds in 10 days or less. All right. So, good. This is all good. Bye, Jenny. Are you well, Jenny? Is everything okay? This is good then. That means 10 days or less. Monday to Monday is 7. Monday to Thursday is 10. So this is great. This means they could, if they wanted to, start moving the price up tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and then do an offering maybe at a high price. It's great news. Unfortunately, a lot of our options expire tomorrow. Yeah, next Wednesday. Yeah. So we're cutting it close on our September calls. So it's almost 7 o'clock. Well, it said on what I read at the law firm, it said up to 27 days. But I agree with you. It sounds like they do it within 10. Maybe they just anyway. I don't want to defend 27. I found it on Google. I don't want to defend it. 714, 705, 715. I think they're going to try to push the price up. It seems so long ago, but when I turned on this call earlier this afternoon, I predicted that the price was going to turn today. It didn't. So I guess if I'm going to be right, it has to turn tomorrow, and we'll see. So Mikey says, Finger is flying tomorrow. I love hearing that. I love hearing that. Could you imagine? 19 hours until countdown. And you know what? When it starts trading, I'm going to be standing in front of a truck. Probably on the front of the truck. That doesn't sound so good. We're bidding 714. Finger is now bidding 714. All right, so you're going to make it fly. My thoughts on MMTLP. I have some thoughts on it. One, Ricky, my biggest thought My biggest thought, thank you, Chad. Did you see the post from Jack Frederick saying Finger has 3 million share buyer in the coffers? In a coffin? In the coffers. 3 million share buyer. You know, LBP, I didn't see that, but LBP, my understanding is there's 22 to 23 million shares in at the, we could look it up, at the DTC for Finger. Let's use 24 million to be, that's the high end of what my memory's telling me. There's 15 million held by this group of whales. I understand Borders has arranged for at least 2 million and maybe more in buyers. So let's use 2 million. That's 17 million. I can count up on my little group that I don't always talk with, but the group, the army of guys and women. In my head, I could probably count that might be another million. I might be exaggerating, so let's call that 18, but then we'll try to fluff it out later. You're saying 3 million. I'm trying to think who else. Well, the call options are 3.9 million tomorrow. May call it less. Let's just call that 1 million. So that gets us to 19 million. I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. But if you go from 19 million or 18 million with 3, where are they going to find those shares? So that's great news, LBP. That's really great. That's great news. On MMTLP, I think a few things. One is the steady work that all of you guys have done, from Busy Brands to Anna to Junk Savvy to the Statue of Liberty. I always Syntax, John Berta, the guys close to the company, and then this literal, I don't know. It's like 2 or 3 divisions of people working around the clock, and I'm sure I'm forgetting people. I think all of that work, the results were kind of slow at first, but I really think that the 7 billion impressions, and there's guys out there doing that hard work, that went to Congress, went to the Senate, and went to some of the others, like the SEC and FINRA. I think all of a sudden you might see a quantum leap in the effects of that work, which is amazing. Secondly, Ham put it out there. I am confident in that number of 600 million, and it might be a little bit more, but 600 million of MMTLP being obviously false. This in black and white to senators and congressmen, it has to alarm them. Because even if it's not public, but it's going to be made public, but even if it's not public, they have to realize that Jim Cramer on TV is full of it. They have to realize that Professor Jeff Angel is full of it. They have to realize that all of the naysayers that say, oh, they wouldn't do that. Oh, they're just, there it is. And it would be an incurious congresswoman if she didn't say, wait a minute, how did they sell 600 million shares if the SEC is going after fraud, if the SEC is the cop on the beat, if the securities laws are functioning properly and settlement is occurring? I think this congresswoman is going to say, how could 600 million shares have been sold that don't exist? And then I think the next question that comes is, has this occurred in other companies? And I don't think they're going to be, once that question is asked, I don't think the brain can put it away. The curiosity just feeds on itself. And then she's going to find out that there are other companies. And then she's going to say, is it in mid-market companies? Is it in our biggest companies? Is this happening in the California Teachers Pension Plan? Is this happening at our major brokerage firms? And then I think she's going to be scared to the bottom of her feet by the implications of it. So I think that this MMTLP progress is an earthquake. Now, it's not over. I think the other side will bring in all their guns blazing. They're going to say it should be cleared that the settlement to our clients should be at $2.89 where the stock closed. Then they're going to say that we were just greedy. Then they're going to, like, caveat emptor. They're going to bring out everything. Then they're going to say, it should just be the torchlight people. And then all of this. I'm afraid the settlement is going to be 2 days of trading, which I won't answer right now, but I think that'll be a disaster. I think that people will be cheated. But I'm willing to be proven wrong on that. So I think this is just huge. They're going to fight back, but what's on your side is a couple of things. It's all of the insiders with big interests. They have lawyers that are going to fight back. Secondly, you've got this whole team from Richard Hoffman to Rosa, Mark Bazile, Howard. You've got attorneys that we know of and don't know of who are fighting this. And so I don't think the other side is going to even come close to being successful in their various attempts to get out of this scot-free or nearly scot-free. Then the other thing working for you, this has built its own momentum. These people, you and others that are working so hard, this is going to just snowball in awareness. You think, I was there when Ham's phone calls, or at least my when I would turn my thing on, it was 12 people. 150,000 people listening? If they tell two friends, it's 300. If they tell two friends, it's 600. You're getting a mass of consciousness on this issue that is going to cause change. My final observation is I just forgot it. My final observation that might be more important to you is what's been going on right now is all the evil things the other side can do and the courageous fighting from you and the rest of the MMTLP Army community with tremendous leadership, dozens of people out there, and then hundreds and thousands joining in. Where I see it or saw it until just the last couple of days is that the only hope was going down this legal morass. And I say it respectfully. Obviously, that's not a respectful word. But I think the legal system in the United States was the last place to get the facts out and get the story in black and white. But what I mean by morass is I think that could take it's already been almost a year. I think it could take another 2 or 3 or 4 years. And that kind of works in the short's interest because who knows? By then, maybe people are talking about aliens having returned from Mars or something. But what I think this does, Senator Crapo, the Finance Committee, and John Berta and Anna and others having meetings with these committees. I think it fast forwards what would have taken the legal process a long time. I think it fast forwards to the legal teams, the lawyers representing the criminals, the lawyers representing the prime broker, the lawyers representing the broker-dealers, the lawyers representing FINRA, the lawyers representing the SEC. And I wonder if I've left out the lawyers representing the market makers and other clearinghouses, lawyers representing the DTCC, lawyers representing the NSCC. I think this sends forward in a rapid pace the awareness that this problem is expensive. 600 million shares. The obligation of Wall Street to you is they have to give you, at its basic point, they have to give you 1 share of NextBridge for every share of MMTLP you have. And I won't bore you with my valuation methodology, but they not only do they have to give you 1 share of NextBridge for every 1 share of MMTLP, they have to do it non-diluted. 1 share per 165 million shares of NextBridge. Not as NextBridge is valued now that it has 255 million shares issued. But anyway, just to skip that part of it, because I don't want to bore you and others. And you know I'm bad with arithmetic in my head. I don't know why. I used to be pretty good with it. 600 million shares. I think the potential value of the NextBridge shares at a minimum, at a minimum. I don't want you to get hooked. I think it's going to be over $1,000 a share. But I think at a minimum, I'm trying to remember. Well, let me just do it. Well, anyway, let's just say, let me just use $1,000 a share. I don't want to use a smaller number because then it'll get in your head. I actually think this is going to settle north of 1,000, but let me just use 1,000. That's $600 billion. $600 billion is the cost. So all of a sudden, Wall Street, which is not full of lawyers, Congress is full of lawyers, the regulators are full of lawyers, the defenders of all these parties are lawyers. Everyone's a lawyer. But Wall Street, when they see, cut that in half. Say it's $500 a share. Cut that in half. They see $300 billion. The financial brains on Wall Street. Look, Jamie Dimon just came out talking about, I think it was $10 or $20 billion problem. This could be a $300 billion problem while banks are in trouble, while the Federal Reserve is underwater, while we're spending money like drunken sailors and borrowing money like we're rich. My point is, and I forget who asked the question, my point is, I think this will drive a Dagny Talbert settlement. This will drive someone on Wall Street getting all the parties around a conference table and settling it up the way I did a video a year ago, almost. That's good news for you. I think it means that you're going to get a big payout. And I have it too. I still have shares in my IRA. I think Wall Street will want to settle this. Will they do it at these high numbers? I think because of the lawyers on the other side, the answer is yes. They will want to get releases. They'll try to protect against class action. The criminals will probably not go to jail. But the cash transfer could be huge. It could be huge. And it could benefit NextBridge. And maybe I'll refresh everybody with my video over the weekend. But those are my initial thoughts on MMTLP. I think this is just out of this world. I think Senator Crapo could have asked some of his questions more fully. He only had 5 minutes. But what he did with 5 minutes was extraordinary. I think this boils down to 2 questions only. There's only 2 questions. One is, however you want to phrase the question, one is, are the trades settled? If you're asking Mr. Gensler, do you enforce settlement of trades? What do my constituents get in return for cash at settlement? Their cash is at settlement. What's in the, and that's the second question. The second question, the only question is, what's in our account? What's in the client's account? What is in my account? It's the only question. Those are the 2 questions I would have asked Gary Gensler. Do you enforce settlement? And what is in the brokerage client's account? They gave cash. What's in their account? He can't answer that. He can't answer either question accurately. So I know that's a long answer to your question. I will summarize my answer by saying things are about to change for you and me and everyone. And I think it's going to be like on Star Trek when they warp speed out and they're suddenly in a whole new universe. I think it's that dramatic. You're talking about 15 congressmen, and now you're talking about the Senate Financial Committee, and you're talking about having further meetings. That's a lot of awareness. It's a lot of power. And then you have this squirming, obviously prevaricating chairman of the SEC. It's going to be big. And by the way, if we make money in some of these trades, this could all bring the financial system to a crisis. So we'll talk about other places to put your money. But that's my answer. That's my thoughts. Thank you for that, Barbara. Lucky Boy will appreciate it. I don't know if he'll know how to spend it, though. It's collusion to commit fraud by the government entity. Yeah, I agree. The problem is, in your point, is money recouped. So far, the SEC just has them disgorge their warrants. Disgorge what fee they made or their discounted amount on the note. Like in the Kramer's case, the 60 grand they put up, they made 7 grand, and then there's they have to disgorge that in their warrants. But the SEC doesn't go after all of the criminal gains by shorting the stock. And I think the reason why is Kurt Kramer's just a front. He's a pimp. And he gets the misfortunate girls in the form of CEOs, and he brings them to the drug dealer, which is Wall Street. And I think I hope that Congress doesn't stop at the lies Wall Street will give. I hope they go to discovery. I hope they link Jeff Easton and Philip Vallier, because there will be money, to the 4 criminal short-selling organizations that Lynn Partners syndicated this to. We don't know who they are. I hope they round the whole group up. Ham is old school. And well, that's the other thing. When they do reverse splits, I left that out of my thing that it should be made illegal. And that would be easy. That you don't, in those toxic convertible notes, you don't have events of default which make reverse splits necessary. Because then the criminals who have held $100 million at a prime broker, if you do a 9-for-1 reverse split, they can take 90% of that out. It's no longer required to be held. And then they drive the stock back down. They don't pay taxes. I'm reading this one now. The prize I just read, I guess for the second time, and it had the same effect on me as when I read it, I don't know, 2 decades ago. It is really good, and it's well written, and there's a lot of information as you're going. But it took me longer to read than I thought, and maybe it's because everything else is going on. And I'll tell you why. Daniel Yergin is he founded Cambridge Energy, and he's basically, let me read you about him. Daniel Yergin is an authority on energy and world affairs, chairman of Cambridge Energy Research Associates, and executive president of IHS. I don't know what that is. He is a global energy expert for the CNBC Business News Network. He has received the Pulitzer Prize and Eccles Prize for The Prize, which has been translated into 13 languages and was made into a much acclaimed series. And he's written some other books. My issue with him, although it doesn't really show up in this book, but it does in a way. Anyway, my issue that I have a hard time separating from reading his work is that he does not believe in the peak oil theory, and I do. It's not that the world will run out of oil. It's that the world will run out of inexpensive oil. Where he might end up being correct is pretty scary. I read that there may be population collapse by 2050. The modern feminist movement has changed entirely how young women see having children or marriage or men in their lives. It's Apparently, a high trampoline rate is a good thing. So anyway, whatever the moral view of that is, it means we're having fewer children. And that shows up in Japan for a long time. It's showing up in Europe. It's probably why our border is open to whoever wants to come in, because there's probably been a study somewhere that U.S. population is going to collapse. And if we want to keep up with China, India, and other parts of the world, we need a population. And that's probably why our borders are open to anyone, whether they have COVID, have smallpox, have measles, are angry at the United States. They're all welcome in. Something over 7 million people have come in the last 2 years, I understand. So that might be why, is to bolster our population. But population is growing in Nigeria, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and which is why we can't talk about it now, but I really like the business model of GoLogic and Logic, but their business is in these fast-growing young populations. But if population collapses, then we might have enough oil, but it's highly unlikely. It's highly unlikely. But I like this book, and I would recommend reading this book. A lot of it, it's not so much that I knew a lot of it entirely, but because I've focused on oil and gas for so long, many of the stories I know. But I think this is excellent. If you want to read a book about oil, I think the book written by oh boy, my brain. Anyway, the biography, I'll look up who wrote it. The biography on Rockefeller, I would strongly recommend. And I think it's almost better than that. No, you need them both. But if you read Rockefeller, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's called Titan. 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 Ron Chernow. That's it. Ron Chernow. I'll show it to you. This book. That's a good book. That's a good book. Ron Chernow. The amazing thing about this book, I read another book by Ron Chernow. I don't remember if it was Einstein or I read another book by him. But the amazing thing about Titan, it paints a picture of the United States of America, but also Rockefeller. It's amazing. But one of the and this book back here is almost like it. But I don't know if you're a reader. Back when I didn't need these things, I liked to read, and my dad used to say, "How do you read so quickly?" I'm not sure I read quickly. It's that I just keep reading. But anyway, when you're reading something, do you know how when you're reading along and all of a sudden there's a word you don't know? And so you're reading, and then your eyes stop. Huh? And you got to look that word up. And then you go back, and it's the perfect, in this book, it's the perfect word. And then you keep reading, and then there's another word. What's amazing about this, I think there's, let me see how many pages. It's a lot of pages, as I recall. Doesn't say. Anyway, there it is, 832 pages. 832 pages. And you're reading it. And normally, when I've read books and I see a word I don't know, whoever that author is uses that word a lot or uses it again and again and again. This guy, he uses those words that trip you up once. I mean, you never see it again in 800 pages. It's amazing. But you see other words. Anyway, I recommend, if you're interested in energy, that book on Rockefeller is good. But I like this book here. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm a peak oil guy, and I think oil's going to $500-600 a barrel. I know Daniel Yergin doesn't think that. But this is a great book. The Prize is a great book. The Wolf of Wall Street. I never watched it because I think it would catch me too much. Both that I wish I were still on Wall Street, and two, that whole competitive, that whole need to cold call and open accounts and keep accounts and do production and the whole thing. I don't want to relive. And there were people that took shortcuts and all that. Fingers up, 721, 720, 730. I have to watch it. Oh, Lordy. I like DiCaprio. I'm jealous of him, too. He gets all these girls. You know, when Djokovic was playing, I'm not into men, but what's that guy's name? All right. Matthew McConaughey was sitting in the audience with Djokovic. I can see where chicks dig him. He looked like a good-looking guy, and he was nice. All right. Finger 730, Busy Brand says, it's all because of you, and I had the time of my life. Yeah, they're not following the feminist way of thought. Who said that? 22 J-Dog. Absolutely. And someday when I meet you, 22 J-Dog, I'd love to talk about it. It puts some women on edge to talk about it, but I think at a minimum we can agree that whether you want to call it 40 years, 60 years, or 20 years of the hyperbolic feminist experiment is an experiment. It is an experiment. The Big Short is a great movie. I agree. No, I don't think Leo's gay. Please stop ignoring me. What are your thoughts on that? I didn't see you, John Crossan. So, number one, I haven't ignored you. Number two, I'm sorry, but I didn't ignore you. And number three, now I see your question. I'm not going to ignore it. LGIQ since the predatory financing news. Well, I did, you probably weren't here. I did update everyone, but I didn't do a separate video, and I'm glad to do it again. I have to get my notes because I spoke with somebody who's close to the situation, and finger 739. No, 730. I spoke to somebody close to the situation. So I liked margin call very much, and where is this gentleman I ignored? John Crossan. John Crossan. Anyway, John. I'm going to start off by telling you the CEO of Logic, Brent Sun, introduced Univest to finger motion. Brent Sun introduced Univest to finger motion. He said to the head guy, right now the name is skipping my name. It's in these documents. He said to him, "How would you like to meet a Chinese company that actually has revenues, has fundamentals, and is on the verge of profitability? How'd you like to he said, how would you like to be introduced to a real Chinese company?" And then he introduced, because these others all have problems that they drove up. So Brent Sun made the introduction of Univest to finger motion. So part of the, John Crossan, part of the, I know there's this feeling, well, you got to talk about this other, there's some cross-pollination there that's been, I think that's been great. On the calls we've had, Ham doesn't like to talk about Logic or Go Logic. And I think he had experiences with the company when it was called Wayland, which I think was spelled Waylen, something like that. Not Waylon Jennings, but Wayland. And so a lot of these calls have been driven by the voice, which is great and terrific. But out of respect for that, I haven't answered questions on Logic all the time during that. So I appreciate your question. I do, John. So right now, Logic is trading at, I think, 22 cents. When I did this card, it was 25 cents. Logic is an AI company. It is a platform much like Trade Desk. That's the wrong one, isn't it? I think it's called Trade Desk. Darn it, I don't think that's quite right. Anyway, we can look up the name later. But there's a company who went from zero, non-existence, trade desk, from zero to $1.5 billion in revenues in less than a decade. And their whole model was to bring onto the internet, onto mobile phones, onto laptops and computers, all of the advertising spending that was going into radios and newspapers for the big companies, to make it easier for the Amazons and the Walmarts and the you know, you can think of all the names. Probably not Amazon, but companies like this, Sears if they were still around, to do the big selling using AI, using the internet, using these different technologies to increase revenues, to benefit customers, to benefit the companies, but they went from zero to $1.5 billion in revenues in less than a decade. Well, they only cover the big boys. They cover about 45% of the pie. That's my memory, 45. It's close to right. Of the pie. The rest of the companies are smaller companies, and they can't compete with the discounts that Costco gets or the discounts that Apple gets or whomever is using that service. So what Logic does with data logic, is they provide that AI, that interconnectivity to help small and medium business and just sole proprietorships to have access to advertising and reach their customers. Anyway, that's data logic. Logic's main driver of revenue is data logic. A year ago, Logic reached an agreement to sell data logic into a reverse merger, a NASDAQ reverse merger into Aubrey SPAC. That Aubrey SPAC deal was before the SEC basically for a year. When I told you about, I think 4 weeks ago, that it was going to be within 2 weeks, you remember what I said. Whatever it was, it was. I'm not trying to change it, but as I'm talking to you now, I'm thinking it was 4 weeks ago. Maybe it was 6 weeks, but whenever it was, it turns out I was wrong. Why? Because there was a final comment that came from the SEC. Logic decided to sell their entire engine of revenues and AI and what I just described, data logic, to Aubrey SPAC in a reverse merger. You will get shares of Aubrey SPAC. So your one piece of paper will become 2 pieces of paper. Well, the last comment the SEC put out was, how are you going to pay for it? It's kind of like when you buy a house, you come to the end. All right, so show us your funds. And it turns out when SPACs are set up, the money is put with them, but the people that invest in the SPAC have the right, and they always do it, to take it back because the money is put up to get a rate of return. And so people Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? You look scared. You look really scared. He looks really scared. He looks really scared. Anyway, Busy Brand says stand by. So let me quickly finish that. So the SPAC didn't have enough money to close the transaction, bottom line. So one of the board members, Peter Bordes, who's a financial guy for years, reached out to 2 funds that he knows and said, we need to raise money to close the Aubrey SPAC deal. That deal is $5 million. It's not predatory. I read it, just to cut to the chase because I'm going to run out of time. I read it that it was initially 1.6 million shares issued, and it had a clause that if the stock price went below $10, the Aubrey SPAC price went below $10 by a lot, they could get another 1,000,006 shares or 1,000,005 or something. To my skeptical eyes, I said they're going to get both. Well, I called in, and that's not going to happen. That would have to take an extraordinary set of circumstances that are not going to happen. So the fund or the two funds that are going to provide the $5 million to the Aubrey SPAC side for the data logic are going to get 1.6 million shares of the SPAC. We collectively are going to get 11.4 million shares. There's something like 1 million or 2. So it's expensive, but it's not that dilutive, number one. It's not the 3.1 or 3.2 I read it to be. It's going to be 1.6 million. Further, they're going to probably sell 600,000 of it into the open market. So it'll only be 1 million that they hold afterwards. Obviously, the 600,000 will exist, but that's all right. It's liquidity in the market. Now, these SPACs have been going into reverse mergers, and they've been going up. I could look it up. I can't remember the names, but they go up to 30, 40, 50. One went up to 60, 70, $80 a share right after the SEC approval. So it looks like Aubrey SPAC may trade as high as $20, $30, $40. It's trading right now at 11. But once the approval happens, there's a tendency for this mini squeeze to occur. And it is possible Aubrey SPAC will trade $25, $30, $35, $40, $50 a share. I don't own any. I don't know how to participate in it unless I pay $11 a share. So, John, the point is that these two funds are probably going to get at least $600,000 worth of stock, 600,000 shares, sorry, that will be free to trade. So they're going to have the benefit that they can sell that 600,000 shares into the rally in Logic stock. Aubrey SPAC stock, which becomes Data Logic stock, which will be called Collective Audience. They're going to have a chance to make a quick hit and run. They're going to make a lot of money for putting up $5 million. But what's the advantage to you? What's the advantage to me? As owners of Logic, our deal with Data Logic gets done now. The SEC will approve it. Otherwise, Brent would have had to go out. It would have been a 60-day, 90-day, 100 longer to go raise money, possibly by some of these groups that are all full of baloney. So anyway, that deal on the Data Logic side, on the Aubrey SPAC side, it's expensive, but I think it makes a lot of sense. It gets the deal done. It gets us on our way to the growth of Data Logic, and it allows Collective Audience, will be the name, to start bringing in many of the other deals they're seeing. So I have no problem with it. In fact, I endorse that deal. It is expensive, and I don't like that. But what are you going to do when you have to raise money quickly to get the SEC approval, which I think that's why I favor it. Let's just move ahead. The next financing won't be as expensive. I've seen it over and over again with companies I've raised money for. Sometimes the financing is expensive, and then the next one, you can't believe you raised the money so inexpensively. All right, that's on the Aubrey SPAC side, John. On the what left over is the shell. And I read that as, and you're correct, with a VWAP and a backward-looking, the value-weighted average price formula, and the backward-looking, and I said, oh my God, this is a toxic note. I'm assured it's not. I'm going to tell you I'm skeptical on that. Hang on. go. Hey, everybody. I know there's only, it looks like 214 left, but as a special bonus, as a special prize for all of you who send me $50 each, just kidding, we have on the call the one and only Arca here to tell you about any stock you want to talk about, but hopefully about Finger.
Yeah, what happened to me?
about Finger?
I don't get an introduction.
And Busy
We just
Brands.
left Busy Brands in the
Oh
background.
man.
And Busy Brands. Oh, by the way, Busy Brands too. Oh, by the way.
I gotta do this right, Arca. Arca, you have the mic.
What's up, you guys? William, thanks
Yes.
for having me on, man. So,
Thank you.
Dude,
We had over 700 earlier, but hey, you got a hardcore audience here.
you know what? If I can just mention right now, I'm on with you. That we'll probably get it picked up again.
Do it. You're more than welcome.
My
to.
goodness. Yeah, man. How are you? First of all, today was an interesting day, man. I hope you didn't feel too much pressure.
Well, I felt a little, and people have noticed that I'm not my same calm self sometimes, but I think that's much more that I get upset about the effrontery of the evil, and I can't always tell when someone's not a shill, and I get upset. Anyway, I got to work on that. But I did feel pressure today because, Arca, the fact is, tomorrow is the last day for these calls, and the odds are they're going to expire. A lot of them are going to expire worthless. However, I personally came on earlier in the day. I did my charts. I think the pullback is perfectly normal in the charts, and I think we could have a turnaround, a dramatic turnaround to the upside. The problem is we've only got 1 day left on the calls. So anyway, I'm optimistic though.
No, yeah, we do. We have, tomorrow's, they consider it now the quad, the triple witching, but it used to be the quad witching, right? They removed the individual stock options from that, so it's just a triple witching tomorrow. So, and it happens just around 3 or 4 times a year. So, and it's all the major expirations for, the options contracts, ETF contracts, futures contracts, that whole deal, right? So,
Right.
What I did here is, I'm going to stream later on tonight. I was just going to burst the bubble about this a little later, right? But I did run a back test of the quad witching versus FNGR in its entire life, and I did come up with some pretty interesting stats here. So, there are a total, let's see, from when was it? We started trading IPO FNGR in, 2015 February, right? So there have been 27 total iterations since then, so quad witchings, and we have had 17 of those lead to an upside. So that gives us a 62.96% chance that FNGR would lead to an upside following the closure of the triple witching or quad witching. Now, what's interesting about that is that I also measured, or I took a metric from the times where FNGR had a parabolic run. Like, I mean, anything over 100%. And there have been, let's see, 9 iterations. Yeah, I'm sorry. There have been 9 iterations total, but 4 of those were parabolic runs. So that gives us a 58.82% chance that we're going to get a parabolic run. That's over 100%. So what I'm talking about here is actually without the support of Daniel Borders, without the support of Univest, without the support of anything. We already have the odds on the Bulls' favor. Just flat out from the get-go. So I found it quite interesting that, we're at this major closure, and we're also validating a critical conversion of a macro resistance turning into a support. So I have to favor the Bulls here. I'm not being optimistic myself as in discretionary. I'm just being optimistic because that's what the stats are saying. So it's leading to a pretty nice move to the upside. Let me put it to you this way:
the quad wishing that we had on June 12th this year. That led to a 450% run. Let's see, the one right before that one, which was on what month that was? March, right? That led to a jump of around 140% up, and then the one before that led to a 1,300% jump. It's just that this is really interesting that we're getting these stats like this, like just without the support of these big guys. So I find it to be amazing, But yeah, I guess I just wanted to give you some good news here, because I do have some pretty strong data to support an upside too.
So
But
you're talking about in a day or starting tomorrow?
Starting Monday.
Monday.
Or
See, that's the problem. A lot of options are going to expire tomorrow. All right, starting Monday. That's okay. We can work with it.
We have to roll them over to October, even at a loss.
Yeah. No.
What I'm seeing here is that all of these runs have had a front run to them, though.
Right.
They've actually shown some upside before the runs happen, and it's just weeks of upside after that. So almost 63% probabilities here that we're going to get the upside.
The good news is when it starts going, it's going to extend for a while. It'll be powerful.
Yeah, and of course, there's always the ebb and flow, right? We're going to zigzag our way around, getting violent ups and downs and stuff. But yeah, the overall trajectory here would be up. And I mean, seeing the price action react right now to what the 8K for the relief, it's just it's in the ball for Univest and the big board. They have the ball in their court now, So I think all of that really leads to interesting targets. I think. Can you verify this for me? Did Univest say that they wanted to take this to $30? Was that what Daniel Borders said?
You put me on the spot, because I have information which, when told to me, is said, keep it to yourself. Somehow Daniel Borders puts out information that I guess he can tell everybody. So I don't want to break my vow, but I've said here live, I've heard the number is actually, and I've heard it's more than one person, and with the caveat that there's no way of guaranteeing any of my sources are correct. I think they are. I've heard three numbers. I've heard 35, I've heard 50, and I've heard $80. Those three different numbers. And where the one that I trust the most, I've heard over 50. But to me, the more likely
my sources
would
are
be,
also telling me the same.
The more likely would be 35 would be more likely.
Wow. I mean, 35. Yeah. So $30 is an inflection point. It's it is geometrically possible too. I already went over that last night, actually, in the live stream. I'm going to be doing this again tonight.
Okay.
Somebody bamboozled me into that. It was one of my moderators. He gave me a big old dono, and he said, let's do this tomorrow night with NVOS and FNGR's own stuff. I got to do it for sure for the community, right? So, but yeah. I also have a target around there that's supported, and it's actually supported actually in a couple ways. It's geometrically, psychologically, because it's the breakout and the price objective of a critical formation built on a bi-weekly chart, which is huge. So the bigger the time frame, the bigger the validity. And yeah, so without sources, like, we're already seeing those targets clean into that range. And the reason why I'm saying this is just because, I think Daniel Borders put it out on X or on Twitter.
Yeah, I saw, or somebody told me about it. So
right, and
it's
I
out
asked
there.
him too.
It's out there.
I asked him on a space call. I think Busy was there too. And was it your space? No, his wasn't. I forgot whose space it was, but I came on and he was there. And Avid. It was Avid. Yeah. So he was kind enough to have me on there too, and I asked him those tough questions. I said, geometrically, I have these targets set. Do you agree? What are your comments on that? And I mean, he said, yeah, he said that's what, and I think he said that's what Univest said. So if he really did mean that, I'm thinking to myself, how do they know that this target would be that target without charting when the chart is already suggesting that target? It's like we were set to make that target anyway. That's scary to think that a statistic can tell us that.
Yeah, it is, and that's a good point. I mean, the market's going to really tell them where they can do it, and that's something. I mean, charts are just about psychology and a group, what the group is thinking. So maybe that does it. That is amazing, though. That is amazing.
Yeah, I really wanted to just spread the good news in case you were feeling a little bit of pressure.
Well, I am feeling. I would love good news tomorrow, and my own feeling, which I know I just said to everybody, you just got to accept that tomorrow's a wipeout. But I hold hope, maybe 15%, maybe a little bit more, that we're going to turn around tomorrow and the stock can run up. I'm not saying it's going to go to those numbers tomorrow, but I think we can leave the week on an upbeat price. I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, there's a curious thing right now is that on the weekly time frame, I mean, where are we sitting right now? Are we still sitting at
I think they said 725. Let me look. Someone was just giving me the price.
Oh, wow. We're way up. We're at 725, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so this is great. And the reason why I'm saying this is because there's a strategy that I personally have come up with, right? And that it's called it's where I combine either the breakout out of several formations built of candles, and I identify the separate formations within the macro formation. So if we have a macro descending formation, I'm identifying that there's another macro formation that's leading towards the exit of that initial one. So right now, actually as of yesterday, we have what it could be a bullish formation breakout. So this is a descending grinding wedge into an inverse head and shoulders, and the exit from this inverse head and shoulders is a weekly 3 white soldiers. So this is kind of it's kind of a cascading effect in here, and I honestly think that the bulls are going to want to try to acquire that 3 white soldiers on the weekly. So a weekly time frame formation already has a huge hit rate, and we have 3 in tandem. Aside from the statistics and the psychology and the geometrics leading towards that upside, is ridiculous, man.
This was just what I was looking for. I have to admit I don't understand every term you used, but it sounds great.
We're gonna have to get together, and then I'll show you. Right, I'll show you like written down exactly what it is, because it's so. Well, I'm gonna be streaming tonight. I know that. What time is it where you are right now? Is it? Are you in the East Coast?
8. I can't read. 8:04. I think it says.
Oh, okay, all right. So it's 5. It may be a little too late for you. It's 5:04, Pacific time with me. I'm in California, in Los Angeles. So.
Oh, you are. Great.
Yeah. So I'm way in the West, and so is I just found out right now that me and Busy are just about an hour away from each other.
Wow.
Oh, it's really cool. Yeah. But yes, I was just gonna tell you that I'm gonna be streaming live tonight, but it may be a little too late because I'm waiting for my wife to get home. She has a.
Is the Galvian bands a band you play in, or is it a chart pattern? Somebody wanted me to ask you about the Galvian band you play in, and I won't tell you. Sure. I won't tell you his name, Richard Hoffman.
So it's a Gaussian so it's GAUSSIAN. So Gaussian band after the mathematician. So it's a statistically based indicator, right? So it averages out price over a span of a period. It's very similar to the Bollinger Bands and volatility. So it's weighed differently. You know, the sequence or the mathematical concoction is just weighed a little differently than volatility. It includes volume, sure. It includes momentum as well, and includes a whole bunch of other parameters that, you know, I'll really put you to sleep within that. But yeah, the Gaussian bands.
Gaussian, there you go. Gaussian.
Yeah, Gaussian bands, yeah, or Gaussian, right? So
I've heard of that actually.
Right, yeah, as a mathematician, I think 1500s or 1700s. I forgot what it was.
Yeah.
But so you play it similarly within the Bollinger Bands, right? So when you reach over extension at the top side, you sell, right? And then when you come all the way back down to the bottom, you buy at the bottom, right? So it's a very simple strategy, but I find the biggest utilization for that in the macro timeframes, because and I don't know if you've seen my apprentice and analyst for the Discord. One of them Cryptic Trader is one of them here. Zephram is another. They're super talented, right? So, but yeah, Sebastian, he himself has put up so many Gaussian band strategies on Twitter just to, you know, ease the pressure here off of the downside, you know, because it's a really interesting indicator. So it's not a formation; it's just an indicator that you apply onto the chart to tell you where you are relative to price in whatever time frame you're in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm going to show it tonight. You know, it's a good.
I'll try to watch, and if I miss it, I'll replay it. But I've told everyone, and I'm a fan of your work. But I've told everyone after they make money, each person that invests, I'm more of a fundamental, you know, I'm more of a learn the company person, but then I look at charts. But everybody that invests needs to have a technician they trust and can ask. And I think you and also Avid provide a tremendous service. And you can make, when I was on Wall Street, each firm had its ARCA. And if you did a lot of production, like sometimes I did, you could call in directly. And that was a huge help. You know, it's just a huge help. And when you buy or when to sell, all of that.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I guess the biggest challenge to overcome there would be to determine whether the technician or statistician or whomever you're trying to acquire is he or she a person that you can at least take into deep consideration here, because we're not playing with toys. You know, we are really putting live cash at risk here, right? Not legal advice, I got you, man. I don't even know what you're joking about, but I didn't read it. But,
he's the one that asked. He's the one that asked if you were playing in the Gaussian band.
Oh. So actually, I felt that it was a good thing. Actually, yesterday was based around the RSI, right? So I explained to everyone the differences between the bullish control zones and the bearish control zone, the weakness areas, the strength areas, and gravitational areas. I feel that a good 200 people last night in the stream felt, which is honestly I'm kind of growing within that too. So it's miraculous to see. 2 months ago I had 17 people, right? So
I started with 12.
Kind of
I miss those days.
Wow.
I miss those days. No,
don't say that. You love it. You come on. The community's awesome. They communicate with you, and you know.
Hey, I got Richard Hampton on here. Not legal advice, by the way.
Richard Hoffman, what's up, man?
Yeah, that was my joke about your Gaussian bands, by the way. And you live you're about 45 minutes from me.
No way. What city?
I'm in Agoura Hills. You know where that is?
Oh yeah. Of course. That's that's less than 45 minutes actually from me. I'm west. I'm in the west side of Palmdale, California. So it's on. You know, it's just up in the hills there. But yeah, coming down to you, it's no time at all, man. It's West Hills-ish, right?
Yeah. Just kind of a little bit west of there and a little bit north. I think between you, I, and Busy, we make a triangle.
Yeah. There would be a triangle there. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man! So it's good to talk to you too, man. I always see you live. I always see you interacting with the influencers. So it's a real pleasant surprise to have you say hello.
I enjoy.
Thank you, by the way.
Oh yeah, no problem. I enjoy your live streams, and more so, I enjoy your vocabulary because it reminds me a lot of Star Trek when I'm listening to it. So even if I have no idea what you're talking about, I'm very entertained.
Did I just pop on William's space?
Yeah,
I'm making it a part. I'm making it a space call.
It just became a space. Zephram, and he's down there. You see him with the red things. Zephram 0911.
That's Zephram Jr.?
Yeah, Zephram and I, we're we're just space fans in general, right? I'm not even gonna say it, man. Like Stargate and all of that good stuff. We love all that stuff. So yeah, it's funny that you say that because I do. I guess I would reflect, that type of language. Damn it.
So did we just become the entertainment on William's YouTube? Is that what happened here?
Yeah, William, we just jacked you. We just took it over, man.
That's fine. That's fine.
If you like space, when Elon Musk shoots off Starlink satellites from Vandenberg, they go about over my house. So I can see the first and second stages separate, and I can see the reusable rocket go west back over the ocean. So it's pretty cool.
Wow. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Do you get to hear any of the lab, any of the sounds that?
I don't see anything. I don't hear anything, and then all of a sudden, it's like this big fireworks show pops off because there's a separation, and I think you see the engine. That's what you're seeing, and then you see the main rocket carrying the satellites go one direction, and you see the booster go a different direction. It's really cool, and it's really easily visible.
Richard, do you see all that from your house or your car?
If I'm in my car at my house, I see that.
I can see Russia from my house.
You can see Russia from your house?
I can see Russia from my house. That was like
on the internet?
That was a Saturday Night Live joke.
Oh,
yes,
damn it! I didn't catch the SNL.
No, it's an inside joke with Richard and Richard.
Oh, okay, good. I thought it was just being so slow up in here. I didn't catch it. Oh my god.
No, it's just that Mr. Tiny JR, he always catches me in my car when he calls me, and he does a video call.
Yeah, so, I swear to God, every time
in the front seat of my car.
Every time we talk, he is in his car. I am not lying to you. Every time.
Oh my goodness, dude! Wow.
That's where he lives.
I live out of my car. Oh my goodness!
I know. I think so too, William. I really do.
So, Arco, are you going to
He's like the Lincoln lawyer.
The buy-in about the buy-in tomorrow?
I'm sorry. Repeat that again. Am I going to break the what?
Are you breaking the news about the buy-in tomorrow on FINRA?
Wait. What are you talking? The Univest?
I'm just pulling your leg.
Oh my goodness! I'm like, again? Am I missing something again? I'm such a gullible guy when I'm live, and people try to take advantage of that all the time. You have no idea.
That's always my excuse.
Anything. You can't take anything Richard says seriously.
Well,
even on his YouTube channel.
Just a warning.
Wait a second.
so Richard, may I ask you a question? What's the streaming service you use? Because I'm going to see if I can use it.
I use StreamYard.
StreamYard. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, and it's really, even I'm a moron technologically speaking, and it's really simple, and you can bring in multiple people.
Yeah.
And other people use, the ones who are more skilled use OBS.
Oh,
I do.
That looks complicated.
It was super complicated for me at first, but I promise you that once I really just started tinkering with it, it like now is my main instrument. I have the the Stream Deck XL with all the little bubbly buttons on it and pictures and stuff. So that triggers the introduction in my video, the music. It Yuka Frita, what's up? It also triggers the images, all that you see that people say it's highly produced. I'm like, man, it's actually just a bunch of buttons, you know? I just create a picture and I let it do it.
Yeah,
So you're saying I should get Orca?
You're not.
Yeah, Richard, don't get any ideas. We had a hard enough time working with what technology we had.
I was going to say that we when we started our live streams, we do them. We had a time limit. We go as long until we crashed. That was our technical strategy.
Until we got a phone call or something, a text.
And that's when you're done. That's when you just call it a day and you're out.
That's it.
That's pretty much what happened.
Hey man, I'm loving that we're actually having a good time, dude, and we're lapping it up right now, despite the weird little tiny red day. But I mean, we've had all these green days, and we're still able to share a laugh. You know, like there's nothing to worry about. I think we're good, man.
I hate asking this question. I hate asking it.
Ask it.
But after so many green days, we got this tiny little red pullback, and now we've got a bigger pullback. Can we go green tomorrow, or do we have to have another red day?
You're catching me right as I was trying to prepare my thesis for tonight in the live stream, so I don't know.
All right, okay.
Have to watch and find out, William.
Huh?
No, I'm not insinuating.
You'll have to watch and find out.
Yeah, I'll find out. I think we can have a green day, but, I don't know.
I think the downside may be very limited. Actually, now that I'm seeing the charts here, right? So, like the daily time frame RSI, right? So, just to give you a quick little rundown, right? Actually, it's going to be
I hope it includes some spots.
So, I got you, right? So, I think on the RSI, right, the daily in particular, it's in a little bit of a precarious position because it's close to this zone that's called the gravitational zone, right? So meaning that when you reach that gravitation, it tends to pull you down. But the good news is that the downside to that is not so grave. It's the bi-daily that would catch it, and it would be catching it in the opposing side's gravitational zone, and that would be a bounce from that moving average and the gravitational zone, which has a lot of weight. So if that's the case, then we're potentially seeing during the early pre-market, maybe I don't know, maybe 4 a.m. or before or something, there could be a nice little spike down. It'll realize that downside, and then we could be making our way up on a whole green day tomorrow. I'm not sure, but that's kind of what I'm seeing here.
Yay!
I have an opinion. According to my dilithium crystals, I have no idea.
So, right, I just had to be straight up honest, right? Because usually people ask me these questions, and I have the charts up, and I have my thesis ready, and I have all the tools up, and I'm like caught a little, I'm caught a little out of with my wheels spinning here because I just put my boy down to sleep just a bit ago. So, but as I just breeze through the charts real quick, I can clearly see that there's a really obvious support coming up. But beyond that, I still have to validate it, right? I still have to go through other metrics and other.
Well, my little chart says there's no risk to the downside, but that's because I drew it.
I mean, I think you're right on. Oh yeah, you know what? Somebody yesterday told me that the moment I left, you were starting to ask me questions about the chart. So I was going to say that I'm so sorry. I had to go to my son's doctor's appointment. But do you remember what you had to ask?
I don't remember.
I'm making it a YouTube party. Avid just joined the party.
Exactly.
How do you do that?
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to either end up or down for the day.
No doubt. I straight up just said, I don't know.
In the background, I have to mute it. It's tripping me out. We're like 1 second behind them. It's coming through my computer.
Oh yeah, definitely mute that. I had to mute mine. I was like, how do you work this?
We're giving it all we
Now it's a
can,
party.
Captain.
Can we do something live on the air?
Sure.
While I am live on the air, I want to file an objection against FINRA in my arbitration MMTLP. I'm doing that right now. Everybody, this is so exciting.
Does it
This is
ding?
groundbreaking stuff.
Does it ding after you file it?
And there it goes. It's done.
It's deflating.
We
There's
just got
no
affiliated.
sound.
All right, look at that. That was live in color.
There's no clapping sound like the space calls, damn it.
No, JR can make a tracking sound, I think.
All right. You know, what about like machine guns? Like, is that cool? Like, you know,
Are we still on Williams YouTube?
You are.
we just used him. We just used
And
him and abused him, and we just
You've
relaxed.
you've caused
We hijacked his YouTube.
you've caused 53 people to join.
Enjoy this? How would we all survive if there was 24-hour-a-day trading?
We'd lose our minds.
We would.
Yeah,
It'd be that
Futures trading, man.
So Avid was correct. He said it could hit 7 or 8, and he was right.
Yeah. Dude, so
I didn't mean
tomorrow-
to be a downer. I didn't mean a downer.
Dude, no, hell no. I mean, I'm so curious about tomorrow. I'm just, William just straight up asked me. He goes, "Well, what do you think though? Are we going to go up or down?" Because everybody's worries are the September 15th contract expiries, right? So
Of course.
I'm stupid long, and also now I was 300% up or 200 and something percent up, and now I'm just 30% up, right? So oh man, we should have rolled him over.
I'm an avid fan of his, by the way.
Oh,
You're an
Lordy.
avid fan of Avid?
Yeah.
Oh,
By the
Lordy.
way, I'm in that same position. I started off, I had $76 calls. I'm down to 22. And we'll see what happens tomorrow.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm full, just straight up, full transparency. I'm gonna open up my Octobers tomorrow. On a dip, I'm gonna open them up because what if Moon on Monday?
Well, yes,
Well, I
exactly.
listen to Ham, right? According to Ham, you should wait till Monday, right?
Well, but you run the risk that something happens over the weekend, like, Jeffries decides to buy them in on Sunday night. It's a tough call. He's right.
Wow.
The premiums will drop if you buy Monday. But what if you don't own anything Monday morning and it gaps open $20?
That's my fear.
In
the
that
reason-
case, it would be worth it. If not, then I personally don't like the Octobers. I think the premiums are way too
I agree
high.
with you.
Are they right now?
Out of control.
Really? Where are they?
They're massive.
I haven't actually seen the
obviously
premium.
way more juice compared to September because you're buying 5 weeks. But yeah, I wouldn't. If let's say like hypothetically like a move to 10 came and you looked at we'd have to be early in the week. One day is not going to do it. But if it came quickly, the way you'd be able to roll, say you could take a $7 contract that's 30-40 cents. If it goes 3 points in the money, probably be somewhere between $200 to $300, so roughly a 10x. You could then sell that and
Arbitrage, yeah.
You could buy any contract that's 3 points out of the money, and if you did get a 10x, well, only 10% of your profit would be the same position size. So you could essentially have 10x the amount of purchasing power, and if it then went 3 points in the money again, you'd have another 10x. But with the same conversion in October, you'd only get like I think 2.5 to 3x with that same exact move. The way I calculated it, with buying that out the money. Yeah, if it went to like $30 or it went crazy, sure, it would be really worth it. But they're so expensive. So expensive.
I haven't even looked at the prices on the premiums on them right now. Are they really?
15s are like 45 by 70 for $15. That's crazy.
Yeah, whoa. I didn't know they were steep like that, man. I think I'm going to have to retrace on my comment there and maybe wait till Monday. I don't know if
to
it's
see
going to
what
be
happens
full back.
tomorrow. I'm pretty interested to see what happens tomorrow.
We're already up in the price right now. It feels pretty frothy, man. We're sitting at what, 7? Is it still 725? That
Yeah,
dude
it
earlier.
had a nice after hours move. I don't know if it was a lot of volume there. I don't think it was, but there was an 8K that was released, basically just confirming that the SEC signed off on the shelf the same day they filed it, which is good.
Oh, I can ask you.
Is that what
directly,
it
did
said,
we-
Avid? Because
Oh yeah. When
I
read
printed it
all
out,
it's
and
saying
to
is-
me it says what if, but or when. But all right, everyone was correcting me, by the way, so I must be wrong.
Well, as soon as it was released, the price went up.
No, it all it's saying is that Univest is going to be the sole agent here, and that they're basically going to do each raise within $25 million increments. And then they just talked about
Somebody
like,
said that
standard
on my
fees.
call too, and I corrected them. All right.
Yeah, they basically said that they're not going to do any other raise or any sort of offering that involves stock or securities that's above 25 million in a clip. But they are authorized, I believe, for 300 million. It just, in one specific raise, I think they're going to do 25, which is pretty standard for Univest. They could do smaller amounts, but yeah, I saw 25 from what I read, and then it was just their standard fees. They could, cancel at any time with them, or I didn't read.
But do you
too
think
deep
it's
into-
already been approved by the SEC?
It has been approved. That's what the 8K filing was showing.
Well, somebody said that, and I corrected them. So that I take that as really good news, because that means should they want
Yeah,
to.
I'll post the link on your feed if I
Okay.
don't know if
All
I'll do
right.
that.
I don't know how to pull it up,
Oh.
but okay.
Yeah, look in the comments if you're able to copy you can copy a message. Yeah, everyone can take a look there.
Okay.
It says basically right here, September 11th, Finger Motion entered into at-the-market issuance sales agreement with Univest, where the company, where the shelf registration, which is the S3, is filed on September 11th, is declared effective by the Securities and Exchange Committee, issue and sell from time to time shares of common stock at par value, but having an aggregate offering price of not more than $25 million through a sales agent or any sub-agents, designees acting as the sales agent. So they're going to basically, or essentially, say that they're going to give some sort of transaction notice to the sales agents that's going to set the parameters for such sales of shares, number of shares issued. Basically, just long story short, they're going to make it known when they're going to do a raise, what the price is going to be for how many shares of stock.
Right.
And it seems like in each...
Well, my theory is, Avid, my theory is if this is ready to go, they can get the price up so they can raise money at $50 or whatever the number is. I made that number up.
Yeah, no, it says the description of the sales agreement is, it's not going to be 100% complete right now. This is just telling you that it's sitting there whenever... I don't know what the company numbers are, what they're thinking. I don't know. But
No, I know. No, we don't know.
Definitely good to know.
Oh,
Good to go.
sorry, guys. Eagles are on, man. The football game's on.
Eagles?
Yeah.
Avid, thanks for breaking that down, dude. That's really cool. Daniel Borders posted it, and then I immediately reposted that thing too. And it looks like the price actually just started kind of trickling upward as soon as it was released. I guess it's everybody's taking that as a really positive thing,
It is, I think.
right? It is.
I think it is positive.
There's nothing negative about it. It's basically just saying that everything is. It's just in documentation now that they're ready to go.
It's all ready to go, man. It's written down. It's in stone. I love it.
I just want to see a chart tonight that says in the morning we're going to count 1, 2, spot 5, and we're going to $13 by the close.
Yeah,
There's definitely a few like technical things that I really like. It's holding super well. Bounced off that daily 9 EMA, which I posted before, and I drew some quick fibs out from August 23rd low, which was 396, to the high yesterday, because we really didn't have any range to do a retracement from. We really have been making a new high pretty much every day for 14 days.
Yeah.
So once we topped out at 797, right at that 236 is 702 top end. So it's holding really nice. Bounced off the 9. Volume's sort of fading a little bit as the price is coming down. I think tomorrow could be a really interesting day, depending on, if they step on the gas pedal, if there's any, major buying that comes. It's been quiet past 2 days, but, you never know. There's a big opportunity here for a gamma.
Yeah, I think so too. So I don't know if you were listening early on, but I ran a back test of the now it's considered a triple witching, but it's originally quad witching, right? So I ran a back test of the entire trading history on the weekly time frame of FNGR versus that quad witching, and there's 27 total iterations leading back to 2015. And out of those 27, 17 of those have been, upside bound. So we're looking at, without the help of like Univest, without the help of Daniel Borders or anything like that, we already have around 62.96%. Yeah, we're pretty good, man. Like it's already towards the bulls.
Yeah, I would love to close. On that north side of like 740. I mean, at least over 716 would be nice. But if we start looking north of 750, that'd still be a really solid close on the weekly, just given the range. But I mean, historically, that 820, give or take, can come down a little bit, maybe $8 to 10. That's it's hot. It's hot there when you really zoom out on monthly, weekly, daily. You really see how, every time it's touched there, like you said, since 2015, 2017, 2019, 21, it hit there. Almost every time there's like a massive swing. Like it'll go from, $9.45 down to 17 cents, up to $17, back down to 60 cents, back up to 10, back down to $1, and then we're right here. So like historically, it's violent. It gets crazy.
Yeah, and it's funny is because you just said the 716 mark. I absolutely have that, and it's the from our immediate outlook, it would be your July 10th week, the high, 716. So right there, man, I do agree. It would be. I mean, we're way up above that right now, so I hope we can use that as support. And I don't know if you've seen just yet. And I don't know how to interpret this just yet, but the bi-daily RSI, it's that feels between the daily RSI and the bi-daily, I feel like maybe the bi-daily is going to have to take the cake here. But I feel like that SMA 14 just wants it. A quick downside here, recovery after that, and continue on to the upside.
I don't use the SMA specifically. I don't know exactly what it looks like, but I definitely could see a more orderly pullback, like you mentioned. On the daily, we saw that 455 range that was back in June 27th, and it came all the way down, to 253, 455, 253, then the 716 peak all the way down to 385. That was another 2 weeks. It's very orderly. I think we are accelerating a little bit personally. I don't know if we're going to see as much downside. If it went really, really low, I could see it testing right at the top of like $6 too, and doing like a 25% retracement from the top, and then really exploding. That would really make sense to me again, right at the midpoint, somewhere at like $5.97, $6 if it really got crunched. But I don't know. I'm feeling like there's gonna be some nice momentum on Friday. I do think there's a big opportunity here, and I wonder if it's not intentional, but the fact that it sold off 2 days and it's still holding at 7.25 at close, that's pretty darn close to that top of the run here.
I agree. I totally agree, man. And what's funny is that I noticed the bashers coming out as soon as we were below $7. They started complaining and bitching, right? And then as soon as it goes above $7, they get quiet. Then it comes back down below $7, and then they start bitching. It's insane. So now we know that inflection point really is the $7 mark.
I think the lows are in.
Stocks don't go straight up. Stocks never just go straight up. The fact that it went 13, 14 straight green days, like, show me another chart, that's trading like that. It's eventually has to pull back. And I think a lot of people online, they're really trying to, time the top, right? We told you it's going to pull back. We told you it's a pump and dump. Like, those same people, weren't mentioning the stock when it was $1. So I always laugh at that everyone was trying to time the top and get some credit for it. It's going to keep going. It's not going to dump. If it was really a garbage stock and a pump and dump, it would be at $1. It would be it'd be a dead stock. It wouldn't be holding at $7. Just think of the liquidity too. Think of how much money is being purchased in stock at these high levels. You just saw a 400 and something thousand share order at 770. It's multi-million-dollar buys every single day. There was 687,000 was purchased at 680 a day ago, or 2 days ago. Excuse me. It was out of control. 4.2 million. There was 6 million on the bid. Like, no one's buying blocks like this to make 20 cents. It's just not happening.
Of course not.
You're not throwing 40, 50 million worth of, USD into finger motion stock in 1 week for no reason. So something's coming, and I'm trying not to have a bias because I really want to follow the numbers, but it just feels different. It's not your typical day trade or swing trade. That's really the thing I'm trying to stick with.
I said the same thing, man. I really did say the same thing to the team. I said that I can't really decipher it. It just feels like something is there, and that's really all that I can say. But it feels good, man. Overall, the statistics are leading to an upside, are leading to the probabilities of having the bull control. And yeah, like you said, man, all the key support, the conversions of resistances into support are holding so nicely. So I really, dude, I know that there's going to be a lot of risk in line here. We just know that as we go higher, if we go higher, right, there's going to be a bigger swing. So you're going to have these parabolic upsides, and you're going to have these more violent downsides too. So in this way, Ham was correct by saying, kind of watch out with your stop losses in this point, right? Because you could just miss the run on a simple pullback, and it was just a pullback before it goes up another pretty nice run. But I don't know that it's going to happen, but everything is kind of inching towards that.
Well, yeah, I'm looking for two things. One, we saw last year. I don't think it's going to be as much, but I wouldn't be shocked if we see like a 30 to 50 million volume day in one, and that'll probably be like the peak of it. If it's really going to accelerate and gap up or have a big, explosive move, you'll see big volume. Like, we're still not even really touching the surface of what big volume could be. Like, we're at 2-3 million, that 3-month average has definitely gone up. It's now 1 million flat. So it's inching up there. People, when it was the beginning of that in May, it was, I think, 300,000 3-month average. So he brought that up almost 3x in 3 months. So that's a lot. And the liquidity is a lot more because the share price is way higher. So it's also went up 7 times the value. But the second part is that, like, really breaking out, I think if we get above 10 or 11, somewhere in that range, I don't really see much holding it back from all-time highs, just from a technical standpoint. We get above 10 and start gunning, I give it a real high chance of at least getting like 1380. It breaks that. I don't see anything stopping it blasting 18 personally. So
I agree, man. There's no historical resistance, so that would be it's going to be all psychology at that point, and if it does break that 17, then we're just in price discovery, and that would just be like open space and wherever.
Set your ass, as high as you can, basically.
Yes, literally.
What do you have a breakout level? Like, is there anything you're looking for that's gonna tell you like we're off to the races? Like, because I know we're getting really close to that 8, and I know 8's definitely oh shit, we got to really push it back. Eight's got a lot of, turbulence there. Do you think it's got to break like 980 or what do you feel?
Actually, the historical volatility backtest that fired off 3 weeks ago, it's been meeting the targets at resistances and pulling back perfectly. So that actually the top side for that stat is 888, and on a particular time frame, on a smaller time frame, the 2618 is landing right at 882, I think, and then also there's another formation price objectives that's leading towards that 860-ish level. So I believe that reaching that 880, you usually get that spike up to the upside. So I think that would be the chance for us to knock at the door of the $10 mark. So, but honestly, I really do feel that I'm in line with you. I think we break this. That I think it should be maybe around. I don't know how you feel about this, man, but I think it's 820-ish, and then it could really start showing a thrust to that $9.80 level.
Yeah, but I like that.
Hey boys, I gotta inject here. William.
Hold on.
William.
Yes.
Hold on. Go ahead, Ham.
Yes.
Hey guys, listen, this came from my psychic reading, and she saw Lynn Partners jumping out of a window and the stock breaking 820 tomorrow.
That's him?
Yeah. I was just out thinking of my psychic girlfriend. She just told me that.
He's breaking 820 tomorrow. Let's go.
That'd be mega.
Listen, there's big things going on. I just don't know when the guns down. Again, I'm going to see a major fund guy, and he was buying with a 7 top today. He asked me what to do. I said, don't pay more than 7. Just stand there and suck up everything, and that's what he was doing. So there's big boys around here. That guy's good for 1 million to 2 million shares if he just keeps following. So that's just one person, all right? I know everybody wants the stock in 15 and 30 seconds. That's just not how it works. And, if you listen to what we've been saying, if you buy options as it goes up, you roll, you get free options. Dirty Mayo, I showed him how to do it. Now, granted, he made some money, but he rolled it and took a big shot. All it takes is catching that big shot right in an option. And if anyone knows anything about options, he could have made $1 million at 20 with no money. That's how you play the game. Right?
Which one do you think will go first? Finger motion or GTII? I just wanted to throw out that question because you answer that question every day.
Last time I thought, I never thought that they both go at the same time, and they did. I don't know why, but they do work together. I don't know why. The truck is going to be brutal tomorrow. Okay, we will have it. We will have it outside by where the senators are and the congressmen and the House of Representatives. We'll have it there. We'll have it at the FBI, and William should be out there taking some nice photo shoots. Hopefully, a couple of the badges will show up, and they can sort of show up with their sign and tell us how they're saving us all. All right, we're looking forward to seeing those guys. But again, guys, we're not going away. We're getting stronger and better. These manipulation, these kamikaze attacks, they only last so long. The stock is pulled back one day. I know it sucks. Good options. I got it. Believe me, no one likes to lose anybody's money. I hate doing it. And I can't stand it when they do it for fraudulent activity. But again, guys, I appreciate everybody, what everyone's doing. I don't want to interrupt you. And Richard, Sunday night at 7:30, correct?
Yeah, correct. We're on.
Okay, I voted on the wall, so I'm ready to go.
Me too. I wrote it on crayon on the wall.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Hey guys, I gotta bounce. I gotta go pick my kids up. William, thank you
Yeah,
so much.
thank
for
you.
Letting me interrupt.
Thank you, Ham.
Your honor, your offer. Thank you,
I was
guys.
just saying thank you, Ham, for your words, my brother. That it really helps out, man. The morale, the sentiment.
Well, I hope there's a rally tomorrow, but if not,
Yeah.
we'll take it when it comes.
I don't know why they would have. It's like the
I
perfect
appreciate
situation.
William agreeing to stay on the rest of the night until we open in the morning to celebrate the upcoming victory for everybody. I think we should all salute William for agreeing to do a marathon spaces.
No.
Congratulations, William.
You guys, it's all you guys. Don't salute me. For my read of it, I think we've hit our lows and we're going up tomorrow. 850, 825, 850. That's going to be tough to get through, but I think we will get through it.
850 tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. That's what I say. 825, 850. 825, 850 tomorrow.
Okay. No, I just wanted to hear what Pam said.
And that,
820. Listen, we break 8. That's listen.
and if
820
we break that,
820 is a big deal.
I know you guys think 10 matters and 17 matters. I don't think any of that matters. I think 10 maybe. And then we're headed to $75.
That's a big number.
It's a big number.
That's a large number.
And the problem
You've been
is,
telling me 75 for some time now, man. You remember? I think it was around months ago. I came onto your live, and you said, "Ark, I want to show you this drawing," and you told me that you see. It was when I didn't want to talk about the targets of
Right,
upwards
I
of
did
40,
that.
$40. Remember?
But the
You
problem
showed me
is-
70.
I know, but the problem is, Arca, you guys can repeat your success. If I'm right here, I'm not sure my system could do it again.
No, it's okay. You got us. Like all we do is just, you'll come with us and we'll do it, and then you're good.
That's right. You guys are great,
Hey,
both of you.
I noticed that you were having some issues with your internet, and I have all my community saying, "Can you please tell William to just restart his modem? To just restart it, just disconnect
The
it for 30
modem?
seconds,
The
and
modem? All
reconnect
right.
it."
All right. I don't know how to do all this crap. All right. I'll restart my modem.
It'll all reconnect automatically, right? So if you have a Wi-Fi one and your the internet modem, just disconnect both of them for 30 seconds, reconnect them, and everything in your house will reconnect automatically.
All right.
And then you'll be set, man.
I wanted to quickly thank Busy, Arca, and Avid. I want to wish them all a great evening. I appreciate their work. I watch them carefully. I don't understand anything that's going on. I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow, but I like the $75 in the short term.
Literally nothing Avid or I said. Good times, dude. But yeah, I think
Maybe you want to hear my legal advice too.
let's get it, man.
No, I don't have any. I'm just saying.
That was a nice little subtle comment there.
Yeah, nice little transition there.
Little side note.
Oh, dude. I love you guys, man. I'm going to get out of here. I got to get my little guy up.
All right.
Take his nap and prepare for the live stream later on.
All right.
guys,
Thanks, you
Thank
guys.
Bye, William.
Thank you all.
Love you, William.
All right.
Avid.
Bye. Cheers. Cheers.
Avid.
Bye.
Not legal.
All right. Wow. All right, guys. I don't know if John is still there, but I just want to finish. I'll do it quickly on Logic because that got interrupted. John, I wrote down his last name, but I don't think I pronounce it correctly anyway. Kassan. And then I'm going to go walk my dog. But anyway, John, I wrote down your name. I just got to make sure I got it. Kassan. Yeah, it is Kassan. I just want to tell you that the financing as far as Logic's 25 cents now. Collective audience is what the SPAC is going to be called. I think instead of $1.25, you might see this at $2 or $2.50 even as value, because the SPAC price might trade up nicely. Anyway, if you use $1.25, this 25 cents will be worth $1.25. I think, I'm very confident about that. On the logic side, which is the shell, which is where you're asking me if that is predatory pricing, the convertible note. That my friend said that no, just to keep it short, it's two small funds, and they're not going to use that VWAP or that the way the financing is designed to hurt. It's not predatory. It's not. I don't like that formula. I admit it. Now, on Logic, on the shell side, there is a company, or there will be a company they're going to roll in. Maybe if we're lucky, they'll announce that pretty soon. I think that's going to be worth 50, 60, 70 cents a share to you. So the 25 cents that you pay right now is going to turn into the shell, let's call it 50 cents, and into the collective audience for $1.25. That's $1.75 in value in the short run. I think approval will come by the end of next week. The whole reason for the delay is that the SEC wanted one more comment, which was, how are you going to pay for it? That's why they came up with these financing ideas. You may see a proxy, by the way, on RCRT momentarily. That's the GoLogic side. And that's it. I'll leave it at that. All right. Just unplug my toupee and put it back. You know, I don't have a toupee. I should get a toupee, I guess. I need some help. All right. Screw Ace and his 49er hat. All right, everyone. We forgot Ace is the place. We'll get Ace on. And I'm sure Ace maybe will come on later to help you guys. It's 8:53. I'm going to go walk my dog. Oh, gosh. All right. I'm going to go walk Lucky. And unless there's something really urgent, I'm not going to wait till 9 o'clock because it's been long. So I wish each of you peace, love, and happiness. And I hope tomorrow is a massive day. There's that word in the share price of Finger. But I think we have to face the facts that we're going to lose a lot of money tomorrow. But I really hope, thank you, Arca. I really hope, and Arca will admit this, I think, that if a lot of buying comes in Finger tomorrow, it might change his charts somewhat. In other words, charts are a tool. They're great, but big buying can change what the charts say. And it might not all be predicted in the charts. But I'm really optimistic that, to me, the way I see it, I think today's action, they were trying to drive it down. They got it down too much, I think. I didn't think it was going to go below 750. They got it just under 7. And to my little rinky-dink charts, that should be it. That should be it. And maybe they'll try it again tomorrow, but I don't think they're going to be lucky with it. The advantage they have is maybe some of the option traders will help them as they try to pin the stock at 7 or some other strike price. But they could also end up pinning it at a higher strike price. So don't give up hope. But I give it 15% chance that we're going to have a stock that closes over 8 or 9 or 10 tomorrow. 15% chance. 85% chance. Unfortunately, 85% chance they close it at 7. And that means a lot of people are going to lose money on their calls. I hope my 15% prediction is the one that works. And I think it can. I think it can. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Frustrating. May the force be with you. All right, I'm going to say good night. Peace to everyone, and we'll reconvene tomorrow. Ciao.